right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to our Muslim siblings in deen, and peace and respect to all our non-Muslim siblings in humanity. Welcome to another episode of Dots Connected to Islam. Tonight's topic will be to invite Christians to prove to us, or prove us wrong, rather, that there is absolutely no intellectual reason to be a Christian. Brothers and sisters, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the link with your friends and family, especially if there's somebody that wants to challenge Islam, know more about Islam, um, and they want to have a friendly interfaith dialogue. Now, in tonight's episode, I have been given a green light to, and it's a unanimous vote, by the way. And when I say unanimous, I mean DeAndre voted. So, for me to be able to manifest myself tonight and not allow any wafflers on for too long, or how Brother Hashim from Dawais would put it, allow them to make jalebis. And for those that don't know what a jalebi is, there's a thing called Google. So Google it, guys.
How do you spell that? Hold on.
It's Jalebis. B as in boy.
I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah. And Ali, if you hear me screaming my lungs out, there's a thing called volume. Feel free to use it.
Oh, nah. You see, I've been fascinated with this thing that I'm looking at right here called the mute button. I'm going to get well acquainted.
Oh, yeah, actually. Feel free to use that. Yeah.
It is a popular spiral-shaped fried sweet treat from South Asia. It's chewy, crispy, and juicy. I'm not reading that again. Nope. I'm done. I'm done. You guys carry on.
No, go ahead. You already started anyway. Go ahead. This is going to be fun.
No, I already closed the window. I'm not opening it up again.
All right. So as usual, as you guys can see, I'll be joined, or I have been joined by my lovely brothers, Ali and DeAndre. I don't think Brother Faisal will be joining us tonight, or maybe he will join us at a later point. He had some family issues to take care of. And we're excited to announce that our sister Dija will be joining us tonight as a panelist as well. And she will be joining us more frequently during these streams. So she will be joining us in a few minutes, inshallah.
So is it official? Is it not official? Do we want her to be here? Do we need like a parade or something? Because I don't have any cake. So
that depends, inshallah.
Yeah. I'll bring flan. I'll bring arroz de leche. We'll have a parade. Yeah.
So we're going to wait for a few minutes and then post a link out for Christians to join. As usual, Muslims are kindly requested to not try to join, so we can leave the backstage open for Christians. And we want to give Christians a priority to explain to us, and as it's a topic pertaining to their religion anyway, so we want to be able to have a friendly discussion with them, with the exception of wafflers. So yeah, all right. So let's put the link out. Let's wait a little bit more, so we have some more viewership. Hopefully tonight. Oh yeah, let me actually turn on my camera. All right. So
my background.
I've actually gotten rid of the headset. Got myself a new microphone. Just got the lights and everything. Yay! So.
You know what? You're not cool when you do that. I just want to say. No, but mashallah, it does. I do hear the improvement. So
no, I didn't get a haircut, Akhi. It's called not using the headset. So this,
you know what?
This is what I normally look like. So.
You know, it's funny. I know you brothers can't tell, and for good reason. But I actually got a haircut. Yeah. So
yeah, we can't really tell.
Why is he like? Yeah.
I thought this entire time you were bald, dude.
I'm not bald, everybody. I'm really okay. As difficult as it can seem, I'm not bald. I'm not. So, however, I did get up earlier this morning and I don't know. Maybe I just looked in the mirror and I got bored. So I was I was watching YouTube and I saw this one particular haircut, this style. I liked it. I've never done it before. And then me being me, I said, I could do that. I could do that. No, I could do that. Trying to encourage myself. So I went to the I went to actually go try it. It did not work out.
I
So
knew it.
I, I almost had it. It's just leveling everything up. So I had to settle for trimming a little bit. So but I will try
I
again.
knew it.
I,
I thought what was gonna happen is Ali going, I can do that. I can do that. 20 minutes later, I can't do that.
oh no. See, you don't understand. I still think I can. You know what? I still know that I can do that. It just takes trial and error. Yes, I have
Oh, okay.
hair, Habibi. But Sifullah, yes, I have hair. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, the only place where hair seems to grow abundantly is on the top of my head. So
Okay.
I have to give myself bi-weekly haircuts.
See, I'm glad you didn't go where I thought you were gonna originally go, but I'm thinking,
Don't go
like,
there.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I thought you were going to. That's so I was getting ready to
You know
cut you
what?
off.
Everybody that's for the viewers that are here, is it just me or does Fawad look different? I don't know if it's the camera or if it's the cool microphone. Maybe it's the haircut.
Combination of everything, man.
Maybe it is the haircut, actually.
No, I didn't get a haircut.
Nah. I don't believe you.
Telling you, dude, it's the freaking headset. It makes me look so goofy every time I look at myself. I'm like, damn. And then after,
is this?
well, if Brother Saifullah said it, then okay, yeah,
Yeah, khalas, that's it.
yeah, khalas.
Oh, you see, he looks the same but sounds different. It's the headset. Also, it's the microphone. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's the microphone.
You know what? Just to be petty and prove a point, let me get mine real quick because I need to look cool.
Are you in the car or are you at home?
Oh, you guys can't tell?
No, because originally it sounded like you were in the car. But now I'm noticing that you sounds like you're having like sounds like you're using your internal computer mic, and it's like you're at home.
How was Fawad supposed to prove he's the Will Fawad while his camera is on?
That's crazy.
Wait, are you the Will Fawad?
Huh?
Wait, are you the Will Fawad?
Say something that only the real Fawad would say.
Yeah.
I'll leave that for you guys to decide. That's a mystery, like the Trinity. You guys
know
are never
what?
Yeah, he's
only
Fawad.
find out if you have the Holy Spirit.
He's Fawad.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
he's the real one. Yeah, he's the real one. Yeah.
So what you're telling me is, Fawad,
I did wear glasses for a while, but man, they used to give me a headache. Like, you really have to get used to them. How long have you been using glasses, Ali?
I've had glasses since I was 7 years old.
Oh, and then you won't remember.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a condition that I have that genetic condition that I have from my mother. I've been wearing it since 7 years old.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Dija.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hi guys.
Sorry,
I'm a bit late to the party. I had so many things to do. How are we?
It's no worries.
Oh no, alhamdulillah. We're just talking about how you're here to take my job. Nothing big.
You told him, Fawad. Come on. No, we're just gonna we're gonna shove him. We're gonna just push him out gently. Damn it. No. Just how are you guys?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Do you guys hear the background? Because
what? Are you in a kitchen?
Like I said,
you're not Sam Shamoun. He's not Sam Shamoun. You don't do that one.
No. He's not.
Speaking of which, by the way,
he's not in his mother's kitchen, by the way. So you don't have to worry about
that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm in my wife's kitchen.
Fawad is giving.
Which, by the way, I just released a rebuttal video on Islam God Answers demolishing that clown because he doesn't know how to read. So go subscribe to Islam God Answers and watch the newest rebuttal to Sam Shamoun.
All right, Deandra, you're out of here. Who told you to plug in your channel?
Shameless plug.
Oh no, you just got cancelled, bro.
I can be cool
Alright,
too.
let's put out the link, inshallah, for our Christian brethren to join us and tell us why they are.
Oh, and by the way, okay, please tell me that nobody is actually looking forward to that fight tonight.
I don't know, man. I mean, even
I
like
didn't-
my younger
I didn't
brother
even
who
know
never
what fight
watches
we were talking about.
these boxing matches, even he asked me if I'm going to watch it. I said, heck no.
No, I mean,
I don't
First of
even
all,
watch boxing or UFC or any kind of fighting thing. The only thing I
Well-
watch is football, and that's in the World Cup and the Euros.
smart man.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love that you
Seriously,
call
though?
it football and not soccer. That's very reassuring for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm from Costa Rica, so any Latin American country that exists places value on football. So we don't
You know-
call it soccer.
Speaking of which, Sister DJ, how did Scotland do today?
Well, I'm actually in the part of the city where the stadium is. So when I open my windows, I can hear everything that's going on. You can hear them shouting, singing. It's crazy. It's
What
crazy.
happened? What happened over there?
So Scotland
it's
was
Scotland
go
game.
ahead, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're the football fans. Let me hear what you think.
Yeah, Scotland had a game today. I forgot who was. It was. I think was it Croatia they played.
I wasn't really paying attention, honestly.
I think it may have been. I was watching the Spain and Denmark game, so I really didn't pay attention to the Scotland
Oh
game.
man,
but
I should have watched those games. I'm gonna go back and watch
Yeah.
highlights now. Well, not now,
See,
but later.
Ali, see the thing about Scotland is right. Our more local team. So I'm quite a football fan. More honestly, more tennis than anything else. But football I can do. And it's Celtic. So you got the Celtic and Rangers. You got the football rivalry. You got the old.
All right, so
the
we got a
Protestants and the
tennis
Catholics.
fan on the panel, finally.
Oh.
Dang it.
All right.
come on now.
But yeah, fun. You should watch one of their games.
Who's your
Oh, so
favorite player
From where?
from anywhere?
Oh,
My
no,
favorite-
this matters to Fawad a lot. You don't understand.
Messi,
He's
go.
alone.
Okay, let's start with the all-time favorite.
all-time favorite. For me, I think it's. Are we talking modern or just back in the day?
No, all time.
Wow.
All-time. All-time.
All time.
You're a fan.
All time.
Ronaldinho. I'm sorry, Ronaldinho for me.
Ronaldinho. Who the hell is that?
Oh no, he meant tennis. Fawad meant
No, I
tennis.
meant tennis.
Oh,
Stupid
oh,
football.
tennis.
FedEx,
And by the way,
bro.
you know
Roger
what?
Federer. Roger Federer. Always Federer. Always
Yeah.
FedEx.
You know what?
Legend.
Sister
Oh,
DJ.
tennis. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no. Like,
For me,
you
what
cannot
happened?
be serious. Who's that? Who is it, Fawad? You cannot be serious.
No, so for me, it used to be Sampras and then
Ooh.
Federer, but now it's the other way around. It's Federer and then Sampras.
Oh, why
You know
so?
what?
I always loved Sampras. Like growing up, Sampras was, because of his personality, his style of play, because he was a servant volleyer, and just he had that aura about him. Just amazing player. But then Federer, for the last 20 years, been watching him. So
He's amazing. I had really, obviously with intense, I think for me, personality, it's got to be John McEnroe. He just has it. He's the only guy I know that can manifest on the court. I love it.
There's no way that guy you mentioned wasn't called light as a feather at school. There's no way someone didn't crack that joke.
Like as a Federer. I get it.
right,
You know-
somebody explain that to me.
So in the American government system, so there's this thing, American government system, they call it laissez-faire government system, or it's I think it's from a capitalism. Laissez-faire, it's what we call it basically.
That is
So-
not what I said.
You didn't say laissez-faire?
No, I don't know what the hell that even is. I said there's no
You know
way
what?
someone didn't say light as a feather in school, making fun of the last name.
Oh, light as a feather. I said laissez. I'm like, okay,
The
that makes
hell
no
is
sense. But
Liza,
okay.
whatever the hell you're on about?
It's
So are you
government.
Who is this Liza that
Federer
you speak
fan
of?
though? Are you a true
Ali?
Federer fan?
No, I don't even know. I don't even know about
I'm
tennis.
asking Fawad, are you a true Federer fan?
Me?
On the spot.
Oh yes. Heck
Okay,
yeah.
on the spot question.
Always supported
How many
Federer,
games has he
especially
won?
against Nadal.
Oh my gosh, yes. But how many games has Federer won versus what he's played? Go. Quick answer.
Oof, that
I know the
I
answer
won't
to it.
remember. I'm sorry. I'm a fan. I'm not a geek like Ali.
39,053 games.
Like
played.
Ali is crazy.
678. He's won 22,678 games out of 39,053.
Okay, I'm gonna fact check you.
You
I'll
know what?
check you.
Sister Deja,
so I hope I'm
I'm gonna ask my sister. I'm gonna
Somebody
ask my sister.
fact check that, please, and tell us in
no, for
the
real,
chat
because
if it's
my-
true.
Oh
my
my
sister
gosh.
actually played tennis, and she's just as big of a fanatic as the DJ is. So
Well, then we
I want-
need to
I
bring
want the
her on
fight.
stage and kick you out because we will have a lot more common with her. So-
Oh no, bro. See, here's the thing about my sister. Okay, my sister is the kind of person that it's like having another Fawad here. Let's just say that. And we all don't need another Fawad.
You've known me long enough, guys. So that's my answer. So if somebody's it's not supposed to be my answer because it's numbers. So
How do
I'm
you
saying
spell that
39,000
feather guy's name?
Listen to my answer, guys.
fact check it.
39,053 games played, of which he's won 23,000.
Wait, no, you gotta type that because we're gonna fact check that. Yeah.
Okay.
You're on
Yeah, how
Dots
do you
Connection.
spell that? How do you spell
Don't
that
go-
feathers game? I'm already fact checking it. How do you spell his name?
Roger.
FEDER.
Feather
And by the way,
head.
Sister Deja, you really just touched my heart when you said your favorite player is Ronaldinho, because he's actually my favorite player of all time too.
Who the hell is Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho.
I've heard that name somewhere.
Ronaldinho is the greatest player I've ever seen play. And I've seen Messi, I've seen Ronaldo, I've seen a lot of them, but to me, the greatest I've ever seen, Ronaldinho. Oh my god, that dude was poetry in motion. So yeah.
Yes. You know, like we're bros now. Is someone fact check this? I swear I'm not looking it up. Wallahi, I'm not. I want someone
It
to fact
says
check. 39,053. Okay. And his game.
Somebody pointed out I posted I pinned the wrong link. So it's good that Sister Fatima actually made sure.
how do you pin the wrong link?
It was the YouTube link because I meant to send it on the group, and that's what I copied and pasted here. All right. Okay. Now the link has been pinned. I was like, how come nobody is coming on? We got 40 odd people watching.
Let me just share.
All right, DJ, go ahead.
I'm just going to share the link, guys. Bear with me a sec.
You know what? One of these days, I'm actually gonna get rid of this hat. One of these days, because
you have a hat.
Yeah, that's why no one's really seen my head before because I wear a wear a special
that's
hat.
why people were always talking about you being bald because you have a hat on.
Yeah, because I wear a hat. Yeah, about every stream I wear a hat. That's why. People think I'm bald.
Is it full of secrets? Just wear a black beanie. Just to wear a black beanie, or it's there's the Ahmadiyya have the signature black beanie. So just make sure it's not black. Just keep the white one.
Ali has some pet lice under there, under the hat.
That's great.
I mean, nothing. You heard nothing. No, for real, because I remember buying about 3 of them, and I liked them so much. Now I have about 15 different colors in my of this same hat that I wear. That's why you guys see different colors, from gray to black to red to green. So that's a whole bunch of people haven't really seen my head.
Okay.
All right. In the meantime, while there are no Christians hopping on, I'm going to watch the match.
Oh, you did not. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Because I was gonna watch the fight too, but we have a stream to do.
Shoot, just give me access. I'll run the show while you guys watch the dumb fight.
No, you are not running the bro, you're not running the
All in
again.
due time, brother. All in due time. It's coming very soon. So.
I know.
No.
Inshallah.
No,
Inshallah.
it's
Inshallah.
not.
ta'ala. Inshallah.
Inshallah, but just not now.
Inshallah, but inshallah soon.
Okay, yeah. Lots.
Yeah.
I see Ahmed, but Ahmed in the back. Akhi, right now we're only letting non-Muslims on or Christians on. At the end, because right now we want, there's already four of us here. We want to keep it. We want to keep it more of a one-on-one conversation. So, mashallah, akhi, I think it's Muslim. Yeah. So yeah, well, at the end, if there's no Christians to come up, then we'll say that we'll allow Muslims to come up. But right now, we just want non-Muslims or Christians to come on. Okay, barakallahu feek. Wa alaikum salam. But real quick, I do have to ask. This is the fanboy in me. DJ, what made you fall in love with Ronaldinho? Like, why? How?
Oh,
What-
sorry. I was sharing the link. It was my phone.
Oh,
was
okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. No
yeah.
problem, no problem.
So what? Sorry, what were you saying? What were you saying?
Why Ronaldinho? What made you fall in love with him exactly?
Well, obviously I think between his obviously his dribbling, overhead kicks, his feints, like you can't beat it. Like he scored like 69 goals in La Liga in his entire
Damn.
career.
Mm.
The guy's amazing. Yeah. The guy's amazing.
Okay, but
he's
what team does he
got
play
two-
for nationally?
Well, he got two FIFA
He's
World
Brazilian.
Cups, didn't he? La Liga titles, UEFA Champions Trophy with Barcelona, and two FIFA World Year Awards.
Exact. Oh my
Oof.
gosh. You know what?
You putting in
no,
work.
Honestly, well, stats don't say, because when you look at his stats, you compare it to someone like Neymar, Messi, Ronaldo, of course, because the stats they have
Messi
more
goat.
stats. When you
Messi
actually
goat.
have to watch Ronaldinho play, because I remember Ronaldinho is the only person I've ever seen in El Clasico. Real Madrid fans are clapping for him.
Why the hell
are
are you
giving him a
saying it
standing
like a
ovation.
white person? El Clasico. Can you say it correctly, please?
How about this? El Clasico.
That's even worse.
There we
Somehow
go.
that's even worse.
I did my job. So, and
Your job was to sound like a gringo?
yes,
Ándale,
actually,
pues.
yes. No. So, yeah, in a Clasico, literally, the Real Madrid fans are giving him a standing ovation, and that's how magical he was. He's the only guy I've ever seen give an assist with his back. Like when they say a back pass, he literally
That's
passed.
crazy.
He literally passed the ball with his back. How do you do?
Yes,
So no,
that was awesome. That was awesome. Did you
oh,
see
my,
did you see the two it was between, I think it was the 99, no, sorry, about 2000, 2001, and it was up to 2003, the Paris Saint-Germain. That was like 55 games.
ooh, that one,
Bro.
yeah.
That
I
was,
think I know.
that,
I think I know. Mhm.
that was wonderful. Sorry, like that is my little secret, guys. I'm a massive football fan.
And at the end, okay, just one last one. Remember the
No.
2009 Champions League game against
On that
Chelsea?
note, we cannot be friends anymore, Sister DJ.
No, but
Oh, no.
You're out of
I
the
will
cool
hear.
club.
More of a
The
tennis
moment
team.
you admit here on the panel on Dots Connected to Islam that you like football
No,
more than you like tennis,
Absolutely
that's it.
not.
You're
No,
out of the
no,
cool club.
no. Tennis.
I mean,
Sorry, Ali. No, tennis is a goat. Tennis will always win. Sorry,
what?
tennis will always
Football
win.
is the greatest soccer. It's, you guys don't understand. Football is the
I'm
greatest sport in the world
British.
for a reason.
British. It's our sport, isn't it? Wimbledon, it's gentleman's sport.
Is
We
it?
own that.
Is it because you guys haven't won the World Cup since 1966? Is that
That's
it?
great.
Wait, can we
1966.
drop him? Can we just drop him, please? Drop
Oh,
him.
Yeah, come on, man. That's mad disrespectful.
2
Bro. Come on,
minutes
man.
in the naughty corner. Go, drop him. 2
and by
minutes
the way,
in the naughty.
DJ, to add salt on the wounds, guess what country is my favorite country?
What?
I'm a Germany fan.
Okay, that just makes it worse. Why is he still here? Come on, why is he still here? Yes.
I don't know who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh, you. Stay down in the corner and think about what you've done.
Yeah, exactly. Sit in the corner. You've been punished.
And the funny thing
You're
is,
going in timeout.
I actually
Good.
do watch some. I actually do watch some tennis myself. I'm not too familiar
I
with it,
don't.
but I know guys. Even when I watch the female circuit, I know. I used to watch Kim Clijsters with my sister. I used to watch Nadal and Federer because the first guy I was actually introduced to was Nadal because he was the young hot shot coming out. But then one thing I would notice he'd be getting beat by this one guy named Federer. I'm like, this he has a funny name. And then my sister and my dad will tell me he's awesome. And then you got Djokovic, you got that dude from Japan, Kai Nishikori.
Djokovic? He's either
He's
Croatian or Serbian, guaranteed.
Serbian.
Knew it.
Good call. So apparently, Dija and Fawad, people are saying that Djokovic is actually better than Federer and Nadal right now. Like Federer and
I mean,
I
Federer
think
retired.
anymore. Look at
Federer
that
retired.
guy.
He was like, I don't know how, 7 years or was it 5 years older than both Djokovic and Nadal. You know,
Mhm.
But the only person that could actually give Djokovic a run for his money was Federer.
Who beat who more? Because by the way, my sister, her favorite is
Stats,
Djokovic. By the way.
Djokovic beat Federer more. But you see,
Oh,
it's a lot more than stats because Federer. I mean, this would get a little bit too technical for you, Ali, but probably
whoa,
DJ would know what I'm talking about.
whoa.
He had been in transition of changing his racket for the past few years. Well, right before he retired, because of Nadal. Because Nadal caused him a lot of problems in his career because he was a lefty, right?
Oh,
And
okay.
because of the amount of topspin that he used to put on the ball, it used to bounce towards his backhand, right?
Mhm.
And that's what gave him a lot of trouble throughout his career. So for that, his coach actually had him change his racket. Now, getting used to a bigger racket with a bigger frame, it takes a little bit of time, right?
Oh no, that
So
one
that
I definitely
affected,
understand. I definitely
yeah.
understand because one of the things that with me with my football career, one of the things that I've I've never really understood till I gotten older is how coaches seem to be they'll take interest in my particular abilities. Come to figure out, one of the main reasons is because I was left footed. I'm left footed, and I was always wondering what's the problem with being left footed. And then somebody told me because almost no one is left. No one, most 90% of the people in this country are right footed. So you barely ever see someone who's a lefty. And that does a lot for you, especially when you're defending someone who's left footed, because if you're right footed, you want to go a certain way. It takes you longer to open your body up to go a certain way. So as far as matchup, as far as how to your your um your positioning, it changes everything when you know you're defending someone who majority of people are not, which is left-handed and left-footed people. So I definitely understand that part.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, I'm over here thinking that when you say lefty, you mean liberal.
Nah, I mean I mean left-footed. So yeah, I get that.
Oh, okay.
But
So
I like go ahead.
sorry. Now I was just gonna say, and a couple of their matches that I can recall between Djokovic and Federer, they got so close, because mentally I think Djokovic was stronger, and because at least two or three matches I remember. One was Wimbledon, and the other was either U.S. Open or no, I think it was U.S. Open. Yeah, where because there are four Grand Slams, right? The U.S. Open, Australian Open, French Open, Wimbledon.
Okay.
Those are like the prestigious tournaments, right?
Mhm.
Now, two or three of them I remember where Federer got a match point where he could have closed it out. All he needed was just 1 point, and he still lost the match. And I think on both of them, it was his serve because when you're serving, you have the advantage,
Yeah.
right? So, and I think it had to do more with the mental
Mental aspect.
aspect.
It
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
One of the things that for me I can't necessarily do if I'm gonna watch tennis, which my sister convinced me that some tennis matches are actually pretty cool. Some of them. But unfortunately, the one thing if I'm gonna watch it, I have to put it on mute because of the sound that they make. I can't do it. So if I'm gonna watch a tennis match, I
Yeah,
put it on
definitely
mute.
don't watch any of Sharapova's matches. And what was that other one?
Maria
Azarenka.
Sharapova,
Azarenka. Oh my
Victoria
God.
Azarenka, yeah, though they were the worst. They were the
And you know
worst.
who started this? Back in the day, it was Monica Seles. She actually started that. Remember Monica Seles, the one that got stabbed in the back by this German fan, because she was playing Steffi Graf, and Steffi Graf was on her
German.
peak. And she was actually, yeah, she was losing that match, right?
Uh-huh.
So there comes this new girl, you know, and she was losing. So this one German fan from the back came with a knife and stabbed her.
Wow.
Yeah, there was live during a match. Sheldon, why don't you step on stage and we can have a friendly dialogue?
In this fruitless quarrel, who says we're quarreling?
What?
Quarrel. It's
Okay,
like an
why
argument.
you target Christianity? Can you not spread your faith without it? When the
Bruv, what are you on about?
we
Yeah.
want you to come to the truth, Sheldon. Don't you want us to be evangelized? I asked you the other day on, was it on Hamdastan or was it on Dao I stream, to evangelize me? Please come attack Islam. We want you to attack Islam. Please come.
You know what, Fuad? One of my favorite things I love about Hamza is his Father Brown accent when he reads the Bible. So in the back of my head, I don't know. Maybe I was gonna ask you to do something like that. Every time it just loses me when he does that.
Yep.
I mean, and by the
What's going on,
way,
man? 52 people watching, not a single Christian. I don't believe that. Like, for sure, there are Christians watching. Is it Sister DJ? Is it Ali's hat? Is it my new microphone?
it's the
What's
microphone.
going on?
It's the
Is
microphone.
it DeAndre? Like, what is
Just
scaring
being
them
there.
off?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Sorry, guys, just bear with me. I'm just sharing it on all platforms, so that's why I was concentrating. Apologies.
Yeah,
Uh,
no problem.
yeah, all other places.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother Hassan. Welcome.
Sheldon, stop being a keyboard warrior, bro. If you've been here too many times for this, bro. Anything you want to say, just come up and say it. I'll just leave it at that.
They got
You know
an
what?
Indian boxer? What the heck?
An Indian concert. What?
No, boxer.
I mean, pretty sure there's an Indian boxer somewhere.
So it's a Brazilian guy fighting an Indian boxer at the moment. Indian
minute.
guy's name is Goyat, and the other is Nunes from Brazil.
You know, I think there's a Kazakh boxer that's been very, very famous. His name. You ever heard of Triple G? His
No.
name is Gennady Golovkin.
Never heard of him.
Oh no, yeah. I don't know too much. I don't really watch boxing that much these days, but people like Canelo Alvarez, people like Triple G. You have Amir Khan. He's pretty good too. Who else do you have? Yeah, of course you have Tyson Fury.
Amir Khan was good.
Besides,
I don't know
watch
what
much
happened to him. All of a sudden, he just sort of because like
You saw who?
Amir Khan, right? Or
Yeah,
what was
Amir
his name? The guy from UK, right?
Amir Khan. He's in the UK.
Yeah, he represented the UK. He was originally from Pakistan, but I don't know.
Makes sense.
I think he represented the UK.
I remember there was a boxer that was dodging him. I forgot who it was. It wasn't Mayweather. There was somebody that everyone was telling him, "Oh no, fight Amir
Mayweather
Khan, fight Amir Khan."
dodging Amir Khan. Ooh.
I don't know if it was Mayweather, but some boxer was. It was years ago, by the way. Some boxer was. Everyone has been telling, hey, if you say you're looking for an opponent, go for Amir Khan. You know, he
Mhm.
and he's like, nah, I'm good. So yeah, but I remember
By
my
the way,
favorite
any
Bible.
of the Christians, my apology, Akhi, just
Go go go
a
go 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 go.
so any of the Christians, if they want, they can actually request to talk one on one with either one of us. Okay, and we don't mind. The rest of the panelists will be quiet.
Wait
Uh,
wait.
Brother Hassan, could you please join a bit later? Because at the moment we're allowing only Christians to hop on. Inshallah, later on we'll open up the link for Muslims
Muslims.
to join. All
Mhm.
right, Akhi?
Wait.
Jazakallah.
That's me. So,
I,
guys, the way to get the algorithm, everyone has to actually keep liking the live. So that's the second
Oh
thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
please
they're not
do.
liking, guys. Tap as hard as you
one
can.
guys.
It'll make a difference.
Oh, nice. You know what? I call crap on this because how many times has he been up here and we actually get to talking about? Don't we typically talk about Paul?
Well, there you go.
What
So
do
now we got
what is
Sister DJ. She can, yeah. I think
Oh,
yeah? I
right
mean,
around her alley.
personal. And you know what? How about this, Sheldon?
I'd love that. Well, why don't I tell you what I found earlier and see what you guys think? I was talking to you about it, wasn't it? But what do you think? Maybe it's something you guys can clip as well because I need content for my own stream
Inshallah.
now. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So you remember you guys did the stream on the Songs of Solomon 5 and sort of part of 6. And you guys know my thing for linguistics, language, literature, that kind of thing. So if you able to put it on the screen, this will be a little moment until we get someone up. Could we yep. So if we could bring up do you want me to do what I found in 5? It was just it's very small things, guys. It's not going to take long. It's very
Sure,
simple.
absolutely.
Yeah. So what I found is just a little bit of nuggets. So we go to Song of Solomon 5, verse 9.
Okay. You want me to open a Bible Hub, right?
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
can look at the interlinear
Yeah, yeah. NIV, anyone. It's fine.
Bible Hub. Okay. You said verse 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Six, 7, 8, 9. There you go. Okay. Present share screen. Okay. There we go.
Maybe just increase it a little bit. Yeah.
Just
So
one.
we just go to the main verse. We don't really need the text analysis. It's more of a kind of a round thing, just a little bit of I guess a little bit of a parallel.
Okay. You want me to go to the parallel or what do you
Just
want?
the NIV, just so that people can see the verse first.
Okay. There you go. So let me zoom in.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
So as you can see, guys, if anyone knows, it's about this recognition of asking, them asking, why is your beloved more than another beloved? Oh, thou fairest among women, why is your beloved more than another beloved? That you so charge us. So what is beautiful about this is the entire sort of premise here is that we're talking about Jesus, supposedly. So what I'm seeing in this parallel just from this one is that as far as Christians go, well, first of all, we have to accept that supposedly this is God speaking, right? Because it's prophetic in nature. So the Christians, themselves don't make any distinction, right? So they say that Jesus is the greatest of all. Okay, so unfortunately, they have a distinction within, their beloveds, their prophets. But the Quran, okay, and we also think of the last sermon. If we accept that God is speaking here, I'm saying that this is almost rhetorical. It's asking that in the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in his last sermon, he said that no Muslim is different, no Arab is different from a white man. But what is beautiful here is that it's almost as if Allah is telling us that we make no distinctions in the prophets. We accept the books as they are. So how is your beloved more than others? I feel like it might be rhetorical, saying that no prophet is greater than another. Does that make sense? I'm looking at the KJV. Yeah.
Yeah. The way I look, I don't know if you actually caught up on the entire stream. The way I look at it, it's the way to be able to distinguish him among other prophets, because from Muslim perspective, we're making the claim that it's talking about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So how would you distinguish him, right? So, like the example that I give, I don't know if it was on that stream or was it on part 2 that I mentioned, that imagine looking for somebody, right? So if you have never seen somebody and I'm asking, hey, can you help me find this person? So what are things that you will ask me? You will ask me the physical description, possibly a name, and a geographic location. When was he last seen? Where could that person have been headed, right?
I
So,
know
and
that is the interpretation. Just know that I accept that is it. But I was saying, I was just reflecting on it, and it's saying, why is your beloved more than our beloved? And why is your beloved more than another? So it's like, it's that sort of like the beloved. If it's any of the prophets, it's almost, there's no distinction between them, which is what reflects the Islamic paradigm, that we don't see any distinction in the prophets. We accept them all. But in the Christian paradigm, that's not the case. Makes
True.
sense, like distinction. That's just what I saw. It was a little bit of a reflection, just a little bit of a nugget. I thought, maybe this is, if you were like, for example, it isn't, but let's pretend for a moment it's rhetorical, like no prophet is greater than another kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this one you're going to like, if you could go to Songs of Solomon 6, verse 2.
Okay.
Start with 2 and 3.
All right. So, verse 2. Okay. Right here. Let me scroll down, zoom in a little bit. Right there. So my beloved has gone down to his garden, to the beds of spices. All actually, they're supposed to be balsam in some translations. To browse in the gardens and to gather lilies.
Beautiful. So, and to gather lilies here, we can also look at, to one, for example, and what is this lilies representing? So it's obviously something beautiful, something, well, we'll just say beautiful to sum it up. So if you look at the, like, for example, Matthew chapter 6, verse 28 and 29, it also, what Jesus is referring to in that verse is the fact that lilies grow obviously effortlessly, but they are not eternal. Okay. So if this is saying that the browsing in the garden to gather lilies, right? So who are these lilies? So are the lilies beautiful people? So if that's the case, is that the disciples? If it's Jesus' sheep, who were the select few that he made everything known and clear to? As we know, the disciples. He spoke in parables. So why then does the parables exist, first of all? Who are the lilies among the people? Because these people were obviously trying to unalive him. So who are the lilies? Who is it he's gathering? Is it the good people among the bad? Or is this, you've got to think of it like this parallel, that the lilies, if Jesus did not want the Gentiles to get the message and this was what was happening, then the lilies have to be more specific. Is it talking about the disciples? Does that make sense? Is it talking about them or his sheep or the select few? So who are the lilies within the gardens?
Yeah, absolutely.
If we compare it to Matthew 6, 28, 29, it will make sense what I'm saying.
Okay. So Matthew 6, you want me to bring that up on screen?
Yeah, 28,
Okay.
29. Yeah.
All right. So give me 1 second. Stop screen. Share. Okay. There you go.
You can read that?
There. You want me to zoom in further?
No, it's
Okay. All right. So it says, and why do you worry about clothes? See how the flowers of the field grow. They do not labor on or spin. Yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these.
So basically, the interpretations that we have, that Jesus was talking about the transient nature of life. And it's basically saying that lilies grow effortlessly, but they're not eternal. So if you think about it, the issue is that obviously the Trinity and the eternality of Jesus, the everlasting kingdom. So the beloved here is compared to the lily, obviously in beauty. But then Jesus came and his message was eventually kind of going beyond. But importantly, Jesus was among a wicked and adulterous generation here. So essentially, if he's saying that these lilies are not eternal, so how does that work with this eternal life and the eternality of Jesus. If he is the prophet here, this is something that isn't eternal, according to Matthew, if you parallel with that, because the transient nature of life is something that is effortless, but it isn't eternal. Does that make sense?
Yep, does.
What do you
Sure.
think of that? What do you think? It's just passing thoughts. You know me, I just share my passing thoughts sometimes.
It does make sense. Like to me, honestly, it never made sense it to be about Jesus, because there's absolutely nothing in the entire song that you can actually parallel to Jesus. Because I see a clear physical description, a geographic location being mentioned over there, the beds of balsam being Mecca, um, the the name over there, the puns, right?
Mhm.
Because it's not just his name. It also, where it actually says that his is it referring to his eyes, or I think it's referring to his hair, it being very black. And the word over there in Hebrew, it's like a
His
thora.
hair. His
Yeah,
Mhm.
hair.
hair.
Yes.
So
And
it's
bushy as well. That bushy, I heard that part, and I was like, well, yeah, that was really, really
it,
key. I
it
think that's
sounds
verse
like an
6, right?
Arab, right? The
Yeah.
Arab. So
Yes.
yeah,
So the translation of that verse is hair as black as a raven, but that word that means raven can also be translated to Arab. So
yeah,
Uh,
exactly. So so all of these like small puns over there, and as I said, it's clearly a distinguished person that is unlike any other prophet, meaning it cannot be an Israeli prophet, right? Because now they have to go and fetch him, they have to go look for him, instead of them waiting for the prophet to come to them. Now they have to go to another place, because as Jesus says, I sort of connect this with the parable of tenants, where Jesus says that the kingdom of God will be taken away from them. So he's referring to the Jews, right? So the kingdom of God has been taken away from them. They've been replaced by these new tenants, right? I.e., the Gentile nations. In this case, it would be the Arabs. And God, the promise that He made to Abraham, right? That He will make Ishmael's descendants to be a fruitful nation, right? A blessed nation. So that was never fulfilled, because how do you bless a nation? By sending them guidance, by sending them light, revelation, prophets, right? And no other prophets were sent among
and that
the Arabs
and
after Ishmael, I think, or at least not any major prophets, that would be given any revelations. Like no Rasul were sent. Maybe, a Nabi was
Nabi.
sent. Yeah, but not a Rasul, because a Rasul is a law-bearing prophet. The status of a Rasul is a lot higher than a Nabi. So many Nabis came among Israel. What happened to the other son? You know,
That was,
um,
I like that
And
part. I think the self-interest as well, when I was, going from 5 really, and from kind of 1 up to kind of 6, and it's like that self-interest. I thought that was quite interesting.
yeah,
That yeah, that they turned, of course, they opened, but of course by that time it was not there, because by the time they want the revelation, they've already, got out of it, and it's of course self-serving. I thought that was a brilliant
yeah.
point. Yeah.
Because they
you know
took the prophets for granted, right? So every single and then eventually just and they thought that they could be so vain, just offering sacrifices, and that's represented in the first half of the what call it, the song, right? Where
Mhm.
it's like talking about wine,
The myrrh.
honey, myrrh,
Yeah.
etc. Right? So all things of value, but it's like but that's not what God wants from you. It's like Isaiah 1, he says, it's not your sacrifice. I don't need your sacrifice. He says this again and again in Psalm and Isaiah, all over. I don't need your sacrifice. I don't need your burnt offerings. It's your righteousness, you know?
That's what I like to point out, which is why, when we talk about, of course, Jesus being the sacrificial lamb or the ultimate sacrifice, and I would just point them to Leviticus 1:1 and Jeremiah 7. Got a bit of an issue there, don't you? Because Leviticus 1:1 is giving the instructions of how to do the offerings, and we know the order of Leviticus. and Jeremiah. But Jeremiah 7 clearly says, when I took your fathers out of the land of Egypt, I did not command nor speak to them regarding this. So it's these offerings, you know. So is he changing his mind? Is he sometimes wants it, sometimes doesn't want it, if it's always been required? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, like I just think of it from a very I mean, I understand with progressive revelation and God does everything, you know, in His due time. But just I'm thinking about it. Okay, so that sin happened. Why didn't Jesus? I mean, why didn't God send Jesus like right after Adam? Like, why wait for so long? It's just send it right there to fix the issue right there, the
I
get
think
go.
it's not it's not even Adam, even because what I'm trying to understand is the story of Noah. Apparently, Christians believe that it was a worldwide flood, right? Why not set Jesus there after the flood, where you now they have Noah's people that have to repopulate the earth? Why not start from a clean slate? Hey, mankind was corrupt, through the original sin. Why wasn't the flood the punishment for the original sin? Because man is corrupted. So man is corrupted. Now they're now gone. It's just Noah and his righteous followers, which the Bible did say Noah is righteous. So now you have righteous followers coming out. So you're literally at a clean slate. Why not send Jesus at that time and say, "Hey guys, don't mess it up again. Hey, this is what we need to do." And even so, there's two questions to ask. Like, why wasn't the flood the payment? And two, why not send Jesus at that point in time if he was going to send him regardless? Why not? Why say, you know what? No, 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 no. I'm going to come thousands of years later at
Yeah,
a random time.
absolutely.
It doesn't. There's a lot of holes that don't really fit. And you know what? I know this is not necessarily related to the Song of Solomon conversation, but one of the things that and there's Christians in the chat, and they're already being keyboard warriors. So Christians, listen, you can't. I'm gonna start making a claim, and I want you to want that claim to be challenged. If you can challenge it, there's a claim here that Christians say that yes, they say Jesus is the Messiah. At the same time, they say that the Messiah was prophesied to be Jesus to die for the sins of man in the Old Testament. And the third claim is that the Messiah was supposed to be God in the flesh. There's three claims here, right? I even though I do believe Jesus is the Messiah, I want to challenge the next two claims because even from the biblical sources itself, one, I'm claiming right now, and I'll use evidence if anybody comes up. The Jews, even in the Bible, the Jewish understanding of the Messiah is not to die for the sins of man. And the Jewish understanding of who the Messiah is supposed to be, is not God in human flesh. In the actual New Testament, Old and New Testament itself. But even during the time of Jesus, the Jews at that time of Jesus did not think so. From Jesus' disciples to even the Jews around him. So Christians have no bearing to say that the Messiah was always prophesied to die because the Bible itself refutes you. Yes, you have the words of Paul, but when you actually look at the story of Jesus's timeline of when he was actually supposed to be alive in the Gospels, that's not the case. It's only when you rely on someone that came after, who never met him, was not an eyewitness, was a self-appointed apostle who fell off his horse, had a vision, pretty reliable, right? That's where the bearing of your theology comes from, not when you actually read the text itself. Which and on top of that, I do think if Paul actually read the Gospels, he would hate it, especially the Gospel of John. But that's another topic. So that's the claim, and that's the claim I want challenged. So anybody who's a Christian, come up and have a conversation, because that is something that I don't. I want Christians to understand that you have no bearing to make that claim at all, especially when you look at your own scriptures.
Yeah, I think he would not like Gospel of Matthew, where it's talking good about the law, because Matthew is supposed to be targeted at the
Jews.
Jews. Yeah,
You know, it targeted towards the Jews in the Greek language.
yeah. But yeah, we for sure we have a lot of Christians in the chat, just
You know what? I
yapping
think
their way. Yeah. Why?
let me
Yeah. Why,
challenge
why
that.
don't you step on stage? Like we can discuss. But
You know,
if you want to sit in
Yeah.
the
let me challenge that for a second. Actually, you think which one do you think Paul? Which out of the four gospels do you think Paul will have the most problems with? Because I personally think he'd have
Matt,
the biggest issue with the Gospel of John.
I think it would be Matthew.
Really?
Because,
Why?
yeah, because of the law, the way it talks about the law. I don't think he would have a lot of problem with the Gospel of John because the theology is very similar, contrary to what people think. I think the Pauline theology is very similar to
Yeah, the
Here's
Hellenistic
something
concept is there.
interesting.
not just that is the logos theology and the Gnosticism that I see, because I always tell people that I believe that Paul it was a Gnostic. So, and I can back it up. Anybody that wants to come on stage, they want to challenge that position, I can prove. And scholars say the same thing. So theologically, they're very similar.
Here's
Spiritual
something.
the spiritual body being good, the physical body being bad.
Yeah.
You know,
First creation and stuff like the new creation.
yeah, the new creation, Jesus being the new Adam, etc., etc.
Hmm.
Yeah, a lot of points in there that we can
Here's
talk about.
something interesting that I found actually. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead,
something
Banter.
interesting that I found actually is that in Ignatius of Antioch's letters, he actually reveres Paul a lot. And Paul actually espouses certain things that are subordinationism, like in 1 Corinthians 11:3 and 15:24-28. And Ignatius of Antioch himself is actually subordinationist. It was something really interesting that I found because he reveres Paul a lot, but he shares a lot of theology. Well, he shares theology about subordinationism, and he talks about the spiritual body and the physical body. He makes those distinctions as well. So it's something really interesting that he reveres Paul and he shares a bit about what Paul basically what Paul taught, especially subordinationism, and I can prove that with quotes from him from his epistles as well. It's an interesting thing that I discovered.
Mm.
Okay, so
you know what? Just to be
establish
do
that
you want
Hendrik wants to be a keyboard
keyboard
warrior.
warrior?
Yeah.
You know, Sister DJ, I'm in the mood for some chaos. So do you want to start talking about some?
But I think she said that she had to get a call, take a
Oh, okay,
call.
she had a call. Never mind.
Yeah.
Because there's this one thing that she would do that I've I started doing the same thing too. Whenever a Christian would come and make some arguments about that, so I would ask if she's in the mood for that.
Yeah, so one of the things that they don't understand when they say that Isaiah 53 is messianic, yes, but what do the Jews mean by it? It's talking about the end time,
Exactly.
not 2,000 years ago.
Like, okay, Christians do
Yeah.
not understand when when a verse or passage is messianic, it's not talking about the who, it's talking about the when. Meaning the Jews did not necessarily focus on who the Messiah to come would be. That was not where their main interest was. Their main focus when a passage is messianic, it's referring to the messianic age, meaning during the time of the Messiah, this will happen. During the time of the Messiah, that will happen. During the time of the Messiah to come, this will happen. And one of the biggest ways to know that is that nowhere in the Old Testament is the word ha Mashiach spoken or written. There's no such thing in the Old Testament as the Messiah at all. So it's not about the person, but apparently when you read it from the New Testament backwards, now all of a sudden it's got to be about Jesus.
Yeah,
But of course,
absolutely.
You know what? Can we just keep DeAndre in the back for a little bit? Because I'm still a little iffy with him with that comment he made. Let's let's get him over.
DeAndre.
Thanks for coming as a guest, DeAndre. What can we help you with? Hello, Mr. Guest. Are you here? See, even he's staying quiet. You know what? Personally, just know that I'm blaming you for this.
What can I say, man? What can I say?
You know, I think Mr. Doctor recommended that in the meantime, let's actually respond to a Christian video as far as why they think Christianity is true. So,
what about the debate today? Did any of you
Debate?
watch it? I watched a couple of minutes of between Khalil Andani and Scam. Shame on me.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
no. All right, well, I missed that. I didn't even know there was gonna be a debate today.
Mhm.
Is it finished or is it still going on?
No, it was earlier.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, let's watch in the meantime.
That would be
Okay.
a good review.
So I'll say this, Kendrick, if you're going to continue making claims, we don't mind you being here. But one thing to know, the rules on Dots Connected on our streams is this: when you come here, you either click on the stream, click on the link, and come and join the discussion, or you enjoy the stream. You do not make claims and comments that, especially claims and comments that you cannot substantiate. And if you can substantiate it, then click on the link. The next time we see another claim you make, then we are not going to accept you being here, because again, we do not allow keyboard warriors, because that is that is an insincere way of showing us that you're a coward. We don't do that here. If you want to come defend your faith, actually come and defend your faith. If you can't, then stay quiet. It's that simple.
So yeah, we should probably in the meantime then, if nobody's coming up, because and by the way, Sister DJ is gone, so now you guys can hop on. We'll do a quick debate review. How long was that debate though? Let's check it out. Yeah, Mike. Nice try.
No.
And yeah, I forgot to ban him. This time he's banned. Okay. Yeah. Blasphemers, wafflers, they're not welcome on Dots Connected to Islam. They can go elsewhere, but not here. We do not tolerate. And no, we are not going to allow you to talk over here if you're just going to waffle away and waste our time and not answer straightforward questions. What channel was this on, guys?
What are you what are you referring to, guys? Can you guys hear me?
That with Dr. Khalil Andani.
Oh yeah, that debate. I was kind of watching bits and pieces of it.
Was it on PBD?
No,
it was on Capture.
Not PBD.
Capturing Christianity.
It was on Capturing Christianity. Yeah.
Ew. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay, sure.
He said, "Ew."
No, oops, sorry. No, Elias, brother. It was Mike, the nincompoop.
Wait, what was the topic of the debate?
The same Islamic dilemma.
I
don't know. I don't think I want to review that. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't.
Bro,
know.
I am so fed up. But you know, how about this? I'll look for a video where it's actually conducive to the topic as far as why a Christian thinks the Bible is true.
If there's anything else you guys can suggest, something preferably new, a topic that we haven't really dealt with here on Dots Connected to Islam, you know, hopefully it's not the usual Aisha argument, slavery or jihad. in Islam.
You know what? Mods.
Jihad.
And on top of that, mods, if Kendrick makes another claim that he himself cannot substantiate and he's not going to click onto the stream, then send him to Blockistan. Mods, please do that. Because I already warned him once about being a keyboard warrior. If you still insist, then by all means, do what you guys have to do.
By the way, just you guys, I think it was Sister Khadija, right? Or no, Fuad, who mentioned about it non-Israelite prophet. There's something I'll actually want to cover in as well, inshallah, about the prophecy in Deuteronomy 18. I think that if I've actually been doing a bit of research, I think you can make a compelling case. In light of other prophecies which we have presented, the prophecy of Deuteronomy 18:18 is a very good one. And I find that all the objections made by the proponents of the view that it's not about, or that it fits another person better than the Prophet ﷺ, I think those objections are like untenable and they don't work.
You know what? Fawad, there's a video proving Christianity is the only true religion in 23 minutes. You down for that?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share.
It's ought to be fun. Let me send you the link. I'm gonna send you guys the link.
Okay.
And since I don't want my laptop to act uppity this time again, I'm gonna send it to you. I remember watching one of these guys' videos, and it was a long time ago, but I remember him. Yeah. Let's just say he makes some claims. Come on. There we go.
This is actually surprising. 56 people watching, and not a single person has the courage, single Christian has the courage to step on stage and defend their religion. So apparently, they cannot prove it wrong. There is actually no intellectual reason to be a Christian. So
yeah, there is no
like Sheldon said,
beyond the fact that we don't have the Holy Spirit, I think that's
what's going on with your internet, Ali?
What else? Okay.
Don't you dare say
it's my laptop. Okay.
Yo, your internet is hell.
It's not my internet. It's my laptop.
How the hell is your laptop delayed like 10 seconds? How the hell does that work?
And by the way, he is an
twice.
IT guy, specialized in hardware. Okay, so
and he has the crappiest laptop on the market. That's wild.
Should we open up a buy me a coffee for you, Ali, so we can buy you a new laptop?
No, it's oh yeah, I sent the link, by the way. No, it's just this. I have a work laptop, desktop, and then my personal one. So I'm just using my personal one right now. So the one I just do some stuff.
Don't.
Just like something.
Well, don't use that one if it's so bad.
It's not bad. You're bad.
Oh, wow, good comeback.
Yeah, Fuad, do you see the link?
Yes.
All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, Fuad. So it's just you and I to react to this video that I'm pretty sure is gonna have.
Isn't it better this way?
Yeah, you're right.
It could be a little bit better. I mean, much better. I kicked him out. All right, inshallah. So let him come back, inshallah, and we'll play video.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So 53 people watching at the moment, and nobody wants to hop on. That's sad. Okay, so Christians have given up. They can't win
Christians
the
have
battle.
conceded the topic. There is no
Yeah.
intellectual reason to be Christian.
Well, I mean, Sheldon did, so
He conceded that?
yeah, of course.
There's
Didn't,
no
didn't didn't he
way.
say that several times when
Oh, that's right.
he
He
spoke
did.
to him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no.
Then
Because
why does there have to be an intellectual reason? So there you go.
yeah, no, that's very true. He said that he cannot prove Christianity objectively as the true religion. So
No.
he just comes up to discuss nonsense, basically.
Yeah. So how many of you caught up on the Dawai stream yesterday, the poop stream?
No, I didn't watch
The
it.
poopy stream.
Who was on there
Yeah,
as a guest?
I saw that part, and yeah, luckily I wasn't eating, but yeah, I saw that part. That part kind of well, I'm not surprised because I do know there are some people. I've seen worse people in worse subsects in the Hindu faith that do worse things pertaining to stuff like cannibalism and other things, bestiality and stuff like that. So, nothing that surprises me.
Yeah, that I mean, yeah, sister, that was horrifying. I mean, where you have to sit and convince people not to eat poop. Like
The person was trying to say why it's healthy for you actually.
SubhanAllah. I mean, Alhamdulillah for Islam.
Alhamdulillah. That actually reminds me. So I was doing a presentation on on God, concept of God in the Bible, Quran, and I quoted a passage in Ezekiel chapter 4, where basically God commands his prophet to eat cow poop, and it was funny because I quoted an article basically saying that cow manure is like not safe to eat, because I was like, just to cover all bases here. Obviously, we know cow manure is not safe to eat, but if someone comes up and says it's safe to eat, I have a PubMed article that is kind of that's saying it's not safe to eat. Just in case someone comes up with a defense, it's like, by the way, cow poop is actually very safe to eat and contains medicinal properties. It can cure your glaucoma. It's like, no.
I like how I forgot who it was. Was it Hashim who said if it's waste? If the cow's stomach can't even process it, what makes you think you can?
Yeah. Like I told them, I said, look, like it's, and they also justify, by the way, drinking your own urine and stuff like that. I said, like, nature is telling you, it's excreting it out, and you're forcing it back.
Like, dude, what did you not just? Anyways, you guys ready for the video?
This is Ali. I mean, you might actually know a little bit more about this, but I have found this. Sister DJ is back. This common theme in most polytheistic religions and pagan religions, where they have this obsession with fecal matter, urine, and blood. There's one thing that I found common in all of them.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
So yeah, definitely this whole idea when it comes to fecal, and not necessarily just blood, it's when it comes to human blood. So a lot of polytheistic religions, they find a bodily connection with them. So they have this idea that when that person's soul goes away, some religions still say part of their soul still exists within the body. So if I obtain some part of the physical, it's as if part of them is still within me because their soul is gone or they've left somewhere. So it's a matter of, well, wait a minute, if I, from cannibalism to even having intimacy with the corpse, stuck for the law, but some polytheistic groups, they do that. And that's where this idea of connection, still wanting to form some type of relationship, and they've even held that with their own gods. So this idea of blood, or more importantly, human blood, you could, I don't know if it coincides with monotheistic faith, talking about how life is in the blood, whatever, but that seems to be um a a similar understanding. But more importantly, they put it to the humans, most likely because, for one, they saw little children as pure. This where from the religion of Baal, as a matter of fact, this would pertain in human sacrifices. Because why? You give the blood to the god and to appease them. It's as a form of appeasement. And by the way, I remember actually watching a documentary, seeing a Carthaginian child cemetery. Now, at first, historians and archaeologists assumed that it was just a cemetery, only to find out when they actually did some experiments and they've actually researched the bodies that were used. They found out that the bodies were all killed the same exact way. And not only were they killed the same exact way, but of course they were children. So what does that mean? If they were killed all the same exact way, that means it was planned. So that's when they started saying, no, this is a child sacrifice cemetery, like a whole cemetery filled with just children, with child sacrifice. And on top of that, it was only the I think it was only the males that passed away, that decided, meaning one gender, children, all executed, all killed the same way. Meaning what? They looked for specific children. Why? For their blood. Same thing when we look at Aztec religions, Mayan religions. So the whole idea when it comes to the blood means, one, the gods need your blood, because if they have your blood, that's when you know there's no life within your body. So
So
it's a common theme that's within literally every single polytheistic religion that I have researched, every single one. This idea of human sacrifices, blood, and appeasement to God. That's one thing I found in every single polytheistic religion that I've researched.
Does that sound familiar?
So one of
You think?
the comments on here before we move on to the to the video. So I don't know what religious background this person comes from, because he said he's not a Hindu, which is what most of them say anyway. So the proof of the medicinal properties of camel urine is no stronger than the evidence of the cow dung is medicinal. So
That is not
here's
true.
the difference. Yeah, we would definitely dispute that. But apart from that, here's the issue: we don't have a problem something being used as for its medicinal properties. The problem is,
Yeah.
one, have you ever seen Muslims smear fecal matter all over their bodies, consume it, and consume the urine of an animal as a religious ritual?
As a
That's
religious
the
Yeah,
practice.
so
it's
there's a big difference. It's not analogous at all, like what you're saying. I've never done that. I'm pretty sure Ali, all of the panelists, we've never done anything like this.
absolutely
The hadith
not.
that
Hell
you're
no.
talking about, so it's a one-off incident, and the hadith itself tells you that they actually got cured. So if it did not have any medicinal properties, how did they get cured? We
Yeah,
don't have
it's
a
Go, DeAndre.
problem if, yeah. Go ahead, DeAndre. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna mention what you just said. Like, it's a very easy explanation, the hadith. Like, people, always bring this up, but the easy explanation is the Prophet ﷺ was informed that people were sick, and he ordered them to drink. He ordered them to drink a drink involving camel urine, and they were actually cured. And so when you actually look at certain, obviously it has medicinal properties. We no problem with that, but comparing the Prophet ﷺ telling a person to drink a drink involving camel urine, and comparing Hindus doing this right now as far as fecal matter, that is nowhere near analogous on a theological nor on a scientific basis, because we don't involve fecal matter in any of our rituals, nor is fecal matter have any medicinal properties at all, versus urine, especially camel urine. Of course, we dispute that it does have medicinal properties, so it's not analogous at all, and you're basically doing an apples to oranges fallacy. You're basically falsely equivocating two things that are not analogous.
You know what? Let me be the geek right now. Let's take it to history, okay? Let's actually go to let's actually go to the time let's actually go to the time of the 7th century, right? In the 7th century, in the middle of the desert, what types of medical equipment, medical advantages would you have? What types? So, and if you, again, this is not a command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like you guys talked about the religious practices. This is not a command. This is something that people at that time did with the resources that they had. And this is no different than if you were living in the Arctic, somewhere that's very, very cold, somewhere in China. And but by the way, people in China actually use gunpowder as medicine at one point in time. They've used mercury, you know, they've used mercury as medicine, they've used gunpowder as medicine. Yeah, because that's the resources that they had at some point in time. That's what happens. So it's not a command, it's what people in the 7th century did as a form of medicine because that's the resource that they had in the 7th century. Hence why we Muslims don't do it. Not only is it not a command, but we have far advantageous resources than that. Just leave it at that.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I was just waiting. I didn't want to interrupt. That's just what it is. It's scarcity. You have to remember, even at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, like, of course, when we look at the prophetic diet, we look how simple it actually was, and the availability of any kind of agriculture, and you have to take into consideration that his wife Khadija radiallahu anha, one of the richest women in Mecca, died of malnutrition. So, I mean, you got to just like put that into perspective from these different parts. Well, if someone in that position, we're talking about these people asking for advice. So these people are, of course, Muslim. So see how they suffered from these things, malnutrition, lack of resources. You need to be really, fair here. Like, I think it's I think it's a bit unfair to be like, well, shouldn't do that, it's this and that. So would you think you could do the same thing with the Hinduism, or is it the fact that they still hold on to that today?
Yeah, absolutely.
For what? Sorry, I just have a question. So, and let's take it to a more recent time than the 7th century, and this ties into the obsession with blood, by the way. So, during the time of the Black Plague, right, and the bubonic plague in Europe, have you ever heard of bloodletting?
No.
Yes.
Bloodletting.
Bloodletting.
So it's the thing that I think we were discussing that previously with the brother, actually, when we ended the live, we were talking about the hijama.
Oh.
So I qualified in that about 8 years ago. So it's bloodletting. It seems pretty gross, I guess, but it's incredible stuff. It's a massive sunnah.
See, I'm over here thinking he said blood wedding.
No, bloodletting. So bloodletting was the ways that the doctors, by the way, doctors, meaning people that apparently knew more about medicine at that time than everybody at that time. When the bubonic plague was there, they had no answers for it, to the point where they talked about doing a whole bunch of stuff. One of those things, believe it or not, one of those things was actually involved feces, by the way, in Europe, in medieval Europe, as far as to get rid of the plague. When those dots or the poxes would go on people's skin, some people actually resorted to letting animal feces, the rubbing it, to see if it'll go away, by the way. And these guys are Christians, by the way, so let's keep that in mind. But bloodletting is basically, they believe that if you give a cut in the body and actually drain some blood out, it could drain the disease out too.
No, but hold on. So what do they do? They so how is it different from hijama?
I don't actually know what hijama is.
You don't know what hijama is?
So hijama is a sunnah. It's applying cups. And well, in today's day and age, it's of course very much more hygienic.
Oh, that. Okay.
You put the cups on, you take it off, and use a.
It's basically the Islamic cupping, our version of cupping.
Oh, the cupping. No, it's not cupping because they're not looking for a specific point in area, because the whole idea of it is actually trying to look for specific parts in the body for healing, right? Bloodletting is just poking a hole somewhere and just literally draining the blood. Like the blood is actually out and you're trying to get rid of blood. So you're not looking for a particular area in the body, you just get rid of it.
In hijama, they also drain blood, but it's not. I wouldn't exactly call it draining, but they apply a small cut, and the blood does come out. I've done it once. It does. It makes. How many of you guys have tried it?
I mean,
Sister,
I've done.
have you tried it?
If you're
Yeah,
saying,
that's what I'm
You have?
saying. I qualified in it 8 years ago. I went on a course in London. It was incredible.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if
The
you got,
blood is
if you,
real, so when you put the cups on, because it stays on for a long time, when you take it off, it's a 50
Yes.
millimeter surgical blade, and then it congeals, and then you've got the scars, and then you apply black seed oil, and it's incredible, guys. I recommend it for everybody.
so
It does
I,
make
I
you
would
sleepy
say,
afterwards, though. Just
I would say,
you
oh
sleep
yeah,
like a
because the
baby
loss of
after.
blood. But I would say, because if you guys are telling me it's the cupping, so I'm looking at in a sense of
No,
cupping.
I said
So,
it's our version of cupping. So cupping
okay,
does
okay.
not include like draining out any blood, but in the Islamic version, yes, they do apply small cuts where the blood does come out, right? And they
So,
put the cup on there as well. So it's a
okay.
combination of cupping plus,
It's not
you
painful
know.
though. Like
So,
it was
so
a
with
little bit
them,
afterwards. It's very superficial. Like
Oh yeah, it's a very superficial type of cut. It's
because
not
the blade is
detailed.
yeah,
so
no,
sharp.
no, no, yeah,
It's a surgical blade, and it's so sharp. You just have to like touch it very like. Imagine someone's poking you with like not as sharp as a needle, but like say an earring or something. Like you just poke.
Yes.
It just feels like little dots, and then it's very
okay,
superficial.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that compared to bloodletting is vastly different because you know when they say you're not the body's not supposed to give like lose a pint of more than a pint of blood. Nah, these people some of them actually did it to the point where hey, do you feel better? Are the poxes still here? Let's continue. And on top of that, when you're messing with blood, from what I understand, my sister telling me, you're not supposed to, even when you're donating blood or stuff like that, you're not supposed to, after you've done it one time, you're supposed to wait at least 2 weeks to do it again. Now, these people, they did it. If they don't feel better the next day, they'll continue doing it again. So this idea alone, as far as the medical advances that people had at that time, by the way, bloodletting did not work. It made things worse, as a matter of fact. But these are what the doctors during the time of medieval Europe, that's what they were doing for the bubonic plague and stuff like that. So amongst other people looking to actual feces from animals or maybe even their own to try to see if the poxes that ended up on their skin would go away or if would it treat it and stuff like that. They were just
But
experimenting with anything.
how much blood would they drain on average? And it
On
would be like
average,
a
Is
specific.
that from the bloodletting or the hijama?
No, bloodletting.
oh yeah, too much. Like I said, it
Oh,
made things worse. And that's why historians actually say that people that actually died that were taken care of did not die from the actual plague itself. They actually died from the loss of blood.
mm,
So that's how
yeah.
dangerous it was. So because at the time Europe did not really have any answers. So whatever they can do, sometimes the practice of being treated itself is what causes your death rather than the actual plague.
Yeah. All right, so let's share the video and we will do a review of this. Proving Christianity is the only true religion. Okay.
DeAndre, wake up.
Okay. Tell me you guys can hear it.
You're in a conversation with somebody,
Yeah,
or
we can hear it.
and says, "Hey, why is Christianity true?" In other words, why is Christianity the only religion that can get you to God or get to heaven? How can you be a Christian who is so arrogant to think that your way is the only way and all of these other religions are going straight to hell? What would you say? Well, in this video, I want to suggest to you that there are 4 questions that can helpfully guide you through a conversation with someone who is skeptical about Christianity. And if you can prove that the answer to these 4 questions is yes, then we must unequivocally conclude that Christianity is true.
How's the volume, guys? You want me to turn it up further or is it good?
I think it's okay.
That's
We
good.
can't hear you, sister. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was saying I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
And by deduction, all other religions are essentially false. Okay, before we jump in, I've got a free online course for a limited time only. It's called the Bible Study Roadmap. I would love to
we can
put it
skip
in your
that.
hands. It's 8 power pack trainings that will help you dig into the scriptures and go deeper, you can learn more about that in the
Skip
description
that.
box below.
What are you
Okay,
doing?
with that out of the way,
All right,
let's jump in. Question number one. This is the first question that you must get people to agree to, and that is the idea, does truth exist? Now, you have to start by asking this question. Do you believe that there is such a thing as truth? Now, you have to start here, because if this person doesn't agree that there is such a thing as absolute truth, then essentially having conversations about anything, whether it's science, whether it's God, whether it's religion, is basically a waste of your time. So if they say, well, I believe that some things are true for some people, but they're not true for others, right? That's the whole, it's true for you, but it may not be true for me, or whatever. So this is the starting point of the conversation. So you need to help them understand the difference between relative truth and absolute truth. You need to help them understand that, yes, there are some things that can be true for you. For instance, the best cars in the world are foreign cars. That might be your opinion. That might be true for you, but it might not be true for me. Or let me give you another one. The best flavor of ice cream is chocolate. Okay, yes, that might be true for you, but it's not true for me. So yes, those things are subjective, but you need to make them understand that while there is such a thing as subjective truth, there is also such a thing as absolute truth. That is true for all people at all times, no matter what your opinion about it is. Let me give you an example. The earth revolves around the sun. That's not just true for you. That's true for everybody, right? Water freezes at 32 degrees. That's true for everybody. 2 + 2 = 4. That's not just true for me or true for you. That's truth. Fire will burn you if you touch it. If you don't believe that's true, go try to touch some fire, and you'll see very clearly that that's true for everybody. Humans need oxygen to live. A triangle has 3 sides. You get my point, right? There is no such thing as what is true for you and it's not true for me. There are some things that are absolutely true. So at this point, you can conclude that there is such a thing as absolute truth, to which any rationally minded person would agree. And you can move on to the next and more important question, and that is the idea, does God exist? So now that we agree that truth exists, we have to move down to the next question. Do you believe that God exists? Now, if the person says yes, then you can skip past this and you can move on to question number 3, which we'll get to a little bit later, right? But if they say, I'm not sure if God exists, or they say they don't believe God exists, so we need to make sure we have some arguments in place, some talking points. So now, even though we have never seen God, the beautiful thing about God is that he has given us enough evidence.
Guys, tell me where to pause if you guys have any comments, remarks.
I mean, we actually was just going to ask you to just go on to 3 because he's just waffling right now.
Yeah.
Is he happening right now?
Is he a Christian? So you can expect that. So, anyways, let's make it 1.5, right?
We already believe in absolute truth, and we already believe in God, so we don't need any of those things.
Yeah, we can go to 1.5 until it actually gets to something relevant
of his existence. And let me give you the 3 primary arguments that you can use in this discussion. Now, when you're talking to somebody, you may not necessarily need to use these phrases because that might intimidate them. All right, you don't need to use cosmological argument, moral argument, teleological argument, all that stuff. You don't need to use all that. Just explain the concepts to them. So let's start with the first one, the cosmological argument. And basically, all 3 of these have 3 statements, or 3 statements that you can basically agree to. So first statement of the cosmological argument.
Did you say something?
I know, I was going to ask, maybe he's actually saying something, so let's get it down to 1.25.
1.25, okay.
Everything that had a beginning has a cause. So anything that you see that has a beginning, it doesn't matter. We can all agree that something must have caused that beginning. Things don't come into existence by themselves, right? If something comes into existence, it must have a reason or a cause for its existence. Things don't just pop into existence out of nothing. Any rationally minded person would agree with that, right? So the second statement is the universe had a beginning, right? So this is not, once again, that's why you had to start with the truth element, right? So this is not something that's true for some and true for, no. Even secular non-Christian scientists agree, looking at how the universe has been expanding. If it's been expanding, you can deduce that at some point it had a beginning. Even scientific evidence like the Big Bang Theory, okay? Even if you meet somebody and they believe in the Big Bang Theory, right? Even that, if you believe in that, you have to believe that there was a bang at the beginning. Something happened at the beginning to cause this world to come into existence. And so if everything that has a beginning has a cause, and we also agree that the universe had a beginning, regardless of how you think that beginning came to be, then premise number 3 must be true. And therefore, that is a fact that the universe must have had a cause. So since the universe began to exist, it must have a cause outside of itself. This cause must be powerful, right? Eternal, and not part of the physical universe, which points to God as the creator. Now, we haven't gotten to the Christian God yet, right? So we're going to get to that a little bit later on. So the first argument is the cosmological argument, those 3 statements. And the second one is the good old-fashioned teleological argument. Now, this also has 3 statements that you need to help the person understand. First statement is pretty obvious. Every design has a designer. That's clear, right? When you see something that is complex, something that's ordered, like this Apple Watch right here, or this phone over here, or this microphone, or a painting, or a building, we all naturally conclude that it was designed by someone, not by chance. We don't believe that this watch you just throw a whole bunch of parts into a box, shake up the box, and boop, out comes a watch. Who believes that? Nobody believes that. When we look at this watch and we see how complex design it is, we all agree that it had to been some mind behind it that designed this watch. And even secular, non-Christian scientists and atheists would agree that the universe and life on Earth shows incredible complexity and fine-tuning, from the structure of DNA to the precise conditions needed for life to exist. And if you want more on this, I don't have time to go all in this video. I want to encourage you to check out my video on the multiverse. It's going to go into much more detail on the specifics of the fine-tuning of the universe. So first and foremost, every design has a designer. Second of all, the universe is highly designed. Third of all, the universe.
I hope he's going to get to Christianity at some point.
I really do
just
too, man.
Because if he's just making an argument about the existence of necessary existence, I mean, it's not going to be very useful, you know.
But yeah, how deep are we into the? So what, we are 8 minutes in, and he still has not gotten to Christianity yet.
So
it must have a designer. Do you see how?
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just reflecting on what you said. I was, it was the necessary existence, and I think the simplest argument is not the infinite regress; it's rather that time, as we observe it in our reality, is only moving forward and not any other way. That is proof, of course, that empirically observable our universe is not eternal. So that's of course, it has to have a necessary existence, a necessary beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These statements kind of flow naturally and logically from one to another, right? So the universe must have had a designer. And this ultimately points to God as being the intelligent designer behind everything that we see.
Agora você pode ter todo o conteúdo da Brasil Paralelo.
The hell?
Okay, so I love this third argument for the existence of God. It's called the moral argument. And basically, once again, it has 3 statements. First and foremost, every law has a lawgiver. Any law that you see in our society, whether it's laws of cheating, stealing, murder, whatever it is, laws don't just appear out of nowhere, right? Whenever you see a law or a rule, there's always someone who created it. So just like human laws come from lawmakers, moral laws must come from a moral lawgiver. So that's the first statement, right? Is that every law has a lawgiver. The second statement, there is a moral law. Now, you can look across different cultures, different times, and people recognize that certain things are right and certain things are wrong. For example, most people, not everybody, agrees that things like murder, stealing, and lying are wrong. And this shows that there must be some sort of moral code, some moral law that has been deposited within all of our consciences that how's it that every single person agrees? Now, someone might say, well, I don't agree that everybody agrees on issues of morality. Essentially, we do, right? So let me give an example. People who believe that stealing is okay, they don't believe it's okay for somebody to steal from them, right? So you might say, well, somebody might feel it's okay to steal. So that means their morality isn't the same as mine. They don't believe the same thing that I do. Let's think about that for a second, because they may be okay with stealing from somebody else, but would they be okay if somebody stole from them? Or what about people who believe in sexual freedom, right? You might think, well, they don't have the same moral issues as I do because they just believe that anybody should be able to have sex with anybody no matter what, anytime, any place, anywhere. They might think that for themselves, but would they be okay if someone were to do that to their teenage daughter, right? No, they probably wouldn't. At that point, they would say, wait, there's laws in place here. There's a moral code here, right? This is violating my moral code for how I think things should be. What about people who murder other people? You might think, well, they think that it's okay to murder. No, but would they be okay if someone murdered their loved one? They would not. So the reality is we do agree on issues of morality via our conscience. And the question is, who put that there? Why do we all universally agree that some things are right and some things are wrong? And this leads me to premise number 3. Therefore, because every law has a lawgiver, and we also understand that there is a moral law, there must be a moral lawgiver. If a moral law exists that everyone seems to recognize, there must be someone who gave that law. And this points to the existence of God, who is the source of these universal moral laws. So The reality is that God has left us plenty of evidence of his existence, but this still does not mean that Christianity is true, because there are other religions that also believe that God exists. So now we have to go deeper, and this now leads us to the third question. Did Jesus rise from the dead? So now we're getting closer to, is Christianity true? So
Wait,
to help
wait,
us
wait,
answer
wait,
this
wait, 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 wait.
Wait. Huh?
Now we're talking.
Wait, how do we get here?
Whoa.
Go ahead,
How,
DeAndre.
how does he go from a necessary existence to
Did
Jesus
die?
There's so many hoops that you're
Dude.
jumping through right now. What the hell? What are you doing? Okay, so this is the thing, right? This is how we would do it, right? We don't jump to God, a necessary being. The I guess the next step, which I would take in this situation, is to say, did God speak to us? Did he send us revelation? And then you can say, what revelation did he send? Then you can talk about the prophecy. You don't go from establishing a necessary existence to did the prophets and receive revelations. Like, whoa.
Even
What
before
if-
that, like I would talk about the necessary attributes.
Attributes,
a
yeah, that's true,
necessary
that's true.
existence
No, 100%.
needs to have.
He's
Is
jumping
he able
through.
to communicate with us, right?
Yeah, 100%.
so-
His
and
intelligence.
You know what?
Yeah.
And you know what? So go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying that's literally, as you guys know, that's one of my very kind of main approaches. It's like, you've got the necessary existence. Okay, he's going to communicate with you. He's not some absentee landlord. What's he going to say to you? What's the purpose of life? What's your guidance? So that necessary existence, necessary attributes, necessary qualities and abilities, that revelation must reflect it. That word, those words must reflect it. So does that text, does that so-called communication reflect the necessary nature? Simple.
You know,
And then you
know
go
what?
to the
He's
Christianity, and then you go.
but I like the transition.
you know what? But the funny thing is, at the road he's going, there's one thing he forgot. I like how he just completely sidestepped polytheism. It's like
Yeah.
he's like, there has to be a God, but let's go to monotheism.
Just all of a sudden, I thought like talk of God of the gaps, you know. Like, subhanallah. All right, so let's keep on.
You know, let's buy. Let's see what this guy say.
question, there's a few things we want to look at. First of all, historical evidence of Jesus. So there might be some people who say, well, how do we even know Jesus existed? Well, okay, hold on a second. Even non-Christian historians attest to the fact that a Jewish man named Jesus lived and was even crucified. So you can reference, for people who question Jesus' existence, you can reference sources outside of the Bible. People like Tacitus, people like Josephus, people like Suetonius, people like Pliny the Younger, Lucian.
Ooh, I heard 5 names.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Forgeries, late attestations. Need we say more?
You know what? Let me actually, so I'll add this, by the way. So you guys are aware of TMZ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time you hear the word Suetonius, think TMZ. That was him. Suetonius was basically
and that
the
is
gospel.
supposed to mean?
You know, one of those TMZ where they just try to find clickbaity news, like, you know, all those paparazzi type news and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you mean.
That was Suetonius, basically. So, in a nutshell,
Gossip.
I'm not going to go too far, but I'll just say this. The first thing he said was non-Christian sources say that Jesus was. Wait, so we have a. Oh, Faisal.
We got Faisal. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Yeah, we should have actually confirmed if it's a true Faisal or not.
We just.
Faisal, we can't hear you.
Yeah. I had it on mute. I forgot it.
No worries. How you doing,
Have you been watching, akhi?
Yeah, I was watching it. I've got a break, but I still am not home. But still, what I've seen so far, it's just like talk about jumping to conclusions.
Jumping the exactly.
Like
he jumped the shark. So, but yeah, so Safar, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I wasn't saying anything.
So yeah, Suetonius, gossip columnist, and he mostly writes about emperors. And the funny thing is, later emperors, when the emperors of Rome, they'd actually use Suetonius in order to write stuff about previous emperors in order to make that current emperor look good. So Suetonius historically is someone who's been known to change certain things as far as demonization is concerned, right? And as one of the most clear ones is actually with Emperor Nero. When Emperor Nero died, most of Rome literally wanted to erase him from existence. Literally, they wanted to say, they went as far as to try to say to everyone, hey guys, Nero never existed, right? That's how bad he was. He never existed. Nope, don't know what you're talking about. However, future emperors that came on used Suetonius to, in a sense, bring back Nero to make them look good. They'll basically say, hey guys, you think I'm bad? Remember this guy? No, he was worse than me. That's why scholars actually say that the works of Nero has been exaggerated. They're not saying he wasn't a bad emperor. They're saying some of the things that they said about him, for example, him fiddling when Rome burned. Well, the fiddle did not exist at that time. So anyways, so there are certain things that scholars will actually look at and say, this does not make sense. So that's why they're taking the work, the record on Nero with a little bit of a grain of salt. But besides that, even before that, he said that non-Christian sources say Jesus. No, they don't. If anything, what they do say, and I'm not even going to talk about when was their manuscript dated as. What the non-Christian sources do say, they say that people believed this guy was crucified. There's a difference between it happened versus these people said, or these people believed this guy existed. These people thought this happened, or these people believed this guy existed. There's a difference, because especially when it comes to the works of Tacitus, who was a columnist and a historian, a senator, and a satirist, as a matter of fact. So I don't know where they get this idea, and don't even get me started with Josephus, but I don't know where they get this idea, and they said that, well, non-Christian sources talk about, they said other people believed he existed. So I'm not even going to get to the rest of the people, but mostly Suetonius is the one that got me, triggered a little bit.
Yeah.
So
all right.
can I ask a question here before we actually move on? Because now we know it's just Ben Shapiro coming on, right? And that's never any good. So when we're talking about this, what are the steps that he has skipped? Because there's too many steps, I know, but let's try to think those through.
Okay, so there's so many steps. So there's necessary attributes, right? There's omnipotence, omniscience, eternal, and do not have a beginning because he's outside of he's transcendent. All of those necessary attributes.
Yeah,
Then
and there's actually one thing I want to make sure we identify here specifically, because one attribute that Christians throw in, which we Muslims disagree with, is the attribute of omnipresence.
Omnipresence,
So
that's
right.
Yeah.
We don't believe in the concept that God is omnipresent, especially like if he's omnipresent, then the creation is the creator, right?
But the thing,
to be honest with you, Achi, it's not even biblically backed. So
exactly.
Anybody actually
it's
says
not.
that, they're just ignorant of their own religion. So.
Yeah, I agree. But here's the thing, actually. The reason that I didn't mention omnipresence is because it is not one of the necessary attributes that one could arrive by using their logical faculties. It's not logic.
Yeah.
It makes no sense in light of, because when you're talking to someone, right, and I've had conversations with people, and I've basically given them these steps, and I say, listen, now that like there's a designer, and I primarily use fine tuning. Because that's kind of one of my favorite arguments, as well as transcendental. But fine tuning is about natural theology, and the Quran, tells us to use natural theology to look around and kind of use that as for those who reflect upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence. So I like to use fine tuning just for that reason. But basically, based on that, you can deduce that that person or that being is omniscient. They have to know, like vastly. They have to know all, like. They have to know everything. Omnipotence, okay? That's logically deductible. No problem
Yeah.
there, right? Obviously transcendent of time and space, because the universe had a beginning and he is the causer, right? Not created, infinite regress, eternal, of course, and all these attributes that are logically sound. You can logically deduce them based on those things. Omnipresence. If someone says omnipresence, I say, wait, where the hell did you get that one from?
Yeah, I would add conscious in there as well.
Conscious or agency, right?
Yeah, self-aware.
So if someone says omnipresence, you're like, well, hold on one second. Where the hell? Why? Like, how can I assume? How can I know that God is omnipresent? Because all those attributes you gave me, I can conclude logically, based on the arguments you've presented to me, that makes perfect sense. Where the hell does omnipresence come in? Right.
So actually, I've just put it in the chat. Maybe you can kind of like highlight it on the screen. So this omnipresence within their paradigm is this immanence, and it isn't really this implication of God being in everything, objects or anything in a physical or material sense. It's more this spiritual and transcendent. So kind of like if you think about, I believe it's Acts, no, it could be Colossians. So essentially, he's saying that he's not far from any one of us, for in him we live and move and have our being. So it's this immanence and transcendence. It's kind of like that he's relational, but it doesn't compromise his majesty in that respect. So God being in the toilet kind of, argument doesn't kind of work with the immanence. But there is that kind of parallel with the pantheism. But he's kind of saying he's identical or contained within everything, as in, because that's a pantheistic idea. It's more of a transcendence that he's within us, but in a spiritual and transcendent, so not physical material. So I think a lot of people, when I hear them online going, "Oh, is God in your bathroom?" Like, oh, come on. And the Christian part it's not like that. It's not like that. It's a transcendent, which in some ways we can say, well, that's true. When Allah says he's closer to you than your jugular vein, doesn't mean he's in us.
Yeah, exactly. But sister, I would agree with you that if you're talking about what their scripture says, or how the knowledgeable among them understand it, that I would agree with. But when you talk to most Christians, when they are talking about omnipresence and you ask them to explain what they mean, they're actually understanding it.
They are literalists.
He's everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, so they do say he's everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I've sort of highlighted this one, because it's not one of the attributes that can be arrived at, and we just sort of need to clarify it to them. Because we've had a lot of discussions on the concept of God, and this is one of the few places where there's so much confusion, especially with these Christians who come on, at least the ones we've talked to. And I understand that it's not backed by any scripture.
Yeah. If anything, if anything, it's refuted by scripture, because there are many places, even in the Old Testament, where it says, "I am not in the house," or when they're talking about, is God in the temple? And literally nothing in the heavens above and the earth below can contain me. So, okay. But anyways,
it goes back to this guy was waffling at the start. It's can you fit the entire Pacific Ocean in a glass? No, it's you can't fit an infinite being into a finite space. It's impossible. Yeah. That's but it's
so.
Yeah, sorry, Karen.
No, I was just gonna say it might be important for people to actually understand the difference between pantheism and panentheism. Do you guys know the difference?
So,
yes.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I just spoke.
I mean, Fuad, go ahead and explain it. It's all good.
So pantheism, is the idea that God and universe are the same. Like everything is God, right? Panentheism, which is what, by the way, Sikhs, they actually believe in panentheism. They're not pantheists like Hindus, right? They believe in panentheism. So they believe that the universe is part of God, but God is greater and transcends it at the same time. So it's like I haven't looked much into it, but I did realize that a lot of and by the way, Sikhs are not monotheists. their best scholars have put out a bunch of videos out there, and they have actually admitted that, common Sikhs, they believe that we're monotheists. They're actually not monotheists. But that was just a side point. But yeah, that's the basic distinction between pantheism and monotheism.
The Sikh have copied Surah Ikhlas, I think, in their scripture as well. Yeah, but still, despite having the chapter 112, the chapter of Tawheed with them, they're unable to hold on to monotheism properly. Okay. One other thing that I think we should make sure that we establish here is the oneness of God, because that's also another thing which is completely misunderstood. And I think if we've established that God exists and that He's one, we can move on.
I think in the presentation, let's do that after the presentation, because he still got as far as us talking about how on earth he was driving and he took a left turn somewhere and he ended up in Did Jesus Die? So let's actually at the end, let's
I like that transition, so smooth.
Yeah, that was just he tried it. So okay, let's do that after the presentation, then we can talk about it from scratch.
Write down the notes. Anything. Inshallah.
Of Samo Soto, I think that's how you pronounce his name. They all affirm Jesus' historical existences. So this is not even in question at all. This establishes the non-controversial fact that Jesus lived. Now let's get to the more controversial fact, and that is evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. Well, let's look at the empty tomb. If Jesus didn't rise, why wasn't his body produced by his enemies to squash the movement? No historical record exists of anyone disproving the empty tomb. What about the eyewitnesses? The Bible talks about over 500 people claimed.
Wait, pause it. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Special plea much?
Whoa. Special plea? Why are you presupposing?
Brothers,
What?
I have a question for you, brothers and sister. Don't you have to first accept the evidence in order to see if you can disapprove it? So he said that no historical source outside disproves or disagrees with with the empty tomb. Who were the ones reading the source that says it was an empty tomb? Christians. People already believed in it.
See,
so
that's
wait a minute.
Problem. Yeah. And talk of special pleading, there are plenty, like we've talked about it like a million times. Richard C. Miller, in his book, he refers to more than 100 cases of empty tombs and road encounters exactly like Jesus. Some of the examples being the Caesars, Asclepius, Romulus, Proteus, who else? Aristeus. All of these, and by the way, all of them have actually eyewitness accounts. So.
I forgot to mention. So what's one thing he's completely missing, and this is one thing I have not seen one Christian not do this in my experience. He's talking about historical record, right? Non-Christian historical record, right? Why don't they include the Apocrypha?
Exactly. I was actually going to ask this question because they are historical. No matter how
historical. It's not when you say something about history, you're foregoing theology. You're saying you're putting theology to the side and you're saying, what non-Christian the objective non-Christian historical record, doesn't matter if I believe in the history, something can be historical and you don't believe in it, sure. But aren't there many gospels, many acts, many records that say Jesus wasn't crucified?
Yeah,
and the way they dismiss it.
Here's the thing, Fawad and Ali, think about it this way. Again, this goes back to that idea. If your friend comes to you and says your father died, and then you go home and your father is alive, right? Are you going to come to the conclusion that, oh, he died and then he came back to life, right? Or are you going to come to the conclusion that you got the wrong information?
He never died,
right? So why are you ignoring. Like, where's all that logic and all that textual criticism, historical criticism, and all of the criticism that they do, right? Where is all of that going when it comes to this particular event?
Yeah, in the Bible, we see other people coming back to life from the dead, right? They don't turn them into gods. And if they're going to say, oh, he resurrected himself, well, Galatians 1:1 clearly says,
That's actually not
no,
true.
it was it was God that resurrected him. He did not resurrect himself. He couldn't do a single miracle. Even while he was alive, he couldn't do a single miracle on his own. Acts 2 clearly says this, right? So if it's a miracle,
Acts 2:22.
Yeah, he couldn't have done it on his own. As I said, Galatians 1:1, and there are other passages as well.
Yeah,
but see, now, how do Christians dismiss the Apocrypha? You guys were talking about the Apocrypha, right? What is the common excuse we hear? Oh, those are Gnostics. So, okay, you're telling me you're going to dismiss their historical accounts because of your theological and philosophical differences with them. Like, how does that follow? We're talking about history. So, but yeah, just it's special. It's special pleading to another.
There we go.
Another level. Yeah.
See, here's the thing.
This is what. Go ahead, DeAndre. Go ahead.
See, here's the thing that I'm catching, right? He just said, and this is the thing that he I don't know what happened to him where he doesn't miss this, because this is literally the easiest mistake you can make, where you say, okay, well, you see, this book I have here, it says that there were 500 witnesses. Forget whether Paul was a witness or not. Let's be generous. What? You have to actually prove that book is true. Otherwise, you're just begging the question. You're basically saying, my book has 500 witnesses, and there's 500 witnesses because my book says so, and my book says so because it's true, and it's true because of the witnesses. That's quite literally
that is the argument that I make often. Is just what you're saying on the screen there. Like, it's very different. Like, give me anything external, at least contemporaneous, that witnesses this. If there's 500 people, there's got to be at least one.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's not there. And obviously, like, I just want to know, like, if somebody's grandpappy is running into the town, like out of the grave as a zombie, that's something that would be spoken of for generations. It's just waffle.
Yeah, let's flip this. So go ahead, sister. You done? Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying, like, he just said the Bible says, but you completely skipped over the part where you have to prove the Bible's true. You just skipped over that completely.
You skipped that part too.
And you appeal to the Bible as if it's true. You're pretty much presupposing that it's true, and on top of that, you're committing a begging a question fallacy.
And in all honesty, guys, let's actually do a little experiment. Let's flip the script. Imagine when it comes to Islam, imagine we go to a Christian and we say, hey, Islam is true because we have record of the Prophet's closest companions witnessing Angel Gabriel and witnessing him being given a revelation. That means the Quran is true because they're eyewitnesses. What do you think they'll say?
That Islam makes a 1,000 times better case, because we actually have witness accounts from his enemies, right? That actually then eventually converted to Islam. They actually witnessed Jibreel alayhi salam, right? Nice. Because and remember, these people they would have had a very good reason to turn away from Islam right away if Islam was proven to be false. So, and we do know there were many people that actually, stopped believing in Islam, or they converted out of Islam and then eventually came back. But the point is, Islam makes a very strong case. And their case is just a person that has never, ever met Jesus in his life. He says, by the way, this is something that a lot of people forget. In his own epistles, he does not say that he saw Jesus. A lot of people forget this. I'm like, look at his own account. Don't look at the Acts of the Apostles, right? What does he say? He does not claim that he saw Jesus. He just says that he saw a light, or he heard it. I forget which one is which. But he doesn't say that he saw Jesus.
And I like the fact that you mentioned that, because the idea when it comes to Luke, Acts, and stuff like that, Luke, Acts was allegedly written around the time of around the 80s like the mid 80s, mid to late 80s AD. Paul, according to history, died in the early 60s. So even at that, there's a 20-year gap. There's a 20-year gap of the story. So Paul in his writings never talked about it, but yet 20 years later, that's when we get this idea from. Now. Historically, okay, what would have been going on in the 80s that led to Luke needing to write not only the Gospel of Luke, but also Acts as well? What could have happened? Could it be because people were doubting Paul? Could it be because people were finding out differences between the messages of Paul and the messages of the disciples, and Luke had to play damage control and link it all together to say that no, these guys they were in cahoots the entire time? Could it be? So,
Yeah.
And on top of that, moving with what Sister DJ was saying about her comment, Luke talking about how people witnessed Paul did not mean there were eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
It's those eyewitnesses themselves have to say they witnessed them, not someone else said the eyewitnesses said so. That's how eyewitness accounts work.
We want names and I think it was in that debate with Central Dawa and David Wood where he said the apostles, they were the eyewitness accounts, right? But that's again presupposing that these gospels, they're written by the eyewitness accounts, and we're not granting that. Why should we grant that? So or what is said in there is actually true. So again, let's continue, inshallah.
Death in 1 Corinthians 15:6. Not only that, there is also writings outside of the New Testament. If you want to criticize somebody for using circular reasoning, right? There are writings outside of the New Testament that also testify that there were people who were eyewitnesses or believed they were eyewitnesses of the resurrected Christ.
You just admitted that you're committing a begging the question fallacy.
Wait, but which secular accounts actually say that?
He just admitted that someone could say he's committing a begging the question fallacy. Why are you committing the fallacy if you're like, oh, well, someone could say that I'm committing a begging the question fallacy? Don't commit the fallacy. What are you doing?
No, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around, because if he's referring to Josephus, like Sister Deja pointed out, that's we have talked about Josephus. I don't think we need to talk about that with that's beating a dead
horse. Amen.
Yeah. But all right, so let's keep going.
Right? Why would they die for something that they knew was a lie? If they stole the body of Jesus and they knew that they stole the body and they knew it was all just a hoax, why would they be willing to risk their lives for this? Look at the transformation of some of the disciples. The apostles went from being fearful followers to bold preachers willing to face death, suggesting that they truly believe in the resurrection. Let me give you another reason.
Are you worried about keeping your teeth from rotting away as you age?
Special pleading.
One specialist walked away from his practice.
Did he not earlier in his video talk about subjective reasoning?
He's committing the same fallacy. He's committing the same fallacy again.
Actually, it's the appeal to consequences, the martyrdom fallacy. So essentially, it's that, well, because they died for this cause, thus it must be true. So it just assumes that someone's willingness to die.
So many other religions.
Yeah.
So many religions have had martyrs.
And this is where special pleading comes in, because well, if that's the case, then Muslims, all the Sahabas, literally people that got, Sumaya.
I was just gonna mention that.
Go ahead.
No. I'm gonna mention what you exactly mentioned, but the Sahabi radiallahu anhu, they got martyred, right? Obviously, like this makes no sense. It doesn't follow to say that just because someone was willing to die for something, that means that hence that it was true. No, that makes no sense. It's a non sequitur as well as a appeal to consequence fallacy. But regardless of that, why the hell? Because obviously you know where he's getting this information from. He's getting this information from the Bible. Why about the apostles? Why the hell did he say 10 seconds earlier that he was just committing a begging the question fallacy, and then commits the fallacy again?
You know what, guys? Okay. Hear me out. And I'm getting excited, okay?
Okay.
Does this mean if I'm willing to die for the sake of Spider-Man, does that mean he existed?
Yes.
Because I'm thinking about this.
Yes. We want to see you die.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay.
I don't think you understand how
Well,
deep I am about this, man. Don't you mess
That's
with
the
me
only way.
don't you mess with me with this, guys. Wait a minute. Let me
Wait, whoa. What do you mean?
Well, I'm
Spider-Man
saying
is my
to interrupt the flow of the conversation, I'm just as we're talking, I'm putting these up in case anybody's like taking notes, anything to clip, you know, I'm just putting like definition, anything that you say. If I know it, I'll put it in. So if you just pin them as we go.
Yeah, let's continue the video because while I think about this life decision.
I want to know where the hell he jumps to in his fourth question. If he talks about the Bible in his fourth question, I'm gonna be mad because that should not be the order of which you speak about. Just continue the video. Just continue.
No one ever refuted or disproved the resurrection of Jesus. I love this point. So when you look at the book of Acts, the disciples frequently brought up the resurrection of Jesus. Right? Now, if this never happened, if the resurrection of Jesus never happened, you would have expected the listeners to immediately refute or deny that this ever happened. But this is not what we see. For example, Acts 2:32. This Jesus, Peter said, when he was preaching his sermon, God raised up, and of that we are all witnesses. Notice that when Peter said we all witnessed the fact that God raised Jesus from the dead, if this was not true, wouldn't you expect the people to say, wait, I don't know about that. What you talking about, Peter? We didn't witness that. That's not true. You preaching some false stuff. Nobody said a word. What about Acts 3:15? And you killed the author of life, whom God raised from the dead. To this we are all witnesses, or to this we are witnesses. What about Acts chapter 5:30 and 32? The God of our fathers raised Jesus, whom you killed by hanging him on a tree. God exalted him at his right hand as leader and savior to give repentance to Israel and forgiveness of sins. And we are witnesses to these things. And so is the Holy Spirit, whom God has given to those who obey him. Peter said,
I mean,
they pretty much burned everything from their enemies. We know this. So we don't even know. And we actually know very well, like 3 Corinthians being one of them, and the treatise of Seth. So many other apocrypha accounts where there's absolutely no mention of the resurrection of Jesus. And by the way, a lot of people forget this, and I was talking to Sister DJ regarding this the other day because we wanted to cover this in probably one of the streams that we have coming up on the apostolic succession, right? So who do you think was the first person that actually talked about the resurrection of Jesus?
Wasn't it Ignatius?
So here's the thing. A lot of people think that Ignatius, Clement, Polycarp, Justin Martyr, they would have talked about the resurrection of Jesus. Here's the funny part. None of them, they actually talk about the resurrection of Jesus. They all mention the crucifixion of Jesus. They never talk about
the resurrection.
Why is it that they don't talk about resurrection? So again, it's very easy to just, keep talking like that. Nobody challenges you, because
that's
this is
actually
why,
true.
like we want people live on stage, where we can challenge each and every point. He's getting away with murder over here at this point.
because now that I'm thinking about it, in Ignatius's epistle to the Ephesians, chapter 7, where he basically says that that Christ was passible and then became impassible. Like people like Paul Foster basically say that he's talking about the resurrection, but that can't be necessarily true. It could be that he's talking about, after Christ was passed, he was exalted by God and he became impassible now, which is heretical according to Trinitarianism. So have fun, Trinitarians. One of the earliest church fathers was actually subordinationist, and he revered Paul, who also held subordinationist theology. And if you want proof for that, I have many quotes here that I can show. So
he's got receipts.
Yeah, I got receipts.
And look, I'm not making this up. You saw it. I saw it. All these 500 people, they saw it with their own eyes. They were not hallucinating. We all saw the risen Christ. Why don't you believe? So in each of these situations and others, the resurrection of Jesus was never refuted, it was never denied, and it was never even questioned. And there's all sorts of other evidence that points to the fact that Jesus not only was a true historical figure, but also rose from the dead. But now we get to the fourth and final question that you hopefully will get someone to answer in the affirmative as we're asking the question, why must Christianity be true? Is the Bible?
Imagine how it would feel if you could learn to play worship guitar like a pro in just 10 days. Listen, I know that sounds crazy.
Just real quick. This not one time, we're literally 15 minutes into the video. He has not talked about why Christianity is true at all. Because when we talk about Christianity, we're talking about the whole faith itself. Jesus Jesus resurrecting from the dead does not mean he's God. He still hasn't talked about.
I mean, that's true.
Does that mean he's God? Does that literally? He has not even talked about the fact that he was willing to talk about history before theology is a huge issue. This entire time he's been talking about pseudo history, literally. So now he's getting to the idea of just now is he at least attempting to say something about theology. So this it makes no sense. Go ahead, Andre.
Here's two things I want to point out, right? First, according to 1 Corinthians 15, 12 to 14 is something I mentioned in the rebuttal to my second rebuttal to last. Go subscribe to Some God Answers. You'll see which rebuttal that is. In 1 Corinthians 15, 12 to 14, it basically says that the resurrection is basically what makes or adds value to the faith. Basically, Paul is saying that the resurrection is, or the faith is useless, and the proselytizing of the Christians is useless except for the resurrection. Paul literally says it very clearly in verse 14. So I understand that it's kind of like the center of his faith, of the faith of Christianity, but literally reverse the steps. Put step 4 before step 3, and all of the fallacies, except for the imputed consequence fallacy that you commit, are no longer fallacies. Because if you establish that the Bible is reliable, appealing to it isn't begging the question. But since you haven't established it yet, you've committed about 3 begging the question fallacies, which is a record because you've been talking for about 2 minutes. So I don't know how the hell you managed to do that, but good job. You get a cookie.
Yeah, one thing that Sister Deja pointed out is very important, the ending of the Mark, chapter 16, right? Yeah, go ahead, sister. Yeah.
I don't want to waffle on forever, but the ending of Mark is my favorite. There's 5 variant endings. The first thing I need to ask one, Chris, which one do I have? Which one am I going to accept? Which one?
Either one. Enlighten us.
All of them.
We're thirsty for knowledge, especially DeAndre.
Thirsty for knowledge. So obviously the evidence that we have of the short ending is crazy. We know that if we, for example, go back to the full codices, we go back to the earliest so essentially the earliest manuscripts, the ones that we know, we have the Alexandrian text type, which is the gold standard essentially, and within these text types we can clearly see the
Wait, it's sister. My apologies. I'm going to stop you right there. So for those that are actually watching, most people wouldn't know what we're talking about. But do elaborate what exactly we're referring to. So the ending of the Mark, where the resurrection account is given, right?
Yeah. So there's a lot of things within that actually. You've got the baptism. You've got the preach the gospel to all nations. You've got all these very, very key and crucial points. Do you want to? Maybe like when this is done, you can bring it up later.
Yeah, we can bring it up for sure.
So essentially, what we're looking at is the earliest manuscripts and complete codices. So we're talking about the Sinaiticus and such like that. They do not contain the last verses. It ends at verse 8. Okay, so the preceding verses essentially have very, very crucial points to Christianity, but that being the earliest, it's an issue. Because even up to the 5th century, the manuscripts that include it do not include the ending. So essentially, it's not until the 6th century that we find this ending. And it's backed by, of course, the early church, Jerome, a letter to Hedebeah. He was asked that why do they speak differently about the resurrection of our Lord? And he said that essentially the final portion is not contained in most of the Gospels that bear the name of Mark, and almost all the Greek codices are lacking it. And that is crucial to the resurrection. So that's problematic, isn't it?
So, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm eating at the same time. That's why I turned off my camera. But so, what's important to point out over here? So, any Christians that would make this argument that but we don't need it in Mark, we have it in Matthew, we have it in the other Gospels. What would be the problem? Because I'm trying to play devil's advocate. So, how would you respond to that?
Well, obviously it depends how much. I think I told you the percentage. How much does he copy from Mark?
97%.
Right. So obviously we're able to see that it's called the synoptic problem. guys. So there's lots of really good books on it if you want to look it up. It's basically this relationship between Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So it's this kind of like two-source hypothesis. And, it's essentially saying that around about 97% of Mark's content is in Matthew. So nearly all of Mark's testimony is within there, actually quite verbatim and only with slight variation. And obviously the order of events that we see, we've got the same sequences, which are, length, detail, and obviously, but Mark is quite much shorter. So essentially you need to know that he is copying quite a lot from him. That's the only way you can answer that. So if they're copying from Mark being the earliest source, then that's a problem.
So Mark being the earliest gospel, we don't have that. And Mark is supposed to be the scribe of Peter, traditionally speaking, right? So why did he actually not include the most important part in their theology? Point number one. Point number two is the fact that so many of the early manuscripts, they try to sneak, these verses in there. They actually saw this as a problem, right? And because if they say, oh, it's included in Matthew and Luke, etc., well, why is it that the early scribes felt the need that it needs to be included in the Mark as well? Yeah.
What are you eating, Fuad?
Food.
Obviously. I mean, what kind of food?
Let me turn on the camera. You won't be able to see, but I'll describe it to you.
Are you serious?
Describe it to you. Okay, so
let me turn on the camera.
Chicken.
Let me turn on the camera so you can see it.
Potatoes and rice.
Oh, okay. So isn't Jerome that one church father that said, like, we don't know a second Peter?
Damn, dude. Talk about the transition. The heck is going on? Like, all of a sudden from food to Jerome.
He
did it earlier. We can't do it.
He's doing the same thing you were complaining he's doing, bro. What a jump is that?
Yeah. So is that true? Or
what are you eating?
Or am I misinformed?
Potatoes, rice. Okay, but anyways, with Jerome.
Anyway.
I got my answer. I just moved on quickly because there was another question I want to ask. So yeah, I heard that. That's true. I don't know if I'm misinformed on that, but Jerome said that we know nothing of a second Peter, or one of the church fathers at least said something about, like, they don't know about second Peter. They never heard of it.
I don't think I don't recall them saying they did. They have never heard of it. They just considered it a forgery.
Yeah. No, not necessarily they never heard of it, but like, no. I think it was Jerome or some other church father that basically said, like, we don't know a second Peter, like, they don't consider it.
I think it's there's again good books, guys. I don't know if anyone's interested, but if you could look at the ecclesiastical history, I think Eusebius. He was
Eusebius, yeah. Eusebius, yeah. It was Eusebius' area. Okay.
Yeah. He kind of kind of like, he didn't obviously say, as you said, it was forgery or anything. He just kind of, he mentioned that there was quite rejections to it, and obviously he put, he said that there was disputed, and of course there's just kind of earlier critics, Jerome, etc. in his prologue. You'll find all of that there again. So that if you guys look for the book Ecclesiastical History.
So
who's it by?
Sister, that was a question for you.
Who's the author?
Oh yeah. Eusebius.
Oh, Ecclesiastical History was a book by Eusebius? Okay.
No, it's his work, Ecclesiastical History.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So this is just a quick rundown, and we're going to, inshallah, do a feature stream on this, Sister Dija. We might actually talk about the different canons of the early church fathers, all the way up until
I want that.
Athanasius, when he supposedly, there was never an official, canonization, but so this is Marcion. This was the first gospel ever, or first canon ever, right? So you can see the comparison between his canon and the canonical New Testament over here. Can you guys see it, or do I need to make that bigger? Okay. Nobody complaining, so I'll keep moving. Okay, and then we've got the Moratorian fragment. This is late 2nd century to 4th century, right? Now, where it's marked in yellow color, that's disputed, right? In red, that was rejected. So 2nd John, the Epistle of John, and 3rd Epistle of John was actually rejected. And these were also in dispute. So the ones in yellow and green are in dispute. The Apocalypse of Peter and the Wisdom of Solomon, that was in dispute. Sorry, my apologies. This was included in their canon. And these are the ones in dispute. Sorry, right? So as you can see, compare that to the canonical New Testament. Then you've got Eusebius. This is 339 that AD and sister was referring to, right? So you can see actually he had a lot of heretical, so he considered these books as heretical, right? The Gospel of Peter, Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Matthias, other Gospels which he does not name, Acts of Andrew, Acts of John, Acts of other apostles which he does not name, right? But look at what he actually includes in here, right? So this is spurious, right? So Apocalypse of John, he actually did not think that this was Apocalypse of John would be the Revelation, by the way, okay? For those that actually don't know, this is Revelation. So the book of Revelations, he actually considers spurious, right? Acts of Paul, also Shepherd of Hermes, Apocalypse of Peter, Barnabas, Didache, Gospel of the Hebrews, right? And then disputed. He disputed Hebrews, James, 2nd Peter, 2nd and 3rd John, Jude. Okay, with the exception of Jude, you actually have. Do they have Jude in their canon? They don't, do they? DeAndre, am I talking?
Yeah. Hold on. What'd you say? Do they have Jude in their current canon? Yes, they do.
Yeah. Okay.
They do.
Okay, so all of these, right, that are part of their current canon, this was actually disputed early on by the likes of Eusebius, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And so the only recognized ones that he had was Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts of Paul, Acts, Paul, 1st John, 1st Peter, Apocalypse of John, etc. Then moving on, this is Codex Sinaiticus, right, which actually does include the Epistle of Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermes that they have taken out from their canon. So as late as almost towards the end of the 4th century, you actually have, these included in the canon, which means they were still going back and forth. They still had not recognized a canon. And finally, we have a canon, and we know the contemporaries, Didymus the Blind, etc., that actually did not have Revelation and 2nd Peter as part of their canon, which was around the same time as Athanasius, right? And so, yeah, just wanted to give you guys a quick rundown of that. But we will talk about the canons of different church fathers, starting from early 2nd century all the way up until Athanasius, inshallah, in one of the future streams. Yes, sir.
This is not withdrawing the fact that even before the canon, there were some scripture. There were some books, some apocrypha that was written that at some point in time, the church fathers were going back and forth. Some people believed that it was scripture. Other people believed that other things were scripture. Like one of the example is First Clement. First Clement was thought about within the second and third century to be regarded. I think the second and third. Yeah, within the 2nd and 3rd century to actually be regarded as scripture. By the way, I think either 2nd or 3rd or 4th within the early. I'll just keep it within the 3rd century. For the longest time, it was regarded as scripture. Amongst even some of the likes, they thought the Gospel of Peter was. So these guys actually went back and forth saying, this is scripture, this is not scripture, this is scripture, this is not. They all literally believed in different things, even before the canonization in the late 4th century.
Yeah. Marcion is actually very important because he's the first one that had the epistles of Paul recognized, right? And his epistles, his recognized epistles were 10 of them and different than the ones that we have today. So a lot of people discount Marcion as a heretic, but what they don't, Christians, I'm obviously referring to Christians, but what they don't realize is that they still have Marcion's part of Marcion's canon in their current canon at the moment. And on top of it, it's just based on theological differences all the time. It's with these guys. It was just based on theological differences. They just disregard their account, right?
I mean, yeah.
But Christians, they act as Marcionites anyway. Like they if it comes to just
most of them don't even know Marcion in the first place. They don't.
Oh, they don't. Yeah. But yeah, inshallah.
Okay, you wanna continue the video or because
yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Here, I'll play.
That food must be kicking really good, huh? For what? You have to share your screen, okay?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I had the screen shared.
Like I said, that food must be kicking really good.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
No worries.
To go back a few 30 seconds or something. Yeah. Okay. Now you guys can see it, right?
Then that means we must accept everything in it as truth. So how do we do that? Well, what we don't want to do is use circular reasoning and just say that the Bible is true because it claims to be true, right? In other words, you don't want to pull out, 2 Timothy 3, for all scripture is inspired by God, because if you come across somebody who does not believe in your Bible, then your argument is going to basically be, it's going to be dead right then and there, right? Like you're not going to know where to go in that conversation as soon as they say, well, I don't believe in your Bible. So give me reasons outside of the Bible why you believe the Bible is true. Well, I'm glad you asked that. Let's look at the historical evidence. So you can look at what historians have written, particularly about the events that happened in the New Testament. Watch, this is very important. And essentially, you can reconstruct the entire story of the New Testament without even referencing a verse inside of the Bible, which gives evidence that what's inside the Bible is credible. I want to direct your attention to this graphic on the screen right here. And I want you to notice that these are all things that were written by secular historians, and you can reconstruct the entire story of the New Testament not even using a verse in the scriptures. Let's take a look at it. Pliny the Younger wrote that Jesus' followers thought he was God. Suetonius, he wrote that Jesus was a real man. He was called the Christ. He caused Jewish disturbance. Can I get an amen, right? Jesus was always in conflict with the religious leaders. Let's look at it again. Celsus, he wrote that Jesus was allegedly born of a virgin. His father was a carpenter and he had miraculous power. Josephus wrote that Jesus was a wise man and his followers reported that there was a resurrection. The Talmud wrote that he was executed the day before the Passover and had magical power. What about Thallus? He wrote that Jesus lived, Jesus was crucified, and look at this. When he was crucified, there was darkness and an earthquake, which is consistent with the accounts of the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus in the Gospels. What about Tacitus? He was called the Christ. His followers were called Christians, and he was executed under a man named Pilate. What about a man named Bar Serapion? He wrote that Jesus was a wise king.
Let's actually go through all of this.
Dead, and that his teachings
remain. Yeah, I want to actually go quickly. Let's go through all of this. Literally, just quickly. All right, so can you go back like 5 seconds to the beginning?
As if you know what quickly means.
I do know what quickly is.
Zing.
No. Let's start from this because this is very intriguing. So let's can you go back like 5 seconds?
Okay, so you want me to go back a couple of seconds, you said?
Yeah, well, we actually started talking about these evidences. A little bit more? Yeah.
Jesus was always in conflict with the religious leaders. Let's look at it again. Celsus.
Okay. Here you go. Sure. I wanted to go a little, yeah. So, guys, for to go back more, a little bit more, like 5 more seconds.
He wrote that Jesus was a Jewish. He wrote that not even using a verse to notice that these.
Right there, pause it. There we go. Perfect. Let's actually go all of this real quick because this is cool. Okay. So what did he start off with? Let's actually start off with what the heck? Can I see?
I think it was Celsus that he started off with.
He started with Pliny the Younger. I'm not even gonna go break it down. Let's actually look at what he is saying. Pliny the Younger said, according to him, the followers thought he was God. Is Pliny the Younger affirming what happened? No, he's affirming what his followers thought happened. That's one. Suetonius. I told you guys about Suetonius. What's he saying? Jesus' followers called him God.
Yeah.
Caused disturbances. He's not saying it happened. He's saying his followers said it happened. Celsus, allegedly, allegedly, meaning apparently, meaning I guess, meaning they're claiming it happened. Allegedly born of a carpenter. It would have been something for him to say if he removed the word allegedly. If Celsus actually did say born of a virgin, father carpenter, had miraculous miracles, if he removed that one word, then you're onto something at least. But the fact that you say allegedly, that means it's not proven, meaning he's not saying it. So another one, Josephus, I'm not even gonna touch that. Nope. Because that's that's just ridiculous. The Talmud, Jesus was executed. Okay, understand this. Why would the Jews want Jesus gone? I wonder why. Why would the Jews want to report that he was executed? Could it be because to prove that he wasn't the Messiah? Why would the Jews say in the Talmud that he was crucified? Because they're wanting to prove that he wasn't the Messiah. That's why to this day, when you ask a Jew, hey, Jews, why don't you believe Jesus is the Messiah? What's the first thing they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you because he was crucified. So of course they have every reason to write that kind of stuff down. And by the way, it's not a theological claim. It's a quote unquote a historical one. Again, history is not based upon quote unquote objective truth. It's based upon who's writing and what biases they're writing from. That's what happens when you try to deem someone as credible. Are they biased? Do they have good information? What record are they using? I repeat, are they biased? Do they have an agenda? Etc. Etc. Now let's go to Fuad. Play it a little bit, Marky.
By the way, let's not forget. So check this out. How convenient, right? He leaves out what Celsus actually says about Mary. Do you know that he actually accuses of adultery? You know,
yes.
He says.
Yes.
So he says that Jesus had come out from a Jewish village and was the son of a poor Jewish woman who earned her living by spinning. She was driven out by her husband. Check this out, okay? Who was a carpenter by trade, because she was convicted of adultery. She then gave birth to Jesus, a child of illegitimate birth. He leaves all of this out. Subhanallah. Wow.
So, so yeah. Fuad, can you continue? Because I want to go to the lower.
Sure.
These are all things that were written by secular historians, and you can reconstruct the entire story of the New Testament, not even using a verse in the scripture.
Just keep going.
Pliny the Younger wrote that Jesus.
Just keep going. I'll tell you where to stop.
His followers thought he was God. Suetonius, he wrote that Jesus was a real man. He was called the Christ. He caused Jewish disturbance. Can I get an amen? Right? Jesus was always in conflict with the religious leaders. Let's look at it again. Celsus.
You want me to pause?
No. I'll tell you.
Okay.
Keep going.
He wrote that Jesus was allegedly born of a virgin. His father was a carpenter, and he had miraculous power.
See how he leaves out the key portion where he actually
he forgot to say allegedly
Mary of adultery, and that she was driven out by her husband. SubhanAllah, these people, man.
Nice.
Josephus wrote that Jesus was a wise man.
Let's not get to
and
Josephus.
His followers reported that there was a resurrection.
Easy.
The Talmud wrote that he was executed the day before the Passover and had magical power. What about Phallus?
Talmud says.
Okay, right. Do you know what the Talmud says about Mary?
Him of black magic. Black magic.
Did this guy just say what I think
had
the
magical
guy
powers.
just said?
I forgot the
Talmud
last
says
part.
he was a practitioner of magic, not that he had magical power. Yeah, Jahal, there's a difference.
Demonized magic, like demon, basically demon possessed.
Dude,
and on top of that, they called Mary.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Now, I was going to say that his body is supposedly, it was left out and dogs ate it. This is one of the most, like whenever they used to execute criminals, they used to leave the bodies out. They did not used to give them proper burials, right? And like wild dogs and animals, they would feed on their carcasses, and that's what they record about Jesus. Subhanallah.
Brother Elias, mashallah, great. That is the perfect statement. But DeAndre, Brother Elias said, reporting on beliefs of particular groups of people is not the same as affirming that those beliefs are true.
Yeah.
It's that simple. I mean, and then then he goes to Thales. So this is what we call that. He says Jesus lived, was reported that he was crucified. No, he didn't report that. He reported that people think he was crucified. Okay, but let's continue. And reported an earthquake afterwards. Well, here's the problem. It's called the post hoc fallacy. Just because B came after A, that does not mean B came because of A. If I walk into a room and then somebody walks in right after me, that does not mean they were following me. Like that does not mean their intention was to follow me. No, it could have been a coincidence. So even if you want to describe an earthquake occurring after the alleged crucifixion, does that mean the earthquake is tied to the crucifixion? That's the post hoc fallacy. It's the same way how, oddly enough, we also have this concept in Islam with the Prophet ﷺ, his son, where his son Ibrahim, when he passed away, there was an eclipse, and the people, even the Sahabas, they actually made that correlation too. They said, "Oh, Prophet, this is happening because of your son." The Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, had to tell him, "No, it's not. He had to literally tell them. He had to tell him, "No, this is not the case." Imagine if he, peace be upon him, did not tell him that. If he did not tell him that, people would have reported it. The Sahabas would have actually reported it and say, "Hey, well, when the Prophet's son passed away, there was a solar eclipse, and it happened because of the Prophet and his son." Somebody would have reported that, and this is the case that we see. So this post hoc fallacy that they have, just like what DeAndre said earlier, this man is making so many fallacies. It's too much to count at this point in time. And then at the end of what, keep going, please.
He wrote that Jesus lived, Jesus was crucified, and look at this.
I told you guys about Tacitus earlier.
Darkness and an earthquake, which is consistent with the accounts of the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus in the Gospels. What about Tacitus? He was called the Christ. His followers were called Christians, and he was executed under a man named Pilate. What about a man named Bar Serapion? He wrote that Jesus was a wise king.
Pause it. Sorry, I'm geeking out. I'm geeking out. I'm not really sorry, but there's actual no historical evidence that Pontius Pilate actually did that. There's no historical record that Pontius under Pontius Pilate, under Roman record of people that were crucified. There is no historical record during the time of Pontius Pilate being the governor. He crucified somebody named. There is no historical record that said that at all. So this idea that Pontius Pilate did that, it had to have come from the Bible itself.
Yeah.
And what people were claiming happened. And by the way, even the historical records that talk about Pontius Pilate, the whole reason why Emperor Augustus Caesar sent Pontius Pilate to Judea in the first place is because Pontius Pilate had a reputation of brutality. He was there to be a tyrant, basically. Pontius Pilate was known as someone who was hardcore, just straight up, I am a no nonsense, do what you do, or else you will be whipped, executed. He was that kind of guy. And then all of a sudden, in the Gospel of Mark, he's accommodating to the Jews and what they believe. He was given 48 hours, which, by the way, it's not, in the Judaic faith, it's not actually accurate, but whatever. He was given 48 hours to repent and stuff like that. But Pontius Pilate let him go for like 24 hours. I think 24, 48 hours, one of those two. And I'm saying, wait, Pontius Pilate did that? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, Pontius Pilate also crucified a rebel leader, somebody who just lost a war an attempted rebellion, a coup against my country, against my nation, it's my job to quell any rebellions, and I'm gonna let that guy go and crucify the other guy who's just claiming to be a prophet, who's got no political power whatsoever. I'm going to target him rather than the guy who just attempted a coup. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But anyways, and perfect confirmation bias and equivocation fallacy.
Absolutely. Okay. All
right.
Yeah,
that's about it. I don't think I need to go on with that. Bar syrup. I actually have never met this guy. Never seen this guy before. I got to see what he says. But anyway,
yeah, the truth comes out. Ali never met this guy. We all know Ali's lived through generations.
Darn, my secret is out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can continue, Aki. Assalamu alaikum, Aki. By the way.
Walaikum assalam.
Wanted him dead and that his teachings remain. And finally, what about Phlegon? He said that Jesus predicted the future. Jesus rose after death. Woo! And he showed signs of crucifixion. My brothers and sisters, you don't need to go in the Bible to prove that what's inside of the Bible is true. Just look at history. Just look at what secular, non-Christian historians who had no bias or reason for why they would want to write this, other than the fact that they wanted to be considered to be true historians. Here you have the entire story of the gospel accounts, specifically the life, death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus using extra biblical resources.
This is my salary for my online job that I have working for a USA-based company. And I'm not from the US, I'm from Portugal. Getting a job.
For what? How much do you get for showing us these advertisements? Okay.
Sponsors.
Are you getting some commission or?
I mean, I find it very, very peculiar that he speaks Portuguese and Fawad speaks Portuguese, and we're talking about finances. Fawad deals with finances. I mean, do you see the correlation, Faisal?
Yeah.
But
so
here's the thing. None of the accounts are primary source material. Either they're not even secondary, probably tertiary. So, with the exception
this is his best proof of Christianity. This is his best. The fact that he goes to history. And by the way, DeAndre, let me know if I'm wrong. Does he ever talk about the theology of why God must be a triune God?
No, he does not. He doesn't even
talk
about.
All he's talking about is trying to just prove Christianity.
Here's the thing, right?
The existence and the alleged resurrection of Jesus. That's all. All right, now, the existence, crucifixion, right? So, and then the alleged resurrection that we have absolutely no proof for whatsoever.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead,
this does not prove. Okay, this is not proving. Firstly, just because people wrote about beliefs, that doesn't mean, like a brother said, that those beliefs are true. That does not logically follow. That's what we call a non sequitur, where the conclusion does not follow from the premises given. So that's another logical error in your argumentation. Nextly, he fails to prove that the Old Testament or the New Testament contain divine truth, which is literally what Christianity is, that the Old Testament and New Testament contain divine truth given by God. He fails to prove that. His case is that historically. What about the atonement? That has nothing to do with historically. What about God, his triunity? That has nothing to do with history. What about why Christ died, supposedly, why Christ was sent as a sacrifice in the first place? That has nothing to do with history, and those are fundamental things of Christianity that are not talked about in this video.
This is the best that they have. So, by the way, and so at the very least, I can believe, and this is just playing devil's advocate, really. I can believe that Jesus Christ was crucified. I can believe that he was even God. But what if I'm a pantheist? But what if I'm a Hindu that actually believes that Jesus Christ is another version, is an avatar of Vishnu? Then what?
All right, let's get through the last couple of minutes.
Go ahead.
Discoveries, for instance, things like the Dead Sea Scrolls. What about cities that are mentioned in the Bible, places that people thought, oh, well, maybe that's not in the Bible, but through archaeology, they were able to rediscover certain cities, certain things that were in the Bible that support the historical accuracy of certain biblical events and places. And then my favorite, what about prophecy fulfillment? My brothers and sisters, the Bible contains prophecies fulfilled hundreds of years later. For instance, Jesus' birth in Bethlehem was prophesied in Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Hundreds of years before the Messiah even came. These fulfilled prophecies provide evidence that the Bible is divinely inspired, right? So when you look at certain things that were written in the Bible.
Stop. I'm going to have a
Is he just preaching now? Is he just preaching? Guys,
okay.
He's just preaching now.
Okay. Very simple. Okay. This guy just said, this is in essence his argument, okay? And I want you to see if I'm strawmanning. Page 25 of the Bible said that something will happen. In page 700 of the Bible, it happened. How in the hell is that proof of divine inspiration? Okay, not ignoring the validation of the prophecies in Micah 5 and Isaiah 7 that talk about the virgin birth and all of these things. Forget evaluating them. Literally, this doesn't prove anything because I could literally write a book which fulfills prophecies in any scripture, and I can just say, oh, prophecy fulfillment.
Oh, I heard that, and I'm a little bit hungry, yes.
All right, now he's gone.
It's at times like these that
How could these people have known what was going to happen 500, 600, 700 years in the future when you and I couldn't even tell what's going to happen a week from now? The only logical explanation is that it had to have been inspired by a divine author. What about the unity? Unity despite diversity. Despite being written over 100 years by 40 different authors, the Bible maintains one coherent message centered on God's plan for humanity, further suggesting divine orchestration. Basically, this means...
How is it that the Bible maintains... go ahead before we get into this point.
Yeah. So, as far as archaeology and history, very simple. The Bible gets things wrong. I'll give you an example. If you go to Jonah 3, verses 1-3, you will find that it speaks about Nineveh. And this is a whole entire thing in of its own, right? That the Bible speaks about Nineveh. And it speaks of Jonah taking a 3-day journey to get to Nineveh. Now, scholars calculate that an average person back then would travel 20 miles per day. Meaning that Nineveh is a 60-mile long city, which is huge. Excavations of Nineveh show that it's not even 4 miles. It's actually about 3 or so miles, probably less than 3 miles. Okay, that's an error. 1 Chronicles 29:7 mentions datics, currencies that were not available until hundreds of years after. The Bible gets things wrong. And if the Bible gets things wrong, it cannot be from God. And obviously we know the Bible also has false prophecies. There are many, 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 many false prophecies and many historical errors, which the Bible says. So if the Bible gets things wrong, it cannot be fully from God. Bible having a message which is completely in unity, that's not true. The Bible contradicts in many places. The Torah contradicts with the prophets. The New Testament contradicts with the Old Testament. The Old Testament contradicts with the Old Testament. The New Testament contradicts with the New Testament. The Bible contradicts with itself.
Say that 5 times.
Paul contradicts Paul. Jesus contradicts himself.
Faster. Start again. Now say backwards.
So all of those claims that he's making, he's not substantiating, by the way. He's just saying archaeology. And by the way, just because there's a city mentioned in the Bible that actually exists, that doesn't mean it's divine. That doesn't mean it's divine at all. How the hell is that proof for its divinity? I'm struggling to understand this.
The struggle is real, Leandre. The struggle is real, my man.
I know. I know the struggle is real.
All right, so let's get through the last minute or so.
My brothers and sisters, do you think it's possible to put 40 people in the room and ask them to agree on all things morality, agree on all things historical and whatnot? No, you'd have all kinds of different opinions. But when you look at the scriptures written by 40 different authors over 1,500 years of time, some are written in caves, some in prisons, some on an island, all sorts of different places over a period of time, and yet all of them agree on the same central message, my brothers and sisters, that gives strong evidence that the Bible is true. So in conclusion, if truth exists, number one, then that means it's possible that we can know that God exists and that God's existence is true. Not just true for you or true for me, but true for everyone. And if God exists, then we're getting closer to Christianity existing because Christianity claims that God exists. And if Jesus rose from the dead, that means that the greatest miracle in human history has already occurred. A dead man being raised from the dead, never to die again. And if the Bible is...
Yeah, but the same Bible actually talks about so many other people being raised from the dead. So that's...
Yeah. There's about 3 times where the Bible mentions other people were raised from the dead. In 1 Kings 17, 15 to 24, in 2 Kings 4, 20 to 34, 20 to 35, and in John 11. All those passages, Elijah raises someone from the dead. What are you doing? Why are you meowing at me? Elisha raises someone from the dead, and Jesus himself.
Is that part of the prophecy?
No. It's my cat.
The meowing part?
No. No. My cat is just meowing at me for no good reason.
I want your attention.
Yeah, he does. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, my friend. I have this wonderful person. His name is Ali. He'll talk to you. He's gonna put you right out. You ready?
Hey.
Are you ready? Mashallah. Okay. He's ready for his nap, Ali.
I do have to ask, is my voice really that soothing? Because I heard my voice like 5 minutes ago with Fawad, and I'm thinking to myself, I sound like a creep. So
it's so soothing that it made you fall asleep the other day. You listened to yourself. That's how soothing it is. You put yourself to sleep.
Fawad, I don't like it right now.
That actually snore, and they snore so loud they wake themselves up.
Yeah, I've been on those kind of people before. I kid you not, brothers. I kid you not, brothers, man. I can't tell you how many times, apparently, I woke up, turned off my alarm clock, went back to bed, woke up again, only to find out someone turned off my alarm clock and get mad at someone that they turned off my alarm clock, not knowing it was me. I've actually asked my family, Dad, when I was younger, Dad, did you turn off my alarm clock? It's like, no. And then went to my sister and just accused her, you turned off my alarm clock. So the entire time I was like, wait, did I do it? Because you don't really remember. But yeah, I've had those occasions before. One of those moments. Hey,
right.
Oh man.
But let's go. Go knock it out.
It's true. Then everything written in the Bible must be true, which proves that Christianity is not only true, but it is the only way to get to heaven. My brothers and sisters, I hope and pray that these 4 questions will guide you in your conversations with people who do not believe what you believe, and you'll hopefully help them understand that Christianity is true, and by deduction, that means that other religions are not true, and if you don't accept Christ, you're not going to experience heaven, but you'll be separated from God for all eternity. Don't.
No.
How did we get? Wait, huh?
So from truth, from philosophy, he jumps into the resurrection account, and then all of a sudden he just starts preaching and turns into a Sunday sermon, and there we go.
This,
there you go.
Brothers,
you see here, brothers and sisters, the Bible is true because it says. Listen here. The Bible is true because it says in the book, that there was a city called Bathsheba. Yeah. You see the problem with that argument? You see the problem with that argument?
Go ahead, Faisal.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speak because I'll bring up after you.
A different topic. Okay. So I actually wanted this yesterday, right? I was actually going through the end of Genesis and some chapters in Exodus, and I peeped some things that really made me mad. And what I mean by mad, I'm talking about claims that Christians try to put on Muslims, but yet at the same time, it's even worse in their own text itself. And I'm talking about
what the hell else is new?
I'm talking about Genesis 30 to 40. I'm talking,
yeah.
and I'm like, and I went over this idea of the bridegroom, by the way. Say what?
Are you talking about when allegedly Jacob some like allegedly he, according to the biblical account in verses 4 to 8, he basically slept with his with slave girls? Are you talking about
that? Before that, actually, I'm talking about
that's in Genesis 30, bro. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying. Wait, is it? You know what? Yeah,
you said 30 to 40, chapter 30 in like verse 4. It says Rachel basically said that she was gonna give Jacob, the biblical Jacob, a surprise.
In a nutshell, Isaac, I think it's Genesis 27, 26. Isaac all the way to Joseph.
Okay, so what exactly are you pointing out?
So the first thing I'm pointing out is when it comes to Isaac, right? First of all, his sons, Jacob and Esau, right? Well, for one, the Jacob basically deceived his father.
Yeah.
Because of Rebecca. Basically, the one thing is, apparently Esau was the oldest one, and at that point in time, Isaac was blind, right? So Rebecca wanted Jacob to have the inheritance, right? So she was literally being nosy, eavesdropping on the conversation Isaac was having, and then told Jacob, "Hey, pretend to be your brother and go feed your father go get some things for your father, go feed your father these things, and literally get your father to put his inheritance towards you, but not before you trick your own brother to give you his inheritance." Why? By making food. Your brother comes home, he's hungry, he wants the food.
It's his birthright. And he tricked him out of his birthright.
He tricked him out of. So Esau comes home. Jacob makes some delicious food. Apparently, Esau wants the food. Jacob says, "If you want the food, give me your birthright."
Why the hell are you biting me? What's going on here?
I'm not biting you.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the cat.
I thought about it, but I'm not biting you.
Hey, what you mean you thought about it?
He's talking to his cat. Ali, he's talking to his cat, Ahi.
What do you mean you thought about it? Oh, what the? You literally just lunged for me. What are you doing? What are you doing, fam? Stop.
Okay.
Quit.
Sheldon.
DeAndre, you gotta make sure that you clarify who you're talking to.
Talking to the cat. Oh my gosh!
Everyone, please.
The cat just tried to attack me. He has his paws in the air.
We've talked to Sheldon enough, okay? Either Sheldon comes up, or he stays quiet. Mods, please. If he makes any more comments or claims and does not click on the link, please remove him. Like, just please block him. I don't care if he wants to come again. Please just block him. Thank you. So that was the case, right? So as far as we're talking about someone who's known to be, Jacob, Israel, someone who's known to be, the father of the nation and stuff like that. And this is how the birthright but he's been egged on by his mother, by the way. His mother's the one that's doing the eavesdropping for him. And then it was his mother that told him to dress up and put some fur on your body, because Esau was a big burly man. Put some fur on your body and go talk to your father Isaac, who's blind at this moment, into giving him getting his blessing. And I'm saying,
sometimes when you read this, Ali, it almost sounds like children's tale. When they talk about those silly tales that you tell children about, just to how should I put it? Like, sometimes you come up with a tale just to keep the child's imagination running. That's the kind of
exaggerated
that you hear. Yeah, exactly. This does not read like scripture. This does not read like history. This reads like a silly fairy tale that a child has been told, and that's been sort of it's almost the, what do you call them, the fairy tales book, what do you call them, the Grimm's
the Grimm's brothers.
Yeah.
After that,
the Brothers Grimm.
All those Brothers Grimm. There we go.
Yeah, but what did they call their book? Their compilation. It's almost like that, right? That's it's almost like the Brothers Grimm's book has been found 2,000 years later, and people are going crazy because that's what they now think that people 2,000 years ago used to live like. They used to have magic. They used to have all of these things, and all of that went away. This is almost a feeling that you get when you go through the books of Genesis and some of the other ones.
Yeah, Grimm's the fairy tale of the Brothers Grimm, the Brothers Grimm complete fairy tales. That's what
yeah,
like folklore, basically.
Folklore, yeah, exactly.
So, and I'm still trying to figure this out. And then later on, after they want to talk about the idea of that when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says in the Quran, marry those with whom your right hand possesses. Okay, well, it's no slave girls. Do we need to talk about who Jacob married?
Oh, no, forget about Jacob. The idea of Sarah giving Hajar to Abraham, like that's how it all started, right? Are we forgetting that? Did that not happen at all?
I think sorry, I'm back, guys. I'll just chime in on that before I forget. So it's easy. Just the words itself is what your right hand possesses. Anything on the right hand is only good, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You give charity with your right hand, of course. You eat with your right hand. You do money with the right hand. The left is for not. So when it says what the right hand possesses, by necessity, it has to be good, or at least treated good, favored good, and kept on that side. So it's really, rather than the whataboutism, it's more, well, the clue is in the words. It's what the right hand is always good.
In hindsight, no, like flashback, I actually had a problem with that because I'm the only one in my family that's actually left-handed, and growing up, my father would actually look at me funny because of it. My sister would try to convince me that I'm adopted because I'm lefty, I'm left-handed, and everyone else is right-handed. So that seems like something that is one of the reasons for my misfortune growing up, because my dad would see me mix some food or make some food. He'd just look at me. He just said, you're mixing with your left hand. I said, what's the problem with my left hand? Nothing. Just let me do it. I said, no, not with your left hand. Let me do it all the time. So yeah, this idea of the left and stuff like that. So it is what it is. But even as a whole, just from Jacob to the whole story with Joseph, which, by the way, guys, while I'm actually reading that story in the Bible of Joseph, I have one question that still does not make sense. How did when Joseph became apparently under Pharaoh, which let's not even go there. When Joseph became basically the governor of Egypt, right? How on earth how did Pharaoh understand him? That's one. And two, how did the Israelites that were coming, the 12 brothers that were coming to see Joseph, or the rations, how were they able to understand Joseph? It's like, wait a minute, this guy speaks Hebrew. This guy speaks the language. Don't they see? Wouldn't they know that? Why does he speak our language? Why does he look not Egyptian? You really understand what I'm trying to say? Because apparently, it's Egyptians that were there. If you go to another
stone, dude.
If you go to a foreign country, for me, I go to a foreign country, I can at least tell the difference between somebody who's West African and somebody who's Asian, or someone who's West African and somebody who's North African. Like,
that's pretty obvious between a West African and an Asian.
What about someone
West African versus East African. Can you tell the difference?
Yes.
For
easily.
some people, it's not possible, right? But for
easily,
yeah, no, for you definitely. For me, it's I think I can, but sometimes it's very difficult, right? And the same, can you tell the difference between someone who's a Vietnamese versus a Chinese person, or a Vietnamese versus a Malaysian, right?
I don't even think a lot of them can tell.
No. Sorry, go ahead, sister.
No, I was just saying that's the answer to his question.
Yeah.
Genesis 42:23.
Wait, what does it say?
Go look it up. You can read it.
I got you. Go ahead, Faisal.
Yeah, so I was actually going to jump into another thing completely. And I know we can go into Genesis, but just from what we've seen, right? When you jump to that conclusion that Jesus is God, right? And the only statements that you're giving is that it's historically established. Bible says he was crucified, and non-Christian sources say he was crucified. I think those were his main reasons for jumping to that conclusion, right? Just because it's historically established and that Jesus existed. Sorry, established that Jesus existed and died on a cross. Bible says he was crucified, and non-Christian sources say he was crucified, and that's the reason why we should believe it, right?
So you gotta pronounce Jesus correct. You gotta say Jesus.
Come on now. Okay. You gotta put the Holy Spirit into it, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, Ali, you gotta put the West African into it, and then Jesus.
No, you gotta sound like you gotta sound
I'm
like
getting too many advices here on how to say
hold on,
this.
one second.
Yes,
in like when the brother, the Muslim cowboy, when he reads Bible passages, he literally does a perfect impression of a white Texan preacher. And the Bible says you have to do exactly that. You have to do it spot on.
Yes, he does.
I'll leave the impressions. I'll leave the impressions to you, Ahi. So yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna be the best one for this. So whatever you see on the screen, just say it out loud, Ahi. Just say it out loud.
No.
Oh no. All right. I know. Problems with this. So we've talked about some of these, that we do not establish the necessary attributes of God, right? And Brother DeAndre went into more details. They do not establish the oneness, non-oneness of God, or the triune nature of God. None of that has been established, right? We're just presuming it to be true. It does not establish that God's revelation or him communicating with human beings, that it's not established at all, that why that is necessary, or how that can be established. It does not establish that the Bible is God's revelation. Then it does not establish that Jesus is a prophet of God. And it does not establish that the Bible was written by Jesus or written on behalf of Jesus. Then it does not establish how non-canonical sources are non-historical and should be ignored, or should not be taken into consideration when we're doing our historical analysis, right? I mean, I just came up with some of these, but there's like so many more that you can add. And it does not establish that Jesus is being born of a virgin and dying and resurrecting establishes him as God, right? This is also not established here. It does not establish that Paul received ministry from Jesus or the apostles. It does not establish that any of the books are written by who they are claimed to be written by, specifically the Gospels when we talk about them. And there's just so many. I was going to put in about this not, but I think I sort of lost steam. And Ali started talking about history. So
wait, Ali's what?
You started talking about history, Ali.
I thought I was tired talking about history. I was like, no, I'm not.
Yeah. So there's so much more that could be included in there, because these are the things that these Christians, they don't realize they have a whole lot of there's just so much that they have to establish before they start having a conversation with us, or before we even consider the conversation that they're coming here to have with us as worth having, right? Because our standards are much bigger, more critical than their standards, right? We've got actual standards that we can objectively say that, okay, if we want to establish something as a revelation, what are the things, what's the yardstick for it, right? The fact that it has to be a perfect it needs to reflect the divinity of its origin, right? It needs to be inimitable, right? Losing the word. Imitatable. Okay,
immaterial.
you guys. No,
imitable.
Inimitable. Yes, and then yeah, I know. It's my sinus is just getting in the way. Then
I forgot. For what passed it on to Faisal.
Yeah. For what's passing this on, just be careful. So the other thing is the fact that it's there's no contradiction in it, right? It's a non-qualifier. It's not a qualifier. It's a non-qualifier essentially. That if there is a contradiction, it makes it a non-qualifier to be divine. It takes away from the perfection of the text, right? So that text, if it takes it away, it takes away from the perfection. That shows that it cannot be divine, right? And prophecies, and Christians also claim that they have prophecies in the Old and New Testament. The Old Testament prophecies being fulfilled in the New Testament, and so on. But we all know how the New Testament prophecies were written. We all know what Matthew did. We all know how much fabrication.
We all know there's
here,
failed
right?
prophecies in both the Old Testament and the New
Exactly. Prophecies being written and being failed. I mean, the same author cannot even establish the prophecy as being true, right? Those are those are absurd level mistakes in there. Okay, and then the other things being other than prophecies, the actual miracles and the proof of those miracles that they happen. Can any of those miracles be established today? No. I sounded like okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
pronounce that. Honestly, try and get a Scottish person to say that. You got problems. Honestly, it's because of the rhotic. That's why we find Arabic so easily. That rhotic is within our is within our dialect. So I'm not even going to say it because it's difficult. But you're right. That's what you sounded like.
Yeah, but like I stopped here at number 11, not because this list is being exhausted here at number 11, but because there's just so much more to write that I sort of got distracted with the other parts of history that Ali started talking about, and I lost my train of thought. But there's just so much more that can be included in here. This could easily be a 30-40 point list that Christians need to come here and establish before we can start considering them or what they are claiming to be claiming as a serious matter for consideration. Because right now they're just talking out of their back holes, right? It doesn't help when you're doing that, because nothing that comes out of there is of any significance, right? All right, I'll just stop here.
Yeah, I mean, again, if this is what he's got to offer as far as why Christianity must be true, why specifically Christianity, well, he didn't. Someone can be a polytheist and believe all this to be true. Someone can be a Hindu, and again, a polytheist, and believe all this is true. I don't have to. There were even people at that time that believed in the crucifixion that didn't believe he was God. So even just saying he was crucified, that's not saying anything, as a matter of fact. Now the resurrection itself. See, here's the problem when you try to make a historical claim. The resurrection is not a historical claim. It's a metaphysical, it's a theological claim. History does not include miracles, metaphysical events. So the only way you want to go by history is by saying, oh, the crucifixion occurred, which is then not saying he is God. So you really, in a sense, can't use history to prove that Jesus is God. It does not make sense whatsoever. You have to use theology along with the history to do so. That's why when Christians say it's historical, it's not historical. History is not your primary mode of is not your primary resource.
Yeah,
it's your secondary resource. You're using history under theology. Go ahead.
Yeah, you made a very good point earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are non-canonical or the Gnostic Gospels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are those not considered as historical sources and treated at the same footing as the other Gospels? Why is that the case?
Because Christians go back and forth between saying it's theological versus they're not realizing that they're using history only through the lens of their theology. They're not realizing that. That's why the theology won't allow them to even validate the apocryphal works.
Okay, so let me ask this question in another way. Why? Sorry, guys. Why does someone like Bart Ehrman, who's a self-proclaimed atheist, non-Christian, biblical textual critic, why does someone like that ignore those gospels and only considers the 4 gospels as gospels?
So he doesn't ignore the 4 gospels. So he actually has a book out that's called Lost Gospels. So what he does is this: where he gets his conclusion that Jesus Christ must be crucified is because the historical dating, because one, history goes with the majority. History is basically the biggest mode of conjecture. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says hearsay conjecture, that's literally what history is, to be honest with you. So Bart Ehrman, as a historian, well, wait a minute. He obviously removes the idea that Jesus Christ ascended, meaning he's not including the metaphysical events. So what is he doing? He's basing it off of the records. Well, the records say this happened. Jesus was crucified. So after after the records say he was crucified, we don't see anything physical or natural from him. So he must have been, since he disappeared from history at the point where people said he was crucified, as a historian, he's concluding that he must have actually been crucified because that's what the evidence is. That's what majority of the evidence is saying. Now, when it comes to the apocryphal works, now do some apocryphal works say that Jesus was crucified? Yes. Do some don't say he was crucified? No. But again, what do historians do? Historians will also go for the majority because that's what conjecture is. The same thing with the Jews, how they follow the majority when they have a consensus as far as their isnad. Historians will also take the majority account. So if a couple of apocryphal works say he wasn't crucified or someone else was crucified, what did the majority say? They went with the majority. They go with the majority because, hey, majority rules, right? So Bart Ehrman will go with what the majority of people say. That's why he'll always say based on the amount of evidence, meaning the amount of evidence for is superior than the amount of evidence against, meaning there's more amount of evidences for this than actual not against this. And on top of that, he's also a scholar of the New Testament. So he's, in a way, he's mixing the two up. He chooses sometimes to go full history, and then when he talks about the New Testament, he just strictly sticks to the New Testament because he's actually not only a historian, he's also a New Testament scholar. So most of his conversations that you're hearing, most of his books, most of his lectures are coming from his scholarship with the New Testament, because he's a leading figure when it comes to the New Testament. That's why most of the time he only keeps it between the 27 books. Not so yeah, that's why. And he's really no different than actual other historians that remove the theology away from the Bible. I mean, even people like Raymond Brown said that it made a lot of quotes saying that if it wasn't for his theology, then he's saying, well, historically this is not mixed, or he didn't say that, or this is not coincide. When you remove your theology away from certain things, you end up realizing the truth. But when you add in your theology, which a majority of Christians do and they don't even know it, that's when you get this idea that, well, history favors our theology because you're using the theology, not the history.
Ali, I would make a caveat, or rather a correction. We don't know if this was like currently. Yes, this would be considered a majority opinion, but we know that the early church destroyed anything that went against their belief system. Maybe at that point, the majority belief system was that he was not crucified, right? Well, we don't know anything.
Yeah, that's when I said they lost the according to what they have.
Yeah.
Ali, do you want to quote Braveheart?
Wait, you might take. I can take our what?
If you want me to.
Sure, sister.
Are you sure?
Yeah. But that's like, it holds so true to their history that it's befitting that it's coming from a Christian. That idea of history being written by the
winners,
those who what? How did he say it? I don't remember the exact wording.
It's been a minute since I've actually seen that movie, but I know what you're talking about.
If you haven't seen it, guys, you must watch it.
Braveheart, as my personal feelings with Mel Gibson aside, Braveheart is a hell of a movie.
Yes, it is. It makes you very patriotic the next day. It's you all know when they're about to go into battle and he approaches them.
It's the blue paint for me.
The what?
It's the blue paint for me. That's what did it.
Oh yes, it's brilliant. Anyone who wants to watch it is of course Scottish. Don't forget about the accuracy of the historicity. Just focus on the patriotism. I am William, Sons of Scotland. I am William Wallace, and I see a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? Fighting you may die, and running you'll live, at least for a while. And dying in your bed many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom?
And you gotta say I'm the historical nerd. You know what the funny thing is, Sister Deja? Every time I think of William Wallace, I remember watching this one like wrestling pay-per-view where I saw Drew McIntyre dressed as William Wallace, and that was it for me. I can't unsee it. So from now on, when I think of William Wallace, I don't think of Mel Gibson. I think of Drew McIntyre.
I know, you've got to, haven't you? You know, everyone says that to me. Oh, wrestling, Drew McIntyre. I'm like, I think that is what people know of Scotland mostly as part of the.
I mean, yeah, it's either that or. And the funny thing is, most people don't even know where Scotland is. They know it's somewhere within the British, like it's somewhere up here. No, it's actually on top of England.
That's right, attached to England. It's the top half of the UK. Yes, it's a wonderful place. Very scenic, beautiful.
Yeah. So, and this is what's historians will say about. That's why historians there is no such thing as historical fact. Every historian, what would it be? Why is there no such thing as historical fact? Simple, because the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. If a historian is truly sincere and credible, what he's always going to say is, one, based on the evidence we have, and two, overwhelming. When they say overwhelming, that does not mean it's 100%. That means majority of the evidences that they have, meaning they have to leave room for the fact that there are evidences that could not exist anymore that were there back then.
But think of it this way, right? I think if despite that, it's the kind of historiography of it, right? Because whatever has been kind of shaped and influenced at that time, you've got a kind of historical knowledge itself is kind of folded around this narrative of interpretation. It's not really about the truth of the event, because there's different interpretations, and we see that through the text manuscript tradition. So obviously, as I said when we talked about the ending of Mark, so the contemporary evidence as well, as you said, the lack of contemporary evidence, but circular reasoning most of all, because Gospels are treated as something historically reliable only because they're ancient documents. But the same kind of obviously the Gospel itself asserting this crucifixion, it's just this, again, confirmation bias. It's just this self-reinforcement of established. Just because something is widely accepted, the best and most simple way we can put it is Santa Claus. Legend, myth, we all know, widely accepted, but it doesn't make it true. Just because it's a historical idea, just because it's something that is practiced in society, it doesn't make it true, because evidence speaks otherwise. That's just the most simple kind of comparison that I can make. So that is a problem with the criticism, especially when we look at the historical consensus, because essentially the way they say it, as you said, majority, right? So the majority says, well, we accumulate this evidence, we look at the text, anything archaeological, any other historical sources that are external, we bring all that together. That means that there's enough categories to bring that together within a theological context to say this must be true, because there is various sources there. But again, the sources themselves are biased. They're limited, because apart from the early historians, we're already moving up to a patristic, apologetic bias. So really, it's misinterpreted. It's not even accurate. And the evidence at the time, it was scarce, because, for example, Matthew, with the Septuagint, we know that the writers are limited to the resources that they have, and we can clearly see with Matthew's reliance on the Septuagint. So it's kind of like, well, the evidence isn't strong and it's not conclusive, because even historical, what archaeological evidence do we have? None, really. So so we've got to think about it that way. Just because you can pull sort of so-called evidence or attestation from various categories, it still doesn't necessitate truth.
Yeah,
exactly.
By the way, this is the line that I was going to talk about. But history is written by those who have hung heroes. This is so true for Christian history. When you talk about the true Christians and who they were, nobody knows them anymore. And throughout Christian history, we've seen that whichever group got a little bit of political leeway, they've used that to completely oppress and get rid of any other group that called themselves Christians. And it's sort of with these councils, it just became clearly evident that whichever side was winning, right, they would make sure that the other side does not have any leeway going forward.
And the only reason why they were able to do so was a couple of reasons. And this is where you juxtapose Christianity with Islam. With one, the prophet that was sent to the Israelites, Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, right? He was sent to a particular group of people. What happened with the message? The message was dominated by those outside of the particular group of people he was sent to. That's one. Islam was beginning from Arabia, but sent for the whole world. The entire time of the Muslim Empire during Prophet Prophet's time, it wasn't dominated, meaning the Romans didn't dominate or took over they didn't occupy the Muslims. The Persians did not come and occupy the Muslims, meaning they were free to practice and keep the message pure within their own language, within their own people from the very beginning. That's one. Two, we talk about this idea of the ecumenical councils. Now, why is that the case? Why are they able to control so much of the religion? Well, simple. At that time, Rome dominated most of the known world. Two, people were not able to read. Majority of people were illiterate. So you could literally have ecumenical councils and tell no, this is scripture, this is not scripture, and make it, because why? People were indebted to the elites who were able to read and write. So you couldn't really tell if something was changed, not like that, because you weren't able to read or write. So you see one message one day, and then, oh, by the way, this is, and by the way, all of these, it's not as if there were only 27 books of the New Testament. No, it was countless amounts of gospels, countless amounts of acts, of apocryphal work, of epistles. So if you're just a layperson living in Rome or in Asia Minor or even in Jerusalem at that time, you don't know which is which. You're hearing stories from everywhere and you can't tell because you can't read it. And then later on, that's when they decided, oh no, it was 27 books, which is, even then they had issues, but they were able to not only get, like what Faisal was talking about, they were able to literally get rid of not only those people who practiced something different, but they were able to get rid of those books, because why? They had control of the access of all those books. So that's why all these ecumenical councils was easy for them to spread their particular viewpoints and make it canon. You juxtapose that with Islam. In Islam, we didn't have occupiers, we didn't have foreigners coming to take over. It was actually the other way around. And two, even though a prophet, peace be upon him himself, was illiterate, but Islam came orally. The Bible came textually, meaning it was dependent on people reading it. In Islam, you could be blind and still be as wonderful as DeAndre is, as far as his ability to learn and memorize the Quran. You could be illiterate, not be able to read and still memorize the Quran. Our very prophet, peace be upon him, did so. So people, if someone even tried to change the Quran, you have more people being able to put a stop to it, because everyone has an easier access to it, has more access to it. Everyone to this day can have open access to what the Quran. That's why, to the point where someone tries to change it, we're not even worried about that. So how could someone try to even compare the two? And on top of that, let me finish by saying this. When we talk about God's wisdom, we all believe that God, Christians, Muslims, everyone who believes in God has to be the most wise. God has to be the best decision maker. Out of the two scenarios I just portrayed, which one would the true message of God occur? Which scenario is more wise for God to bring that situation under, to deliver the true message of God? Scenario number one with the Christians, or scenario number two with the Muslims? Because if it's scenario number one, that means you're saying, God, that was not a wise decision.
Yeah, and regarding what Brother Faisal was asking, regarding Bart Ehrman, or you could include any historian for that matter, as to why they believe in the crucifixion account, right? Now, the way I see it, this is the it's the only naturalistic explanation that they can go with, because what are the choices that they have, right? Either Jesus was crucified, this will be the first one, right? Either Jesus was crucified, which is the popular opinion, and that's obviously based out of Christianity, right? Now, early Christians actually struggled with this idea that he died, right? And you can sort of see this evolution even throughout the Gospels themselves, how they tried to make sense out of this early on. They anachronistically tried to force the Old Testament prophecies that, oh, it was always meant to be that way. But that doesn't solve the problem, because you have to convince people that he wasn't an ordinary man that died like a common criminal. They have to bring him back from the dead, make something special about him, right? Which was in line with the Greco-Roman world anyway. So that was the best way to convince them that, okay, he's not an ordinary man that died. He came back from the dead. We've got testimonies. We've got the empty tomb story, blah, 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 all of that, right? So then they prophesized that he would come back because, okay, fine, he resurrected, but okay, why haven't anybody seen them? Unlike, is it in Acts? No, not in Acts. Is it in Corinthians, or where does he say that the 500 people actually saw him, and you can actually tell that he's going with the regular narrative.
It's in 1 Corinthians 15:6.
Correct, right? So now they have to bring him back. Yeah, I just wanted to test you, DeAndre. Just wanted to make sure that you're on your toes. So, okay, so then they prophesied that he would come back within their generation, right? And that everybody would see him, right? So they started, believing that, okay, the world is ending. And when he didn't come back, now what do you do? Okay, he didn't come back. People are dying one by one, and he didn't come back. The world hasn't ended. Jesus hasn't come back. So then they push the prophecy to say, oh, God's ears are different than humans' ears, right? Or make the prophecy metaphorical, the easy way out, right? And sort of like that's what preterists they believe that the end of the world already happened with the destruction of the temple, etc. And it's supposed to be like more spiritual ending rather than physical ending or whatever, right? Now the second option. So now this is Jesus was crucified. What is the second option? Second option is to say that they got the wrong guy. Now this seems unlikely from a naturalistic point of view, because how would the Romans get the wrong guy? So they sort of dismissed that one. Now the third option is a theological option, and you have to believe in a religion or miracles or metaphysical events, right? And as an atheist, obviously you can't do that, right? Saying that God saved him by a miracle, like the Quran says, or we don't know exactly how he was saved, but just the Quran says that he was saved. But again, it's a theological claim, right? Now, an atheist would never believe that. So from within his paradigm, or any secular historian's paradigm, they're going with a more naturalistic explanation that he was not crucified. That he was crucified like a common criminal 2,000 years ago, as millions of other Jews did. So I do understand from their paradigm, because it's much easier to say, okay, if he didn't die through crucifixion, he died through some other means. Probably he was sick, or he just died naturally, or like the Talmud says that he was stoned to death, or whatever. So from their paradigm, it's just a much simpler explanation. Because then, if you don't resort to that, then you would have to say, okay, how do you believe he died?
So Fawad, here's the question, right? I know you're saying that this is a more naturalistic explanation, but then all of the narrative post resurrection, that becomes completely unnatural. How do they explain it? Especially if you're a non-Christian, you're an atheist, and you're in this field, how then do you make sense of it? Right? Are you talking about mass hypnosis now? Are you talking about everybody was hypnotized? Are you talking about everybody was delusional? They're seeing things.
The fact that they saw him resurrect?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have anything for that. So none of these historians, including Bart Ehrman, that's what they keep arguing, that we can grant you and we believe that he was crucified, but they don't believe in resurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
basically they deny the resurrection.
Sorry?
By the way, I think
they're denying the resurrection. Sorry, just to confirm this. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. So this is what Bart Ehrman says, that people believed.
His disciples definitely believed that
again. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But then again, when you corner Bart Ehrman regarding this, because Bart Ehrman does a lot of flip-flopping, and so many people have cornered him on this particular issue, and I think he does this on purpose, because he makes sure that he has
wiggle room.
Yeah, wiggle room on both sides, actually. So
plausible deniability.
Exactly, right? Because if he says, okay, none of this happened, then Christians will not buy his books, right? Exactly. But now you see like how Christians are appealing to Bart Ehrman And that's because of that confusion that he has created. Because if you actually watched his earlier interviews, he was very anti resurrection and everything. Now his later interviews, you see a little bit of evolution where he has sort of he has muddied the water a little bit, and he says, well, okay, his disciples for sure believed, right, that he was resurrected, even though he himself admits that none of these accounts are primary source material. We don't know what the disciples, wrote or thought or anything. And then he's appealing to those same scriptures saying his disciples believed, doesn't follow. But I think he does that on purpose. He's a smart guy, and he realized probably over time, or probably his publicist or whatever told him that. Yeah,
that's good that you're bringing it up, because this is where I wanted to land at, because it's really important to understand that if you want to understand a crime, you need to understand the motives. Once you know the motives, everything else starts falling into place, right? Once you've identified who has the motive and what their motive was, things start falling into place. Most of the times, if it's an atheist, if it's someone like that, their motivation in either one of these situations, or landing at whichever situation they want, right, it has to do with some sort of benefit that they're going to get. Bart Ehrman, he has to sell books. That's how he makes money. He has to make sure that he keeps coming up on these podcasts, webcasts, conferences, shows, whatever you want to say, right? And how can he make sure that he gets the most invitation from the most diverse people? By being unclear as much as possible, just to keep people guessing what he actually is saying, right? He's never said conclusively what happened. He's never conclusive about it, right? And this is literally what the Quran talks about, that all they're doing is guesswork. This is literally, they not only are they guessing themselves what might have happened, they're making you guess, and they keep making you guess, and that's how they sell their books. So it's a very important observation that we need to make sure that we know, and the people who come to us also understand that this is really what is being said.
Absolutely. Sister Dija, what do you think?
She may be
away.
away. Yeah. No worries.
Okay. So yeah.
Do you want to ask Ali, or just leave it?
Who cares what he has?
No. I'm gonna. This is. I like this historical center that we have. I feel important. So, so I would say this. But let's look at this psychologically. Would anyone who's hallucinating, or they see a vision, would they say that they're hallucinating, or would they actually think it happened? And the reason why I preface that by saying, the reason why I said that is to preface the fact that when it comes to Paul and his vision, and for what, that's a very important notion to talk about when you talk about it wasn't even Paul that claimed that, it was Luke. Yes, you're gonna say, well, Luke got it from Paul, because Luke, well, you have to substantiate that. Exactly. So, but it's still at the same time, what makes Luke credible? Just the same way how there are the Basilides, he claims to be. By the way, guys, Fawad made me hungry, so I'm actually eating right now. So forgive me. There's a guy named Basilides who claims to be a disciple of Peter, and he says it was actually Simon of Cyrene. So does that mean that all you have to do is claim to be a disciple or follower? That means we should take your testimony automatically? Because that means, well, if that's the case, then that means it was actually Simon of Cyrene. So that's not really a criteria for credibility either. So Luke is saying that on the road to Damascus, he fell off his horse. He's supposed to be a physician, apparently, according to the tradition. As a physician, if someone is, you go pretty fast on a horse, by the way, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't wearing a helmet. Imagine if you fall off, the stuff that could happen to your brain. I'm just saying, right? So the issue with Paul I like the is it the Coloridians or there's some people that actually claim they saw Mary not too long ago, and even when it comes to Joseph Smith, his vision claiming that he saw the angel Moroni and stuff like that, right? Would they actually say that would they actually say and believe that I'm hallucinating? Would they actually believe that, well, wait a minute, no, this can't be true? Or no, of course they're going to be more than likely going to believe in that kind of stuff. The same way how apparently Paul, according to the text, Paul knew it was Jesus even though he never met him. He knew that was the Lord even though he never knew what the Lord looked like. Apparently, literally the first thing he said when he saw the vision was, "Who are you, Lord?" How would he know that's the Lord? But anyways, I digress.
No,
even
but that Lord,
even when he says I'm Jesus, like, oh, even if he believes to be, how would he know that's what Jesus looked like in the first place? How would he know?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that he meant to call Jesus God, because the term "kyrios" it could be used, what call it, like a reverence for a teacher or master, or somebody.
Used all over the New Testament.
Either way, even if it's just for reverence, it could be used either way. Actually, if you want to say Lord as in the idea of reverence for someone, which has another issue, whatever, as form of how would he know to reveal that vision he's seeing? How would he know? Regardless,
yeah,
he'd never seen Jesus. He'd never even he himself he contradicts himself and says, "Well, wait a minute. Even Satan can be in the form of an angel of an angel of light. How would he know that wasn't what's the criteria that he said he holds none?"
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't get my head around the idea that how they always talk about the revelation that Prophet ﷺ received through angel Jibreel alayhi salam, at least the first encounter that he had. They always liken that to the whole the angel of light in Paul's epistles. But then they totally ignore that. First of all, it doesn't say anywhere in the hadith that it appeared as a light. Instead, it just says that he appeared as a human being, as a man. It doesn't say anything about him even being an angel, that or the way he's depicted, right? But then Paul himself, ironically, he actually sees this light, and they totally ignore that. So just the uncharitable reading, subhanAllah.
And by the way, let's do some more comparisons. In the Bible, besides the whole on the road to Damascus, where else did Paul say that he saw, like, where else did he say that the light Jesus, resurrected Jesus, he met with him and revealed more things to him, like actually encountered him some more? Where else did he say that?
Sorry, what can you ask the question again?
Sorry. Aside from the issue with the story and act of Paul's conversion, where else does Paul say that the resurrected Jesus, he encountered the resurrected Jesus and he was talking to him and he revealed this to him? Like, not just saying he did this, the Lord revealed this. No,
he doesn't.
An encounter he had. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Islam, the Quran, it wasn't just that one time Angel Gabriel revealed to the Prophet in the cave of Hira. It wasn't just one time. It was through a period of 23 years. So there is no comparison whatsoever. And by the way, not Christian sources don't necessarily have eyewitnesses. It's one person saying 500 people, whereas Muslims actually have those people who witnessed it saying, "Oh, I witnessed this. I witnessed Jibril. I saw Jibril as a man." They saw it within a period of 23 years. So there is no comparison, and like I said, which really kind of funny. he actually himself said came as a form of a light, which is kind of funny. You guys want to see what I'm eating?
What are you eating?
Nah, we're good.
I'm eating spaghetti with carrots and eggs.
What kind of eggs?
Say that again.
Spaghetti with carrots and eggs.
Carrot and eggs. Okay.
I thought this was some new bird that Ali discovered. And the first thing he does is takes its.
That is absolutely disgusting.
What?
You brothers can't see it. You brothers can't see it.
Akhi,
Good.
it's risk from Allah. All right, I still can't see it, Ali. We gotta put you up.
Let me
show now.
Oh. I don't know if you guys can see it through this or.
Yeah.
And
now
then after that, can we focus on your shirt, please?
You guys want to go on my shirt? Okay. You know, let me turn off this. No, I'm gonna hit the background.
What the heck are you wearing, man?
Hey man, it's a cool shirt, man.
Says who?
So we're having a fashion show now. Dots connected fashion show.
We all know who the best dressed person here is, man.
So the question has come up. I wonder if Ali has any abs. No, they're hidden.
I mean, I do have them, but
they've been
we'll talk
hidden.
about that later. Yeah, they're definitely hidden
underneath my
shirt. Nah, you know the funny thing is, guys, I'm actually happy because I've been working out recently, trying to get my weight up, and I took my I measured my weight today, and I gained 13 pounds, and I'm officially 178 pounds. So I'm actually very happy because that's my goal was to get to 185. So that means I'm doing something good.
So with your height, your BMI should be totally off, right?
Oh no, I am obese with my height, but the thing is, my body is I think last time I was like less.
Wait, how much do you weigh?
I weigh 178.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And remember, he's 4'10", right?
5'7". Bro, you know, if I was 4'10", that'd be funny.
Damn, dude, 178. Wow.
Yeah, but the last I have to double check my how much body fat that I have. The last time I checked, it was like less than 14%, like 12 or 11%.
Ali's getting comparisons. MashaAllah.
You know what? How about this? Let's meet up eye to eye, level to level, and you say them. Oh no.
All right.
There's nothing that, mashallah, for my sister, like, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless her and keep her on the straight path, but there's nothing that anybody can tell me that my sister hasn't told me already. So
by the way, we have to give one thing to Ali. He's the most entertaining of all of us brothers, right? Like
shirt, man. It's that shirt.
It's the shirt. It's the history, or it's the history,
or it's the hat, or
yeah, exactly.
The glasses, the madam glasses.
You know, I'm gonna get with one when I see him next time.
All right, so a question to you brothers, right? If, let's say, the church for some reason comes out and accepts all of the gospels as true and valid and canon, what will be the conclusion that we land at as far as the crucifixion of Jesus is concerned?
Oh, okay. I'm glad you clarified that, because off the rip, I'm thinking the Catholic Church is just false. Because if it comes out later that their canon is actually not the true canon, because remember, the church believes that all of their canons and all of the people who canon their stuff, those guys are infallible. So if it comes out that they made mistakes, the Catholic Church and like all of the apostolic churches, like Orthodoxy, Coptic, Syrian Church, those are just false. It's done. It's over with.
So what we're going to do is we will allow the Muslim brothers and sisters to hop on if they have any questions, any comments to add. And if no Christians hop on, just let's wrap it up, I guess.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Athar.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you doing, Akhi?
Alhamdulillah. How are you guys?
Good, alhamdulillah. Just waiting
Enjoy
for
some
Christians
food.
to come on, man. Like,
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, we had good viewership, but just nobody was coming on. So I guess they've lost the battle.
The issue is that the topic is very tough because I believe Christians already know that there is no intellectual reason to believe in Christianity. It's all, emotional drama.
I mean, they're aware of that. I mean, so they realize, even the video that we watched, this is what they're preaching to people, that, oh, well, because of eyewitness testimony, that means it's true.
And here's a question for you, Ali.
What's up? How short, bruh? You know what? I'll bite. Let's do this. 1 second. Let me actually. I know everyone. Only America we do the imperial system because we suck. Let's actually. Let me convert it to the metric system.
Actually, you know what? When it comes to people's height, a lot of people use the imperial system still.
Really?
Yeah, it's more common than you would think.
Okay. Well, 1 second. Let me do the.
And it's probably just because of that sweet number, the 6 feet, the 6 feet thing. And as long as you're 6 feet, right, you've survived, and your generations would continue.
Okay, so I am 5 feet 7 inches, or 170 centimeters, and as far as my weight, kilograms, and I am 80 kilograms. MashaAllah. 5'3".
Brother Athar, go
Wait a
ahead
minute.
if you have any questions.
No, I don't really have any questions because
Okay.
I believe the presentation was very clear, and there was nothing to question about as long as you are a rational person. There's nothing to question about.
You know what? I have a question for you, Akhi. How about that? So let me see. How do I say this?
About what?
Were you able to watch the video from beginning to end, or did you miss the when we responded to the video? How much of it did you see?
No, I just saw some of the beginning, but that's why?
I was wait. I'm sorry. I'm not. Ali is not short. He's vertically challenged.
By the way,
Yeah, how
sister,
about
do you know the running gags that we have for Ali?
What's that go?
So
I missed out on so much.
there's a lot that you've missed out on. So one of the things that's been going around, we've never disclosed Ali's real age, right? And it's been a guessing game for a while. Some people.
I know his age.
Yeah, Akhi, we don't talk about that here, right?
He's less than 100.
Yeah.
Because we all were trying to figure out how come he's so good at telling history.
Yeah, so
you witness it firsthand.
So we've come to that conclusion that he was there. He witnessed the flood of Noah. He witnessed all of this, right? So today, when he talks about it, he can talk about it with a lot of authority, mashallah.
Vividly.
Very vividly. So that's the second one.
age. There's my hat. No one's really. I don't think people really seen my head. There's my first name, because at least my middle name. My first name is something else. And is that it? I think that's only 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, and it's also the fact that even though I do IT, I suck at.
Oh yes, he's and we actually found out what his real profession is recently.
Hey, relax. Let's not do this. Come on now. Please.
Yeah. All right, but that's the thing. So a few years later, this statement from the sister would become a historical fact, right? And then people can talk about it as history.
Ali sat behind Jesus in Hebrew school.
Yes.
Please don't. No. The last thing I need is to be Chuck Norris, man. Let's not do that. Oh, I actually, if what? Do you actually, what we're talking about with the faith on the fire? Do you want to do it tomorrow or next week?
I don't know if I'll be available tomorrow because I have some time with family, but I'll keep you guys in. What did you want to cover? Faith under fire. Yeah, we could probably start next week, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah.
Because Mr. Doctor has been giving me hell all day today because I won't tell him.
All right. So there's a young brother in the back chat who's been asking a few questions. Do you brothers
Ahmed?
want to? Yeah, brother Ahmed. Do you want to address these questions? Anyone can take it up.
Sure. Okay.
I'll read those out.
Bring him up, inshallah, on stage.
He's young, Fawad. Just so
he's too
young.
he's
young.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so his question is, and he can stay in the back chat and can hear those out. How do we know the Quran narrations we have are authentic? Fawad, do you want to take that?
The Quran narrations, that they're authentic. Well, we've got the authentic chains going back to the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's mass transmitted chains, right? So they so look at the word subhanallah, what is the word that we use for it in hadith when it's
mutawatir?
Mutawatir, yeah. So
Yeah.
mutawatir is actually higher in status than sahih. So what I would suggest, brother, I think Sheikh Uthman actually did a good video on that. So you might want to look that up to see how it's almost becomes an undeniable fact, right?
Would you like me to comment after that?
Sure, sister, go ahead.
Yeah, no, when you're done, no problem. Or would you? So what are we looking at in terms of this? Essentially, it's preservation. Of course, it's preservation through memorization. But if we look at Abu Bakr, so of course the first caliph, he of course ordered that the Quran present with the companions, the Battle of Yamama. So essentially, it was to be collected. We know that the scribe at the time, Zayd ibn Thabit, okay, so he was present at both times during the Prophet and at this time too. So the result essentially was this recopying of the text, which had already been copied under the guides of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the Quran, the copy that was there, which was under the supervision of Zayd ibn Thabit, that remained with Abu Bakr until he died. And then it went on to Umar until the end of his life. And then with Hafsa. So basically the companions themselves consistently, of course, learned the Quran in a very kind of, intentional manner. So we can see through the hadith of Ibn Masud, he said that they used to learn 10 verses and make sure that they completely understood the meanings. And then they would obviously start to, apply them. And that essentially only after that would they then consistently learn with other ones. So after this acceptance, okay, and during this battle, because of the qira'ah, to prevent any corruption, the various, you could say, Qur'ans were collected by authorities, and of course they were burned. So people say they burned the Qur'ans, but we know that when it comes to the Quran, there is only 3 ways that you can dispose of it: to burn it, to bury it underground, or to dissolve it in water. Okay, so we don't just throw it away. So it is not uncommon for that to happen. And it just meant that anyone who wanted to copy the Quran would only be able to do so from the Uthmanic Codex. So that's part of that preservation. But essentially, the Sahaba that memorized the Quran, obviously he sent the Medinian companions, I believe it was 70. Yeah, 70. And all they went to the various tribes. If you know about the incident, Bir Ma'una, and there's a good book on that. I think it's called The History of Quranic Text. And it talks about the 39, that there's no less than 39. He lists no less than 39 companions who memorized the Quran directly from the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that list includes obviously the most famous as well, and those who died at Birmah and Yamama. So obviously have not been preserved, but the scribes are named. So we've got Abu Bakr, As-Siddiq, Umar radiallahu an, Uthman, Ali, Ubay, Salama, Zayd ibn Thabit, of course, Abu Huraira, Abdullah ibn Abbas, we've got Abdullah ibn Saib, we've got Salim, and Abdullah bin Umar al-Khattab. So you've got to go through all of this and know that Zayd ibn Thabit, the initial scribe with the Prophet ﷺ, and they're present at the compilation right up to Uthman. He recited the Quran twice to the Prophet right during the year as he was passing away. So that recitation, the Qira'ah of Zayd, because he transcribed it for the Prophet and recited it and witnessed, okay, and obviously he taught his recitation to the people until he passed away too. So I could go on forever, but that's just a kind of a nugget. The preservation is that.
Jazakallah khair, sister. And then besides that, we've got the written preservation as well, right? So if you actually check all of the manuscripts throughout, throughout the world, they have a consistency. So you can even check the qira'at, and you can actually match them with our accounts in the hadith regarding different qira'at and different.
So essentially, our tradition proves the manuscripts, and the manuscripts prove the tradition. So it's both
absolutely
both are consistent. It's not like what we have with the Bible. Biblical accounts are inconsistent. So it's that question doesn't even come up with the Quran, and it's not just the Muslim scholars who confirm this. Non-Muslim scholars who've studied this have come to the same conclusion.
Absolutely. So you've got a global consistency within the manuscripts and in the oral tradition. And apart from that, we know from the beginning, the Quran was always an open book. It was always out there in the open for people to recite and memorize, right? So it has been recited since the very beginning. The Muslims have been reciting it every single year in Ramadan, in multiple masajid throughout the world. You actually see it being recited from cover to cover. And then apart from that, even during our daily salah, right? The memorizers of the Quran, the qaris, you actually see, not the qaris, the hufaz, right? So so apart from that, what else can we say?
Yeah. and just to add, the list that the sister gave of the scribes, that's only a partial list. That's only some of the many scribes of the Quran.
That's
and
right. It's only 39 of them that's listed, but we know that there's many. By the time of man, we're talking about 10,000.
Yeah, and this is the scribes, not the people. Is this a list for the scribes or the people who had fully memorized the Quran?
No, scribes is different than the people that have actually fully memorized.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to confirm, because I sort of got confused in there, sister. So can you just confirm this was the list of scribes, right? The 39 that you're talking about?
Yes, but obviously of the 39, because as I said, Azmi, in his book, The History of Quranic Text, he obviously lists the 39 companions, and obviously we've got the most famous, who we know taught each other.
The list is bigger than that, right?
Correct. Yeah. So obviously we've got our Hafad in there, we've got them, but obviously the scribes as well. And yeah, it's incredible. So if you want to go through the isnad of the Quran, it's incredible. It's just amazing. I mean, the proof is in the pudding today, really, isn't it? the existence of the fact we could get rid of any audio, we could get rid of any mushaf, and we can bring that book back instantly. Well, I say an hour or an hour and 20 minutes because that's how long it takes to recite Surah Al-Baqarah with perfect tajweed. So we could bring the entire script back. So really, that's the proof. The proof is in the pudding, really.
Yeah, and the first century manuscripts that we've got, and they're complete manuscripts, 100% complete, because a lot of people, they appeal to the Birmingham manuscript, but that's just a very small portion of it. But even with that, if you actually cross-reference with whatever has survived of the Birmingham manuscript with the ones that we have available from the first century, you see consistency in there, right? So from the first century, we've got several, like the Codex Topkapi Sarai Medina 1A. We've got the Quran of Uthman at the Topkapi Museum, and we've got the Quran of Uthman at the Al Hussein Mosque. We've got the Quran of Uthman at the Egyptian National Library, and so many, So like the sister pointed out, we've got over 43 manuscripts, right? And that would include, partial manuscripts or also 100% complete. The 100% complete would be the ones that I named. There's another one. It's also in Turkey. I forget its name. I have a list of all of them I've shown you guys. Anybody actually wants a list of all of those, you can email us, and inshallah we'll send you a list. So yeah, that should be plenty.
I want it.
Yeah, I should have put that.
That was coming.
Yeah, except DeAndre.
No,
So.
I want it.
Okay, so now his second question was regarding miracles, right? Same thing, mass transmission, right? Things that are tested not just by the Sahaba, but his enemies, right? Even
I would also want to add one thing regarding his second question. I believe that because he's young and he may get these questions in his mind or asked by others that the miracles are unscientific, so how can you believe in them? The issue is that many people these days, they call themselves rational, and there are many atheist channels which start with the word rational or at least end with it,
or logic.
but and logic. So the issue is that yes, the issue, we affirm that miracles are unscientific, that's why they are miracles. But if something being unscientific does not necessarily mean that
I would,
it's illogical.
I would actually, my apologies, Akhi. I would actually disagree. I think we shouldn't say that they are unscientific, because then that also is a loaded term. What I would say, the way I would put it, I would say miracles are supernatural and fall outside.
Yeah, we can use the better word. We can use the better word supernatural. But something being supernatural does not necessarily mean that it is illogical, because these are two different things. So the challenge is, so here goes the challenge like this. Prove me that any miracle which is described in the Quran or in the Hadith is illogical. You cannot prove it. Simple as that.
Like miracles don't defy logic. In other words, that they don't defy the three laws of logic, or if you want to add the law of sufficient reason as well in there. But the like the brother said, that's normally how I put it, right? Because whenever atheists, they approach us with this question, we have to be careful the way we word it, right? So yes, miracles are supernatural and fall outside the naturalistic explanation, but expecting a miracle proof for them creates a false dichotomy and a category error, right? To prove miracles, we can prove them through historical accounts, testimonials, etc., which is actually one of the methods of verifying something anyway. And these evidences would naturally differ from empirical standards that we have put forth using the natural sciences, right? Now, they are supernatural events that defy the laws of physics as we know them, but they don't defy the laws of logic, like the brother pointed out. That is very, very important, because normally we see atheists using this term colloquially, and it's actually wrong. They say, oh, it's not logical. And then when you actually, so then you ask them, the burden of proof is on them. Okay, tell me, how is it not logical? Most of them, they don't even know what this term actually signifies. So when you ask them, okay, what do you mean by logic? Are you using it colloquially, or are you talking about the laws of logic, right? So yeah, just wanted to put that out there. But hopefully that should answer the question, right? Should be sufficient. Now then, third thing he asked, I think, was about the Ahruf. Yeah, all 7 Ahruf were revealed to them. Okay, so Qiraat are basically combination of 2 or more Ahruf, Akhi. That's will be a very simplified explanation. And yeah, all 7 Ahruf, they were revealed to Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So basically, this was out of necessity for the people of different tribes, right? So the 7 tribes being Quraysh and Hudayl, there was Hawazin, there was Tamim, there was Yemen. What was the other one, Ikhwan? Tahqif, I think, was another one. I'm forgetting one of them. But anyways, these were different tribes and they had their own dialects. So we actually have a hadith in Muslim, I believe, that the Prophet ﷺ himself, he said that Jibreel alayhi salam taught me how to recite in one style. Then I replied to him, asking him for more styles till it reached 7 modes of recitation, i.e. the Ahruf. So don't mistake Ahruf for Qiraat, because a lot of people, they actually don't know the difference. So it was recited to him, it was revealed to him in 7 Ahruf. But then Qiraat are basically, Qiraat are actually combination of those Ahruf. And then you have, the Qaris, we refer to them as Qaris, the reciters, right? You have Nafi al-Madani, you have Ibn Kathir, you have Ibn Amir, Asim, Hamza, etc. Right? They were from different locations like Medina, Mecca, Basra, Damascus, Kufa, etc. And then you have their students, the transmitters, which we refer to as Rawis, right? And you have, so we have a total of 10 qiraat, but that does not mean that those are the only qiraat we have. But those are the ones that are known popularly. 7 of them being mutawatir and 3 of them being mashhur. I don't know if you actually know all of these terminologies, Akhi, but I'm just giving all of this information out for everybody else that is listening as well. And if you have any questions, since you're too young, unfortunately, we can't bring you on stage. But if you have any questions, make sure you let us know.
And one more thing, that, for him to know that when you do a Qari course, you got to learn all the 7 Qiraat. So in a Qari course, a Qari, he learns all the Qiraats.
Just on the issue of miracles, I think everyone is just, of course, immediately associating with metaphysical. But as the comments, you've got historical miracles, you've got legislative miracles, which actually, given yesterday's stream, is the prohibition of blood. Believe it or not. Yeah, you can go to places like that. You can. That book that I've recommended, I think you can pin the next comment. It talks about whole blood. It goes into the prohibition of course, pork. So people obviously ask, some people will ask, like, why we've been forbidden from it. And we talk about modern science. So these are legislative miracles as well. So like when you think of why Allah would not allow pork, even through all 3 of the traditions. So this is part of what we would deem a legislative miracle. So yeah, there's different categories. It's not always metaphysical.
Yeah, this is very interesting and important to remember, because when we talk about the miracles of the Quran, miracles of the Prophet ﷺ, we always emphasize the Quran as a miracle itself, right? And there's multiple levels to how the Quran is a miracle. It's preservation, it's continuous recitation, It's the knowledge contained within it, that it could not have come from any human being living in at the time and the source where it is come from, right? And then the list just keeps going on and on, right? The other miracles of the Prophet ﷺ, anything outside of the Quran, right? Those we accept on testimony, and those testimonies are coming from primarily two sources. The first being the Quran itself, because the Quran talks about some of the miracles of the Prophet ﷺ. For example, the splitting of the moon has been mentioned in the Surah Al-Qamar, right? His night journey and his ascension to heaven, those have been mentioned in other surahs as well, right? So Surah Al-Isra is about the night journey, and the other one, I'm forgetting the exact surah, but brothers help me with the reference. But these things are there, right? And other miracles of the Prophet ﷺ have been mentioned. But the other testimony that we talk about is the testimony of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ. And from the companions, the followers of the companion, or and the followers of the companions, or as we say, the companions being the Sahaba, and then the followers, essentially the Tabi'in and the Taba Tabi'in, right? What they wrote down for us about our history, and what they've actually compiled for the next generations and so on, right? So we can attest to that because we know the sources of where all of that information is coming from. So the fact that the Prophet ﷺ, he touched the goat and the goat started giving milk when the goat had not given milk before, or wasn't giving milk before, right? Or the fact that he fed a whole army with just a small lamb and some bread, right? And so on. So when he prayed, rain started coming down, and he prayed again, and the rain stopped. The water coming from his hand, right? So those sort of things we accept because of the testimony of these companions. And it's not just one individual companion making a testimony, it's a whole series of companions. This is what we call mutawatir, right? That multiple companions are making that testimony, and none of them are basically criticizing that this did not happen. Because if a statement is being made by one, right, none of the others are basically claiming that, oh, this did not happen, or the Prophet couldn't have done that, or there's no there's very little argumentation around these type of things, right, which establishes the authenticity of what we have from the early companions and the early Muslim sources.
Absolutely. And, as you guys can see on your screen, so this is, the mass transmission of the Quran. It basically tells you that it was given to Angel Jibreel alayhi salam by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he transmitted to the Prophet, peace be upon him, from him to all of the Sahaba. And then all of these Sahaba, they had the Tabi, and then the Tabi Tabi'in, second, third generation, and they had all of their respective students, right? So, as I said, it's like mass transmitted from so many different chains, it becomes impossible for it to refute it from being a historical fact, rather, right? There, like, you can cross verify it. Brother Arthur, if you can explain mass transmission to the brother briefly, like how it actually works. Like we can give an example of like a city that you have never visited, right? So let's say if you have never visited Paris, or even a city.
Fawad, let me give an example that would make sense, right? We all know of an event that happened in the Netherlands, all right?
Yes.
Okay, what is the official narrative that is coming out?
I haven't even followed that entire thing.
So the official narrative is that it was all anti-Semitism. The people didn't do the people in question didn't do anything wrong, and there was anti-Semitic individuals who caused the riots and so on, right? But then people who witnessed the event are sending out videos, first person eyewitness accounts, videos of this is what's happening, right? This is what we call the mutawatir statement. People are not going to believe the official statement. They can tell that's a lie because there's hundreds and hundreds of people who are sending out these videos, and those are being shared, showing the actual reality of what happened. That's what mass transmission is about. This is what mutawatir hadith are like, right? That you're conveying the truth either through some sort of medium, right? Today we have video cameras, and we can actually record the audio, video at the same time, and basically make that part of evidence, right? Back then, it was the testimony that somebody would be giving. Now, even with the videos, you need to accept that the person creating the video is not doctoring with the video and all of those things, right? So there's tons of things that you're accepting of for the authenticity of these videos. So the way we can establish that it was actually the so-called Semites, quote unquote, right, who've been screaming anti-Semitism, but were the cause of the riots, were the cause of the mischief and the illegal happenings in Amsterdam, right, were the cause of the racism and the hooliganism that happened over there, right? That is proven through the mass transmission of these eyewitness accounts that we're getting. And this is how it happened during the lifetime of the Prophet. A lot of people don't realize there's 100,000 people by the time the Prophet peace be upon him passed away. There's almost 100,000 people who've accepted Islam, who've met with him, and in some way or the other, they're considered as Sahaba because they met with the Prophet ﷺ, right? Either through a delegation, they came with their leaders to come give bay'ah to him, or whatever the reason was. These people became Muslim, and they were considered Sahabas, right? Definitely, there's this core that was in Medina and also in Makkah, right, who had accepted Islam, right, and all of these are sort of considered as Sahabas. But at the end of the day, when we're looking at who were the people who witnessed the Prophet ﷺ, who confirmed that he was a living human being, who was receiving revelation, they accepted what was happening around him, they witnessed some sort of events, or they witnessed or they talked to people who had witnessed some sort of an event, even if they didn't witness the event directly. These were people affected, right? And they attested to the to whatever extent they were affected by the Prophet ﷺ, right? And they accepted his message to be true. They accepted him to be a truthful person, to be a trustworthy person, and all of those categories that need to be checked, they check marked it for us and conveyed to us that yes, this is what happened. That's how we know that this is a true event, right? That it happened in history and it happened the way it has been written. There's very little that we find where people dispute some of these key claims about the Prophet ﷺ. And those who dispute, they've been proven to be mischievous or liars in their life, or they've been shown to have bad character, which would never be accepted as anything that they would say would never be accepted. Right? So there's all of these reasons why you can actually put faith in this.
Absolutely. So the brother, I think, is still a little bit confused. I don't know, brother, did you get the answer to your comment where you actually asked, so Uthman burned the Qur'an? But before that you said, but Uthman burned 6 Ahruf. Does this affect the Quran? No, it doesn't affect the Quran. So Uthman burned the Qur'an. Did you actually get the answer to that, or do you want me to go deeper into it?
So
I don't know. I don't think he's backstage anymore, though. Yeah,
no, I don't
he
think he's
left.
backstage. Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I would about I'm getting a feedback.
You're getting a feedback from me?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, that's good. No, it's not you. Who's it? Now it's gone. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, so when it comes to the Qiraat, you cannot burn the Qiraat because the Qiraat is a recitation. So that's not possible. Now, when it comes to the Ahruf, we need to understand what actually happened there, right? It's not like the Ahruf were a mercy from Allah to the people whose mother tongue was Arabic, right? It was not meant for every nation that's going to come into Islam. It was not meant for everyone, because the message of Islam was clear. Whichever Ahruf you're reading, the message of Islam is clear, right? This is something you need to understand as well, right? You don't need to know the other Ahruf or all of the Ahruf to comprehend the message of Islam. Okay, so that's the first thing that you need to know. So when Uthman radiallahu anhu is compiling the Quran, this is a different time and a different purpose than when the Quran is being compiled by Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. The differences are as follows. So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, he's compiling the Quran between a mushaf because it's never been done before, and it makes sense now that the Quran, the revelation has ended, that the Quran be compiled as a book, so that if there's any questions about authenticity or any conflicts, you can actually go back to a written document that everyone has attested to, and this is like the whole community again attesting to this document that was put together, right? So and that can actually form another way of preserving the Quran, right? Then when it came to the time of Uthman radiallahu anhu, the reason why he's compiling the Quran is completely different from why Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu compiled the Quran. This happened, the second compilation happened, and the distribution, it happened because the Quran was being now being recited by people whose mother tongue is no longer Arabic, right? Now they are learning the language and they're being taught by certain teachers, and when one of the person from one place would visit another place, right, there would be conflicts that would arise, and these conflicts would were becoming a source of fitna. So to prevent this fitna from becoming widespread throughout the community, the Khalifa, because remember, the Khalifa is responsible for protecting the Muslims, not just from external threats, but from internal threats as well. And this is an internal threat of fitna, right? So he made the decision that we will use the Qurayshi script as the key, as the source script for the Quran, and that would be what all these non-Arabic speaking nations would be taught, right? If you know,
But just to clarify, like the skeletal text was, or the dialect, sorry, the qira that was selected, or the harf that was selected was Qurayshi, but it could accommodate other ahruf as well. But just I wanted to actually clarify this hadith, like in case if somebody wants it. Here's the reference, Sahih Muslim 821a. Here's the hadith where it says, Allah has commanded you to recite to your people the Quran in one dialect. Upon this, he said, I ask from Allah pardon and forgiveness. My people are not capable of doing it. So this is a dua that actually Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's actually doing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So he then came for the second time and said, Allah has commanded you that you should recite the Quran to your people in two dialects. Upon this, he, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, again said, I seek pardon and forgiveness from Allah. My people would not be able to do so. Jibreel alayhi salam came for the third time and said, Allah has commanded you to recite the Quran to your people in 3 dialects. Upon this, he said, I ask pardon and forgiveness from Allah. My people will not be able to do it. He then came to him for the 4th time and said, Allah has commanded you to recite the Quran to your people in 7 dialects. And in whichever dialect they would recite, they would be right. So as we can see clearly, all of the dialects are correct. Now, what Brother Faisal is referring to, that is an incident that actually took place when these non-Arab speakers, they actually came to fight a battle together with the Arabs that actually were aware of different dialects, but they were taught from their own teachers a particular dialect. So, all of a sudden there was an issue because obviously during Salah, when they would be reciting it, they would have slightly different dialects. So they used to have arguments with each other. And this news reached Uthman Razil anhu, and some companions told him that why don't we actually, this was suggested to him. And by the way, this was, he faced some resistance from some of the Sahaba that actually agreed with him later on when he explained to them. So that we need to actually do this. This is out of necessity. They did that. Because remember, when it was revealed in the beginning, the Quran had to be revealed in different dialects to accommodate all of those different tribes, because not only it was important for them to understand it, but also for the linguistic challenge of the Quran to produce a book or 10 surahs or a surah like it, right? So they could not come up with this excuse that, oh, it's not being recited to us or revealed to us in our dialect, so how could we actually then meet this challenge or try to meet this challenge? So even that excuse was taken away from them. But once Islam was prevalent in the Arabian Peninsula, and Islam spread quite a bit at the time of the second and third Khalifa. Now the time was to unite the Ummah, and as the brother said, not just from the external threats but internal threats as well. And this was one of the internal threats. And besides that, a lot of the ashab and their tabi and tabi'in, they actually had their own copies. So there was no official copy. They had their own copies. We know from some of the athars from Aisha Raziyallahu anhu and different companions, where they actually had stuff written down in their own copies, right? So for instance, if you have your own copy of the Quran, you might actually write something in there if your own sheikh is telling you a particular thing about a surah, so or a particular dua or whatever, so you would actually take your own notes in there. Now the problem is, you actually know that this is not part of the Quran, but if that musaf gets passed on to another person, that person would not know what is Quran and what is not. They might actually start reading your notes in there, your personal notes in there, as part of the Quran. So this was another issue that they were facing, right? So out of necessity, Uthman Razil thought that he should standardize this, and then he sent masahif along with qaris to different provinces back then. And yeah, I think that should be sufficient explanation, right? Sorry for babbling on there.
No, Jazakallah khair, akhi. Yeah, so that's the point, right? That it's not like that other versions of the Quran would burned or were deleted. Now, remember, the Quran has been preserved not just by how it's been written down, but also in how it's being recited. So you cannot just press a delete button or run a defragmentation or a scan disk or something and everything would be fixed. That doesn't happen. So this idea, it's really childish, and unfortunately our Muslim brothers, sometimes we just fall for this nonsense that they're bringing up. Now I guess for me, the way I see it, Fawad, it's just that when a Christian wants to bring up this argument, I think the best way to respond to it is to establish a few things, right? Number one, that by bringing this up, you're admitting that your Bible is not preserved, right? So just establish that off the bat. Okay. Number two, now, even though you're stating this and you've agreed that your Bible is not preserved, you're going to, if I can establish to you that the Quran is preserved and I can give you the evidence for it, then that means that, number one, your Bible is not preserved. The Quran is preserved. That makes the Bible as a non-historical document with a questionable, or a historical document with questionable authenticity when it comes to the source of that document, and the Quran as a historical document with confirmed authenticity as to the source, the content, and to the source and the content of the document, right? So basically, we're talking about two completely different paradigms here. One where everything can be established, the other one where literally nothing can be established. So when Christians bring up this argument, they've already accepted defeat, and they're just trying to drag Muslims down into the gutter where they are. And you just need to basically just put them in their place. You stay in the gutter, we'll stay on the surface.
Absolutely. And so, sister, I'm going to bring this up real quick on the screen so you can explain to them exactly what. So here, let me share the screen.
Apologies for the A and Eusebius Sunnis, apologize. So essentially, if they bring up this, we can of course back it up. Preservation, we can go down all that route, but it's very simple, guys. It's mostly Christians that will bring up this argument. You just need to bring this up. Okay.
Book 8, chapter 2. Okay, so book 8, chapter 2. This is book 8, yeah. Okay, so chapter 2.
Yeah.
Right here. Okay, the destruction of the churches. Is that the one?
Yep, beautiful.
Okay.
If you just read it out there, just the first part. Yeah.
Okay, wait. 1 second. Let me zoom in over here. There
It's the first line. Yeah.
Okay, so all these things were fulfilled in us when we saw with our own eyes the houses of prayer thrown down to the very foundations of divine and the sacred scriptures committed to the flames in the midst of marketplaces, and the shepherds of the churches basely hidden here and there, and some of them captured ignominiously and mocked by their enemies.
That's all you need.
According to
that's all you need to literally. That's all you need. Because what you're saying here is that if there's an issue burning scripture, this is something that happened within their time. Not only that, but the house of prayer were obviously broken down to the foundations. And as I said here, it's highlighted in purple. Click on the sacred scriptures. They were thrown to the flames. So what happened then for this preservation issue? And if they wish to question the preservation of the Quran based on scriptures being burnt, I'd like them to explain what Eusebius is going on about here.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. So this is when the destruction of the churches happened, all of their sacred scriptures, they were burned.
What book is this?
This is none of your business book. This is from
Ecclesiastical History. Okay.
Yeah. So essentially, if they want to question the preservation of the Quran based on Uthman so-called burning the, well, please explain this to us, because you have to come from the same standard. If you want to explain this to us and how this did not affect your preservation, or it did or didn't, then you've got to judge yourself by the same standards.
Absolutely, great point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm putting the link in the chat for the brothers and sisters to have.
Yeah, inshallah. Right. So this is book 8, chapter 2.
Book A or book 8?
8.
8. That's the number 8. As in the number 8. Okay. So yes. Ecclesiastical History, book 8, chapter 2. Got it.
Yeah. By Eusebius. All right, I guess since nobody wanted to come up today, that was very disappointing.
They've given up.
It's weird. It's weird because they're still in the chat. So it's not as if they're not here; they're still here.
Oh, come on. We know what the argument would be from Angelo.
Yeah, Tangelo, you're making me regret coming to Brazil, dude.
My bro, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm not buying your $57 freaking book. I'm not buying that.
What if he brings it down to like $49.99 or something, Deandra? Would you buy it then?
No,
okay.
no.
What does he have to bring it down to for you to consider purchasing it?
I find $56.99. How about that?
57 pesos.
No, 57 pesos. Yeah, I'll buy
it. Wait, convert that to dollars. How much is that?
Probably like $5.
No, come on, $5.
Pesos to dollars.
No, you're right. That's too high.
It is too high.
Yes,
it's actually
too high.
It's $2.80.
Oh, that's still too high. That's still too high.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Sister, are you aware of the Shroud of Jesus argument?
The Shroud of Turin.
The Shroud of Turin. Yeah.
It's bogus. I'll just keep it at that's bogus. Because at the Fuada, if I saw DeAndre at the DJ at the very best, all they could conclude is that somebody was crucified. You still can't prove that person was Jesus.
Somebody was crucified with a thorn of horns. That's it.
Yeah. You still can't prove that it was Jesus. You can't. And this is their best argument. Well, the best case when it comes to the bogus shroud.
But one of their best, blood, right? That's the proof.
The fact that they have to resort to a piece of cloth, a forgery, well-known forgery, to prove that Christianity is true, they're basically telling us they have lost the battle.
Yeah, but for what? Think about their history. What happened during the Crusades?
Yeah,
they had to bring out a false cross to.
Yeah, absolutely.
For their people.
So many relics, by the way, came from supposedly from Jerusalem to Europe, and they were being sold. And this was actually supposed to be one of them, right? So there have been so many shrouds throughout history. And this is what we keep asking all along, that why was it hidden, for so many centuries? You have a gap of, what would that be? When was the first time it became prevalent? Was it during the medieval time? Or
well, the medieval ages is a long period of history. So that's anywhere from the 5th century to the.
Okay. So then.
It spans more than 1,000 years. So I would say it's around, at least my guess is around the 13th to 14th century. That's my guess. It may be a little bit early, but that's what, off the top of my head, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah. So, anyways, he always keeps talking about the $1 million prize. I'm like, dude, I am willing to claim it. Set it up for me. Where can I examine it? It's not available for.
Isn't the Prophet, peace upon him, weren't his sandals preserved? Like, don't they still have his sandals that he had?
Yeah, he's got many. He's got a sword. He's got letters, coins.
some of it is
disputed.
Yeah, some of it is definitely disputed. But
that must mean that the Prophet Islam is true, because we have his sandals.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing, Ali. We know where he's buried.
Yeah,
the Prophet ﷺ, we know where he's buried.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not. It's okay. Whatever other fact there are, right? We know his burial place, and we know nobody else other than him and Abu Bakr and Umar radiallahu anhu were buried in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we do have somebody in the backstage. Let's see who that is. Cross of Life.
So can you turn on your camera for a quick second, brother, and also confirm to us in the private chat if you're a Christian?
Dude, 57 bucks. That's freaking
Waiting
wow.
to see your face, brother.
He's still on that.
Bro,
We need to see your face,
wild.
not your ceiling.
You know what, Akwan? I'm willing to at least just do this. How about that? Huh?
This one, right?
Here's the thing. I always get free books from Bookshare or
Ali,
free books from Fawad.
We're limiting it to 5 people on the screen.
Okay.
Let's bring him up. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay. All right. So, conversation, you're on stage. Can you hear us?
Oops, I had the mic off, the mic muted. How you guys doing?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Just getting over the flu a little bit. Feeling better today, so that's a good sign.
Well, it's been rampant, bro. I had a fever last week too, so it's all good. I'm glad you're getting better.
So you know how it is. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I know you guys are having conversations with people right now. I don't have a lot of time. I'm laying down right now. Just had a quick question. Someone mentioned the Shroud of Turin, and it reminded me of a conversation I heard a few days ago with some Christians and some Muslims, and they were, I believe, talking about the authenticity of the Shroud of Turin and stuff like that. And then, it got into the crucifixion, so I was interested in it. And my question to all of you guys on the panel right now is that when the Quran, all of you don't believe, right, that Jesus was crucified? You guys deny that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we deny it.
We deny it.
Okay. Obviously, as a Christian, I do believe that Jesus was crucified. But my question to you is regarding the Quran. In 40157, the Quran contextually speaks of the Jews doing this and that. And the verse says that the Jews are the ones that did not crucify or kill Jesus.
Doesn't say the Jews. It says they. But right. Yeah, it is implied there. Yeah, that's the Jews.
Correct. The plural pronoun is the antecedent to the plural pronoun is the Jews contextually. So yes, it is implied. So in light of that, the implication of that verse, isn't it not the case that the Quran is not necessarily denying that Jesus was crucified or killed in the absolute sense, but rather
the Quran is clear. It's clear they didn't crucify him, nor did they kill him. It was the Quran is clear.
I think I get his argument.
So DeAndre, if we can, let's try to leave it to one person having a conversation. So Sister DJ, if you don't mind.
Sister DJ, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Sister
DJ.
No, honestly, if somebody else wants to do maybe. I just
DJ, if you don't mind, real quick. I kind of went out, so I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly or if you guys heard me. So I'm just gonna restate it, that last little piece, just in case you didn't hear me. But my contention is that the verse is not denying that Jesus was crucified or killed in the absolute sense. Rather, I believe from reading the Quran, is the verse is explicitly denying that a particular party didn't do this or that. Contextually, it's referring to the Jews. So that's my question.
Well, it's not really a question because it's in the Quran, Surah An-Nisa 157. Those who argue for the crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge. They're making assumption. They did not kill him, nor did they crucify him. It's clear.
Yeah. Have you read the verse after this?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I want him to open it. Do you have a Quran?
Yeah. Do you have Quran? That's what I was gonna also.
Yeah.
His argument is basically that.
I don't have the Quran with me right now. No.
Please go up on the screen, please. Go for 157, 158.
And 159 as well. 159 as well.
Yeah, we'll just start with the two because we just want that clear quickly. So obviously, the Quran, it's not unequivocal. It's very clear here. What does that say to you? Actually, I'm gonna get you to read it. Just read it. There's no ifs, no buts. Just read it.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll read it for you. And for their boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they neither killed nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. Right. So that goes with my question.
Can you finish reading? Can you finish reading?
Yeah,
my friend, just finish reading because
it's real. It's real small. Hold on, I'm trying to find my place.
Yeah.
They have no knowledge whatsoever, only making assumptions. They certainly did not kill him.
Okay.
So
now I'll go to the next verse. Read it.
Okay, hold on. In light of the 4157, isn't there a difference between saying a particular party didn't do this and that, and saying Jesus wasn't killed at all? Isn't there a difference between those two statements?
This is the reason why I'm asking you to read.
Just read the next couple of verses, bro. They'll clear it up.
Rather, Allah raised him to himself, and Allah is Almighty, all wise. Rather, Allah raised.
So this is just different translations. We'll just read the first one.
Every one of the people of the book will definitely believe in him before his death. It's textual variant right there. And on the day of judgment, Jesus will be a witness against him. Okay, so before we hop into 4159.
Wait. What do you mean textual variant? These are not textual variant. These are different translations, brother.
Yeah.
Variants. This is not the
Bible. Yeah. You're right. Excuse me. I said textual variant. What I meant to say is a translations vary on who the pronoun is referring to, whether it's referring to Jesus or to the people of the book. I think there's see, before we talk to this, we're skipping over 157, but I want to get to 4159 because I do believe 4159. There's a great case that it's referring to the people of the book and not Jesus. And if that's the case, this doesn't support the argument that it's referring to sometime in the future where Jesus would return. But we can, I want to speak to you guys about 4159, but I first want to go back to 4157 and just want to hear your thoughts. But my question regarding 4157, just for people listening so they can hear it out, is there not a difference between saying the Jews did not kill or crucify Jesus and saying that Jesus was not crucified or killed at all? Isn't there a difference between those two statements?
No, for me, no.
No.
And I can elaborate. So it'll be like manslaughter. You don't have to be directly involved in killing someone. In other words, I can myself kill someone directly with a knife or whatever means, or hire someone else to kill that person. In either case, I'll be indicted if proven guilty.
Right, but I don't think that actually entered the difference or explained the difference, though.
It does.
I mean,
it does. Because when it says that they did not kill him, right? So it's very clear that the Jews were after him for rather political reasons or whatever reasons. They wanted to kill him. It makes absolutely no sense why Romans would want to kill him, because Romans, they were not really interested in killing common Jewish people that were just going around and preaching.
Right.
So it would obviously be referring to the Jews. Regardless, what I'm trying to understand is, where do you get this understanding from? Why should I, as a Muslim, take your understanding? Because we clearly know that you have a bias, a Christian bias, and which tafsir, which Muslim throughout history has ever said, name me a single classical scholar that has ever has had this understanding, reading it in the original Arabic from all of the companions, starting from the Prophet ﷺ to the tabi'in, any of the generations, or in the classical era, who has had that understanding that you have? Can you please explain that to me?
Okay, so to answer your question, where do I come up with this interpretation? It's not my interpretation. I'm just reading the Quran literally, and the Quran does not make an absolute. The Quran does, the verse specifically doesn't say that Jesus was never crucified or was never died. It does say no. The plural pronoun is in reference to the Jews who are mentioned prior in the context. So what the verse is saying, it's explicitly denying that the Jews did something, killed and crucified Jesus.
What did I tell you about manslaughter? Did you actually understand what I sort of said about the manslaughter?
I did, but it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that if the Jews did not kill.
is non sequitur. Okay, so explain to me what I told you and make the steel man my argument. Steel man my argument before we move.
Hold on, before I still man your argument,
No.
I wasn't done talking.
Stop waffling.
It's non-sequitur, right? It doesn't follow that if the Jews did not kill Jesus. It doesn't follow that he therefore did not die.
I'm going to mute you. If you're going to waffle your way out of this, stop weaseling your way out of the argument. Steel man my argument before we move on.
I'm being respectful. You're cutting me off, not letting me finish my explanation.
I don't care if you're being respectful or not. Okay,
We're having a growing conversation.
No. So stop weaseling your way out of the argument. Steel man my argument. Stop wasting our time.
Relax. You're getting riled up. Relax. You're getting riled up.
Steel man my argument. Else
it's a non sequitur. It does not follow that because the Jews did not kill or crucify Jesus. It does not follow that he therefore was not killed or crucified at all.
So tell me this. The manslaughter example that I gave you, how is that non sequitur? Explain to me.
The manslaughter argument is because you're assuming that my argument is that the Jews didn't do it, the Romans did. That's not my argument. Many Christians make that argument, but that's not my argument. So you're attacking straw man in that. You assumed I was going to make that argument, but that's not my argument. And I want to establish point by point because, there's many of you on the panel, and I'm sure you guys have more questions for me, which I will ask. And I'm not afraid to go to 4159. But rather than jump around, I'm asking us first a single point just so we can establish a commonality before we move on. And you guys ask me questions. And I'm just trying to establish that if there's a distinction that you guys believe when someone says Jesus was not crucified at all, and the statement in the Quran that says they did not crucify him, can we agree that there? But isn't there a difference? You don't agree that there's a difference between those two statements? Excuse me?
Who do you understand that they to be? Who is it referring to?
We talked about this already. It's referring to the Jews. Contextually speaking, it's in reference to the Jews.
Why? Establish that.
Because beginning in 4153 and onward, the context is indicting the Jews there. And the Jews are still a subject of the passage.
Perfect. So if it is only referring to the Jews, why wouldn't it just say that they did not kill him? Why is it actually talking about crucifixion over there? Explain that.
What do you mean?
Is crucifixion a way of killing someone, yes or no?
Yes.
So could it not have just said that they did not kill him? That's it? Would that not have made the point?
I think it's a possible, it could have been said and it's possible. But when Muslims say the reason why the verse...
So stop right there. If the Jews were to kill someone, what was their method of killing somebody?
It depends on the crime. If it was blasphemy, they would have stoned them.
It was only stoning. They never crucified anybody.
Of course
this was
not.
a capital punishment that was only carried out by the Romans.
Correct.
So if it was only referring to the Jews, it would just say they did not kill him. That's it. Khalas. Okay? So because the Quran doesn't have to say they did not crucify him or kill him.
Can I give you
the pronoun they? Because it will be just, like, why are you doubling down? Why not just say they did not kill him?
Can I answer that?
Crucifixion was carried out by the Romans. And it's
before
clearly saying that he was not crucified.
May I respond?
That would be carrying out the capital punishment through crucifixion.
Yeah.
May I respond to that assertion, please?
Just 1 second. Before we continue, Fawad, there's something that we need to establish here, where he's only addressing the first part of the ayah. The second part of the ayah, it is very clear. Even those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like you're taking it completely out of context if you're just focusing on zeroing in on one part of the ayah and not addressing the full.
Okay. Correct. That would be the case, but I'm not. I do want to move on. I want to talk about what does it mean when the Quran says it was made to appear, and then I want to talk about who's following the conjecture, and I want to talk about what does it mean when it says that people believe in him.
Conversation. Here's the thing: you're no authority on the Quran.
Brother Faisal. Yeah. I don't apologize for interrupting here, but I really Fuad made a good point as far as talking about
Yeah,
the
I
different.
do want him to go back. I'm not gonna have the
Yeah.
conversation, but with conversation here, it's you can continue the conversation with Fawad, but I do want to emphasize here that by just addressing half of the ayah, you're not putting it in context of the ayah itself.
Okay, I will address what the previous gentleman said, and then I'll move on to other points within the verses, and we can go down, and you guys can ask me the questions regarding it. But in response to what the previous gentleman has stated, why does the Quran make a double mention of a killing and a crucifixion? Some Muslims, like Mustafa from Speaker's Corner, he mentions.
I don't care about any other Muslims. I don't care about any Muslims.
I'm gonna give you. Well, I'm gonna.
Any Muslims.
You asked me a question, and I'm giving you an answer.
I asked you a question, so don't use any other Muslims over here with us.
Okay.
Tell me specifically what I asked you. Just answer that straightforward.
I was answering it. I'll answer it again. Okay. One explanation that's been given as to why the Quran mentions a killing and a crucifixion is that it's responding to claims made by Jews in the Talmud, specifically Sanhedrin 43a, I believe, in which it mentions that Jesus was held by them on the eve of Passover, and he was stoned. And after he was stoned by the Jews, his body was then hung. So it's one explanation that has been propagated by Muslims like Aliyate is that this is what the Quran is responding to. Possibly, it's one interpretation.
I couldn't give a rat behind what Dr. Aliyate says. He's no authority on the Quran.
You're being national. I'm relaying to you what your own Muslim scholars have said.
I don't care. He's not a scholar. Who told you he's a scholar in Islam? Who told you this? What is his field of expertise?
Well, I want you to.
What is his field of expertise? You're appealing to somebody you don't even know.
I don't know why you're angry. I'm being respectful, and I'm on here to answer your questions and ask questions.
When you answer your questions, stop waffling.
I'm not waffling. I'm answering your questions directly. I've been answering them.
You appeal to a person.
I was told.
What are his qualifications?
Okay. I was told that I'm not an authority on Islam. So I mentioned someone who is an authority on Islam, and now you're telling me don't appeal to that person.
Can you answer the question before you move on?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what his degree is. He is a doctor. He does teach at Zaytuna College in California. He does speak Arabic, Greek. Excuse me?
Just because you teach in Arabic, that does not turn you into a scholar.
Oh, he is a scholar. He has many scholarly works that he's published.
This is my question to you. What is his scholarship in? What are his qualifications? Stop acting like an idiot, dude. Come on. You know the question that I'm asking you.
Right. So you got to divert the conversation and call me names, right? We're talking about the crucifixion. Now you're asking me about Dr. Ali's qualifications.
The fourth or fifth time I asked you what are.
I answered you directly, and I'm being respectful.
You don't know. So you don't know that.
Okay. Yeah, I can't recall directly. I know he has some education in biblical studies, and he has it either in Quranic studies or Hadith sciences. I don't remember off the head right now.
No, he's not a scholar. Yeah. He's not a scholar.
That's what I'm having.
He does not have
I'm going to have you admit that either you don't know, in which case you ask me. And
what is your evidence that he's not a scholar? You guys said he's not a scholar.
Because he
so what's your evidence he's not a scholar?
Because he never claimed to be an Islamic scholar. Look on his website. Look at his education. Look at all of his qualifications. He's
a Western academic. He's a Western academic. Yes, he's got Western qualifications, but that does not make him an Islamic scholar. The authority to make to interpret the Quran and the Sunnah and the events that happen and put them in light of the Quran and Sunnah and give meaningful rulings that are binding on Muslims. That's not an authority that he has. So you need to understand who an Islamic scholar is for us Muslims before you start calling all people around us as Islamic scholars. He's a da'i.
I didn't call everyone. I just simply mentioned two Muslims that make the argument.
That's what I saying, right? So these are not.
No, you said they were scholars.
Right? No. I said Aliyate was a scholar. Mustafa was not a scholar. I didn't say Mustafa was. Fine. I was just but that wasn't my point.
He's not. So again, to clarify, This is literally the 5th or 6th time I'm telling you he's not an Islamic scholar. He could be a scholar in other, and that's what I was asking you. Do you actually know what he specializes in? His specialization is in biblical hermeneutics.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Also,
ancient sacred languages, comparative
I
studies.
think we were.
Not,
I think we're talking past each other then. Okay, so he is a scholar, but he's not one in Islamic studies. You're saying, okay.
Yes,
I think we were talking past each other.
Because
okay.
Why would it matter to me if he's a scholar in any other field except for the field that we're talking about? Come on, dude. Okay, now moving on. So it's been clarified to you very clearly in the Quran, and the Quran itself actually speaks to anybody reading it, plain reading. It is telling you that he was not killed in any way, shape, or form. It is clearly denying that. Okay,
right?
So
it does not actually.
Because I told you I don't give a rat's behind what your understanding of my scriptures is. If it's not backed up by
Are you a scholar?
Any of the classical, I am appealing to my scholars. You're appealing to somebody.
But are you a scholar?
In the 21st century. I myself don't have to be a scholar because I can give you backing of the scholars, of the tafasir.
You're simply appealing to authority, my friend.
What you're saying. None of the scholars are saying what you're saying. I never claimed to be a scholar. Did I ever make a claim that I'm a scholar? Yes or no?
No, you didn't. I never said I was a scholar either.
Answer my question.
I answered you.
So right? I never claimed to be a scholar, right?
You never claimed it, and I never claimed that I was a scholar either. Perfect.
So then why are you bringing it up?
You're bringing it up. You're dismissing my answer to you because you're appealing to authority, and you're saying unless I'm appealing to a Muslim who is a scholar in the Quranic studies, my answer is invalid.
You're reading your theology into my text, and I'm asking.
No, I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm using the Quran.
Look. Let's not talk past each other. I have clarified it to you from the text itself. Only an idiot would come to that conclusion that you came up with, or a Christian for that matter, because they have to read their theology. They cannot let their own Bible stand on their own two legs, so they have to appeal to the Quran to actually show us, which every single Muslim will laugh you out of their stages. Like nobody will take you seriously. Now, unless and until you can actually back up your claim by any of the classical exegesis, I don't have to take you serious. Khalas, the conversation ends right there. Now we're going to ask you, what is the
hold on. Okay.
I am not going to sit over here all night with you waffling because you cannot answer one single question straightforward. Okay.
Well, that's funny because thus far, every single question you've asked me, I've answered respectfully and directly. No one's waffling. You're the one getting upset.
No, of course I'm getting upset because if you're anybody that has talked to me ever before, they would know I get upset at wafflers. They get on my nerves. And you Christians, you have a tendency to waffle and weasel your way out of every situation.
Unfortunately, that's not me. You want to ask me? You want to ask me another question?
Okay. Very clear that when it says they, it could be referring to the Jews and it could be referring to the Romans as well, because the fact that it actually claims over there that he was not crucified, and Jews could not have carried out that type of punishment, historically speaking. So for me, when I read that, and then the following part of the verse, like the brother said, it clearly tells you that they certainly did not kill him. That's it. So my question to you would be, what does it actually have to say for you to say that is an absolute statement and he was not crucified? What does it have to say?
Simple. It would have to say Jesus was not crucified at all, or he was not killed at all.
That's what it says. Jesus was never crucified. Literally, that's what it says. Read the last part of the verse. What did it say?
I can't see right now. I took my glasses off.
They certainly did not kill him. So exactly what you said, that's exactly what it says.
My friend, it says they, the plural pronoun, the Jews. The Jews, they did not kill him. That's not the same thing as saying Jesus. But that's not the same thing as saying Jesus was never crucified.
It's not talking about the Jews again.
It is referring
to, now it's not talking about the Jews.
Even those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever, only making assumptions. They certainly did not kill him. It's
correct. It's reiterating the point I made above. They did not kill him, and it's referring to the Jews. But that's not the same.
The Jews
Saying the Jews did not kill Jesus is not the same thing as saying Jesus never died or Jesus was never crucified.
See, this is just getting pathetic.
No,
you're making yourself look so pathetic over.
We're going in.
I specifically
for
told you. Wait, 1 second, Faisal. I specifically told you, and you brushed that argument aside conveniently. That the Jews could not carry crucifixion. Why would it be talking in the context of the Jews about crucifixion? Explain that to me. If they never carried out the capital punishment, and that they were never given that authority to do that. So why would it be actually talking about the crucifixion in that context?
Can I give you an answer without being interrupted, please?
As in Jews.
Can I give you an answer without being interrupted, please?
Go right ahead, and you've got 30 seconds. Because beyond that, you'll be just waffling. Because it'll be a straightforward answer will not take more than 30 seconds. So go right ahead.
Okay. All right, 30 seconds. As I mentioned before, one explanation is that this verse could be responding to the Jews in the Talmud who make the statement that Jesus was stoned and then his corpse was hung. Right? The language mentions, and this is one explanation that has been proposed. I also say that it's possible to know that the Jews were not the ones that killed or crucified Jesus, but we can still conclude it's possible he was put on the cross, because other interpretations that have been put forth are that we're not to look at Allah's prophets as those who have died, and we're to look at them as those who are still alive. So one interpretation happens to be that even though Jesus died, he's still to be looked upon as if he's still alive. Another interpretation is that Allah is the one who caused Jesus to die according to his own will. Another interpretation is that God made Jesus to die so that the Jews don't get credit.
Okay, stop
However,
right there. You're making way too many points.
Allah revived.
Shut up.
Wait.
Okay,
What?
One thing at a time. So you said it is referring to the Talmud where it actually says that they stoned him to death.
One explanation.
Would that
one
be,
explanation?
Okay. So first of all, which Mufassir actually says this? Which Mufassir actually says this?
I can't give you any early classical tafsir writers that make this statement, but I'm referring to an explanation given by Muslims in our day and age.
Okay, and what did I tell you before about the 21st century Muslims making these claims? What did I tell you?
You did ask for tafsirs, classical tafsirs.
I told you specifically, I don't want to know what Muslims these days are saying. Okay. I told you if a classical exegesis is not saying what you're claiming, I don't want to hear about it. Khalas. Okay. Now, second question. Wait. Second question. You said, even if I were to grant you this, you said that he was killed and then after he was hung. Is that the same as crucifixion?
Yes, in that time period, crucifixion.
No, there, it's wrong. So
no.
It's crucifixion was a specific way of capital punishment. It is not killing someone and hanging their bodies. That is not crucifixion.
No, I didn't say.
This is what you appeal to. You specifically.
No, hold on. You misunderstood me. I didn't say killing them and then hanging them is crucifixion.
That's exactly what you said.
No.
That this is actually because when I asked you specifically,
no.
Why? Let me talk.
Let me clarify. Well, let me clarify. Just I think there's a misunderstanding there. I was only. Hey, listen.
That's fine.
I'm trying to add clarification
in context of crucifixion. So I'm going to give you another chance. So
no, I'm saying
talking about crucifixion in context of Jews. Let me explain.
I'm going to clarify the misunderstanding, right?
Very generous. Explain that.
I didn't say crucifixion could be understood as something that where you kill someone and hang them.
Why would you be appealing to Talmud where it actually is not appealing to where it's not?
Are you going to let me talk? I was referring specifically.
I am not going to let you talk because you waffled your way for a minute straight. I gave you 30 seconds. Instead, you waffled for a minute.
Well, you're straw manning me. That wasn't my claim.
So basically, then you're answering a question that I did not ask. So I'm going to ask you one more time, and this is your last chance before you get kicked out. Okay? I'm going to ask you one last chance. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to ask you one last time. Why is it, if I were to grant you that it is talking about the Jews when it says they, why is it referring to crucifixion in there in the context of Jews? Explain that to me.
If you open up any lexicon, one of the entries for crucifixion is simply hanging a corpse on a pole. That's what I was referring to. You misrepresented me when you said, no. There's no definition, or crucifixion is not when you kill someone, hang them. I was specifically
how did the Romans crucify people?
Yeah, that's historically incorrect, by the way.
It's one of the entries. Are you talking about Roman crucifixion? There's different ways. The Romans crucified people in different ways, but for the most part, the most common shape of the cross was a two-part T-shaped cross. You had the patibulum, and then you had the stauros.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Romans actually killed people by either stoning them or any other method, and then they hung them?
Of course not. No, of course not. No. There was no stoning. There was no stoning involved. They did flogging. Typically, they would flog their victims and then hang them on the cross.
It doesn't have to be stoning. Any other way, they killed people and then they hung them on the cross. Are you telling me Romans did that?
Of course not. I'm saying the victims were typically flogged,
again, then what are you trying
and they
to
met their
establish
fate
by
on the
saying all
cross.
of this? What are you trying to establish then? Because it is not. You're not supporting your claim.
You asked me, why does the verse say kill and crucify? Then I gave you an answer regarding the Talmud. Then you said to me, then what's the crucifixion part in the Talmud? Can it be called crucifixion if someone's killed and then hung? And my response to you, which you misunderstood, was that no, but simply hanging a corpse on a pole is considered crucifixion in all lexicons. And so I'm saying is that if you're talking about just the hanging part, you could refer to that as crucifixion.
So then the burden of proof is on you, that you provide historical evidence that the Romans allowed somebody else to carry out capital punishment that way.
That's not my argument. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Your argument? Do you even know what your argument is? Are you that stupid?
I think you're confused. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think you're confused, my friend.
Tell you what your argument is.
No, I think you forgot what it is. I'm not saying that at all.
So do me a favor.
My friend, I think you're confused. I think you misunderstood me. I think you're confused because that's not what I said at all.
How about I'm not confused. I think you don't know what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah, this is called anachronism, Fawad. It's a fallacy of anachronism.
Okay, so fine. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Formulate your argument to me in very simple terms. Go right ahead.
Okay, so going back to square one, I believe that the Quran is making a statement that it only has the Jews in mind. The plural pronoun is referring to the Jews because contextually they are the subject of the passage. Your question, how come it mentions a crucifixion and a killing? One explanation is because it's referring a Jewish polemic, and that polemic was that Jesus was stoned and then hung. The same source speaks derogatorily about Mary, the same Mary who's the mother of Jesus, who Muslims and Christians both esteem. So that's one explanation. I just answered you.
Guys, help me out here, because from here on out, I'm just going to only, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So
literally, you guys take over, because nothing good is going to come out of my mouth. Because literally, he has been asked 7 different times to formulate his argument.
A lot of waffling. There's a lot of waffling.
So much waffling
right now.
Because I have.
Okay, what was waffling?
I have a specific.
You gave me 30 seconds to repeat everything I've been saying.
Shush.
That's not waffling.
Just calm down.
Okay, so I'm going to mute you. Okay, so
Fawad,
please
put down your argument. Put down your argument in full, because I think
very, very simple. It's very simple. So were the Jews?
Right, guys, wait.
Yeah, sister
Deja, yeah, go ahead.
Do I have an echo?
No,
you had an echo for a while, but now it's fine.
Right. So I started the conversation with him, and I was but this is not going to come to an end. Now, can you please put that reference on the screen that I brought up to you?
Let me find
where is the reference?
The one that we just put up. If you want to just pin it back
on
the screen.
The one on.
Perfect. Now, if you can go online, share your screen, and put this up.
Okay.
If possible, I would like to talk about what it means when it was made to appear. If we can talk about that phrase, it'd be good.
No problem. We'll do that. This is going to help refute that too. It's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. I got it. Okay. Let's go. Right. Let's go.
I'll be happy to have a conversation because you just completely butcher the verse and you ignore the context.
Like they take desperation to another level, I swear, to justify their polytheism.
That's true.
And my friend, I actually like you because you have a lot of passion. So when you're getting riled up, I know it's because of, you truly believe what you believe in, and it's your passion.
Because of the waffling.
Regardless if it's if the waffling is part of the reason why, but it's good though. That's good that you have passion.
It's called being annoyed. I'm not being passionate, I'm being annoyed because I've talked to you for the last, 20, 25 minutes. I've not got a straightforward answer from you for a single question. You're appealing to people that are not scholars. Like when I specifically asked you a question, sister, can you send me a link on WhatsApp for this? Because I'm not able to find it.
Hang on. I think my phone's over there on charge. Bear with me a second. Let me get it.
Hey guys, real quick. It's 12:30 where I'm at right now, and people are turning off the lights here. So I want to finish this conversation because I want to talk about 4159. I want to talk about what it means when it says it was made to appear, but I don't have the time right now.
How are we even going to talk about 4159 when you cannot even give us a straightforward answer about 157? I asked you a very specific question, and I know you understood it. But you're cornered, so now you're trying to weasel your way out of it. In the context of Jews, this is the last time I will ask you, in the context of Jews, why is it referring to crucifixion? I don't want to hear anything else. Focus just on this point. Tell me, if they were never in the authority to actually hang somebody, crucify somebody, and the Talmud doesn't say anything about crucifixion, why is it actually talking about crucifixion? You cannot appeal to Talmud because the Talmud does not say anything about crucifixion. The Talmud says that he was stoned to death, he was hung, and then his body was left outside for dogs to eat. Literally, this is the extent of what Talmud says.
Give me 20 seconds. I'll give you a direct answer. 20 seconds.
For what I said, I've sent it to you. Go check.
Okay.
Here's 20 seconds. Here's my answer. The reason why it's referring to crucifixion is because historically, in that specific context, those Jews were under the supervision of the Romans, and they did not have the power to exercise capital punishment. And therefore, they went to the Romans and used the Roman authority to have Jesus put to death. That's why we find Jesus crucified. And just going back to the Talmud,
That's just a straight out lie, because what have we got? The earliest sources are the epistles of Paul. Now, Paul himself claims to have been given a temporal writ from the high priest of Jerusalem to go to Damascus and arrest the Christians and bring them back. Well, we can look at the map there. We can clearly see that they did not have jurisdiction in that province. And in fact, actually, there's nobody going to walk into that part under their jurisdiction, especially when their citizens were protected. So there's no way, okay, that even happened. So the very fact that they did not the very fact that Paul did not have the authority, because these high priests did not have that authority. Okay, so
Paul has nothing to do with this.
Hang on. He claims to have gotten authority from the high priest to go there and arrest the Christian and bring them back. Now, if you're trying to say that it was the authority of the Romans, no, that they were given the go ahead to do that. No,
I didn't say they had to go ahead. I said the Jews were under Roman supervision, so they didn't have the authority to carry out capital punishment.
Right, perfect. So that is just helping prove my point, because that is what I'm giving you the comparison here.
Right. Now, which is why the Jews brought Jesus to the Roman governor.
Shish kebab. I'm talking. What I'm saying to you is, okay, that as you have just rightly pointed out, okay, Paul claims to have saw a vision of
Paul
Jesus.
has nothing to do with this.
I'm talking.
Right, and you're confused. You don't understand. Paul has nothing to do with this.
Seriously.
I just told you.
Talk over me one more time.
The Jews led Jesus to the Roman governor, so the Roman governor can crucify him.
Someone mute him, please. Have some damn respect. I am not finished speaking. Right. So the very point that he's making is that they did not have that jurisdiction. That means that they did not have the authority. Now, this is the problem that you have. The earliest source is the epistles of Paul, which therefore attest to this. Now, Paul says he was given authority by the Jewish high priest with a temple writ to go to Damascus.
You really believe Paul was an eyewitness to the crucifixion?
Shut up. So he said that he had authority from these people. You have just affirmed that these people did not have authority. Okay? So if these people did not have authority, then how could then Paul tell that he got authority from the high priests to go and arrest the Christians and bring them back? It was not a crime to be a Christian in the first century. It wasn't.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He's left. He's left.
Good. No respect, man. No respect.
No, and too much waffling.
Too much waffling. Like, guys, like, okay, look, I know you're Muslims and people might think that you guys are being biased. Was my question difficult?
Was
it not a straightforward?
I mean,
yeah.
C4, this is why you take all the
first
fun.
Before we go on, guys, this is going to refute them every single time. So make sure you take note. That includes anyone listening. Just zoom out. So the Arabic there. Did you get the translation? Shall I give you translation of this?
Yes, please give us translation.
Okay, beautiful. So what is translation?
And by the way, Fawad, the answer is no. Go ahead, Sister Deidre.
sorry, bro. So our beloved Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, he said, if it is said that the disciples or some of them or most of the people of the book used to believe that the Messiah himself was crucified, they were mistaken in that. But this mistake was not something that would undermine their belief in the Messiah. If they believed in what he brought, and they are not inevitably doomed to hell, because the Gospels that are in the hands of the people of the book mention the crucifixion of the Messiah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is for our most credible source. He is clearly telling you that the people of the book, it is said, the disciples, some of them, or most of the people of the book used to believe that the Messiah himself was crucified. They were mistaken. He was not crucified.
Yeah.
Okay. Khalas.
I think
C4, this is my problem. This is why you take all the fun. I wanted to annihilate him, but you just took all the fun.
Nobody kicked him. Nobody kicked him.
Nobody kicked him. Yeah.
That's true.
The thing is,
you take all the fun, man. I don't like it.
This guy was trying to talk around the point and not addressing the point at all. So it's frustrating to have a conversation like this. And at the end of the day, who gives you the authority to interpret the Quran?
Yeah.
Which is not even you don't even understand the context of the Quran in its own tradition. You don't even understand the context of the Quran in its original language. You don't understand the context of the Quran in the sense of the people who normally read it or the historical context. You're just coming at a book and just throwing your own weight around it.
Do you know what I find funny about this? The very fact that the verse is so unequivocally clear.
Exactly.
I heard him throw in, "Oh, that's a textual variant." Boy,
exactly, and that's the part which just boggles your mind.
He can't read a clear verse, but it's like that's a textual variant. Like, stop punching above your weight when you can't even read something in plain English.
and subhanallah, sister, like this is just I don't have any official backing for this, and I've spoken to a couple of scholars regarding this, and they did not actually disagree with me, because this is one of the arguments that I make. Anybody that actually makes this argument, that it's referring to the Jews, so the Romans could have carried out the crucifixion and whatnot, I tell them, okay, then why does it say till this day? And this is what it's a knockout for them. They literally cannot answer. Right? Just ask them this, okay? Why does it say killed and crucified? Both are killing methods. Like, killed is just killed by any means, right? And then crucifixion is a method of killing. So when it actually says they, right, we can say, okay, it is referring to the Jews from the previous verses. But why is it then referring to crucifixion over here?
But it's actually the clues right after that is obviously made to appear so. But here's the issue you have: the earliest followers of Jesus were, of course, Jews, Judeo-Christians. So the very fact that they were Jews, if it was only made to appear that he was crucified, or if this was only the Jews, then that kind of takes away from the fact that the earliest ones were Jews. So how could it just be applying to the Jews? And it could have been the Romans. No, because the earliest followers were Jewish. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely. So James suggests in so many of the disciples that were supposed to be martyred, right? So whenever Jews killed anybody, they always killed them by stoning. It was never, because it was not allowed. This was a form of capital punishment that was only allowed for the Romans to carry out, never the Jews. Jews even got into trouble because of killing James suggests, if I'm not mistaken, right? But even the method that they carried out was stoning. It was never crucifixion. Crucifixion was only for Romans. And if any Christian is saying otherwise, then the burden of proof is on them. They have to show us any other historical accounts where the Romans allowed the Jews to carry out capital punishment through crucifixion.
Something which he said, which I found particularly stupid, is that, Fuad, when you were talking to him and you asked him for any classical mufassir, or any classical alim, any classical scholar who holds the view of his ridiculous interpretation that is completely taking the ayah out of its context in the ayah itself and the context of the ayat surrounding it, because 2 verses later in 159 it completely just refutes them. But you said, I can provide my scholars, I can provide alim who agree with me, and he was like, well, that's an appeal to authority, not knowing what a fallacious appeal to authority is. For the record, a fallacious appeal to authority is when you appeal to someone who is an expert in a field entirely irrelevant to the discussion. For instance, if I appeal to a scholar in biblical studies on matters of Quran and tafsir, that is called a fallacious appeal to authority. But if I appeal to ulama who have studied tafsir and who have studied Quran, that is a completely bona fide appeal to authority, and there's nothing wrong with that appeal to authority from a standpoint. You're an idiot.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you see, they always like to bring up that, okay, how was it made to appear so, with the substitution theory and whatnot, right? We've said it like a million times. The Quran tells you right here. Why would the Quran actually be saying this? That they're in doubt, they're in conjecture, they don't know. The Quran could have, like in the following verse, it could have said, oh, by the way, Simon of Cyrene actually took his place. It doesn't say that. It just leaves it open for interpretation. And that's why we had different interpretations. Else there'll be just one interpretation. And we know all of those interpretations, they come from Israeliyat.
Yeah, and the other thing, Fawad, the wording of the Quran is amazing, right? It's talking about their boasting. So, do the Jews boast about this or not?
Yeah, of course. They boast in their Talmud. They boast. Back then they boasted. And they had gotten rid of him from their paradigm. They had gotten rid of him, right? The only way it makes sense, and you see the Quranic narrative is so beautiful that it actually exonerates, a mighty prophet of God from being killed as a common criminal. On top of that, it says, that he will be back. So, you being killed as a common criminal and then being resurrected, that to me is not really a victory. You already lost the battle. The fact that he protects you from the get-go, that actually is a true miracle.
And on top of that, let's ask the question, why would the Jews boast? What sort of advantage, what sort of glory, what sort of pride or accomplishment do they have to boasting? Well, you would say, well, they boasted that they've killed Jesus, the Messiah, the quote unquote the Messiah, in a mocking way. Now, why would that be an issue? Wasn't the Messiah supposed to die?
Yeah.
Wasn't if they had this concept of a Messiah who was gonna die for the sins of many, why would they be boasting that they killed him if that was supposed to be prophesied? Unless the Messiah wasn't supposed to die in the first place. The same way how Jews would say to this day that they don't believe in the Messiah, they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah because he was crucified. So this is the reason why they would be boasting, that they thinking they disprove the fact that Jesus is the Messiah. They debunked it by killing. not only by killing him, by crucifying, by in a form of crucifixion, because anybody who's hung on a tree is cursed, by saying, you know, he's cursed. He can't be the Messiah because he was cursed and he was hung and he was crucified and he died. He can't be the Messiah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is literally saying, no, he wasn't. And by the way, I don't think the guy even knew what the hell crucifixion really was.
Yeah, like he was making all these claims. Like when I asked him what is crucifixion,
yeah, that was such an anachronism. Oh, crucifixion also can mean this, but we're talking about a specific event, and was crucifixion understood to be that at that point in time? And that was sort of a complete red herring that he was trying to throw. The other thing, right? If you look at the ayah itself, right? So even if you take the whole ayah in context of the ayah itself, not just ignore all the other ayahs around it, it makes it very clear that there was no crucifixion, there was no killing, nothing like that happened, right? Those who argue for this crucifixion are in doubt. Even if we give them that the first part is about Jews boasting that they killed the Messiah and so on, that this is sort of but they neither killed or crucified him. Even if we give it to them, right, that okay, this is talking about the Jews, that the Jews boasting that they killed the Messiah, no, they did not, right? They did not crucify him, they did not kill him. Let's give it to them. The next part of it makes it very clear. The crucifixion did not happen. The crucifixion never happened, right?
And anybody believes in it is an ikhtilaf.
Yeah, in doubt.
Right?
In the
doubt.
Exactly, the what do you call it? The English word that
Conjecture.
Assuming,
exactly.
assumptions.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just so beautiful how the next ayah even clarifies that they have no knowledge whatsoever. You look at all the history that has been put together for what happened to, like, talk about the historian. I love bringing up Bart Ehrman and how he puts it, right? The crucifixion, did the crucifixion happen? What is his response to that? It most likely did happen. Why is he coming to that conclusion? Because
he can't be certain.
The Romans were killing people on the cross, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And if they are doing that, then it's very likely that someone named Jesus was also one of the persons who was killed by the Romans, because they did it to hundreds of thousands of people, right? So if that's their rationale for it, and that doesn't help with anything, it just shows that you don't know if he was actually the person who was killed, right? You're just making an assumption here. Really, literally, it's just so beautiful how the Quran has put it.
I have a question for you, brothers, and here's a scenario, and for everyone listening, all right? Let's say, I don't know, Sister Deidre, the way how she's gonna take my job, right? So I'm not happy with her, right? I'm not happy with her, right? So I say, you know what? I want to get rid of her permanently.
And I'm gonna take all your jobs.
You know what? I find DeAndre there too. You and there, both of y'all. So let's say I say, you know what? I want to take out both of them. So I hire an assassin, and because I think Faisal is so sweet, I say, you know, Faisal, I want you to be my assassin. You know, be my
Seriously?
hitman.
You're giving this role to me?
Because honestly,
I'm going to first send a letter.
Oh no. The reason why I'm giving it to you is because people would never believe you. Fawad, I get a feeling when you said Fawad is an assassin, people were like, that makes sense.
Fawad was fair. Fawad would let me know.
Maybe DeAndre, like, he's least suspectable, like, just so innocent, I think.
So if I send
the real reason you don't want to hire Fawad is because Fawad will let me know of your plan ahead of time. He would let me know.
No, he won't.
Yeah,
no, he won't. He'll keep a secret. But anyway,
I like how the guy thought that I was being passionate. I was like, dude, I'm just, you're annoying the heck out of me because I'm not being passionate. I'm just annoyed.
I categorize Fawad in the same sense as Umar radiallahu anhu, right? So if he's gonna do something, he's not gonna do it behind anybody's back. He's gonna just
he's gonna do it
walk
right in
in the
front of
middle
you.
of the street with the sword in his hand, and he's like, "What are you going to do? I'm going to kill that
So,
person." That's how
you
Fawad is gonna
see,
do.
I think you just proved my point. Exactly. So let's say, okay, scenario wise, let's say I send a hitman, Faisal. I say, you know what? Go take them out. You have no reason to take them out, but I'm saying, hey, I'm paying you, or hey, go take them out, right? And you actually succeed in the mission, right? You succeed in the mission, but later on you get caught. Now, who's going to prison? Is it you, just you? Is it just me, or is it the both of us?
Both of us.
Thank you. Now, but at the same time, who are they going to blame for the death of you and DeAndre? Isn't it the mastermind?
Yeah, that's why I gave him the example of manslaughter. I don't even know if he actually understood that analogy.
Well, I think personally, I think a better term would have been premeditated murder.
Yeah.
Because there's a difference between if something is premeditated, meaning you planned it, you planned it, and was second degree murder. My bad. Second degree murder, meaning you planned it, you did everything, you just didn't take the shot. Basically, you did everything else, but just not take the shot. But everything was going to you.
Second degree murder is like if you have a fight and you kill him. Like
well, you know what? I had the lawyer here. My apologies. What's the case then? Is it
second degree murder is basically like where you intend to harm him, but you get into a fight with him and then you kill him. Third degree murder. Third degree murder is basically where it was like it's kind of like what manslaughter. It's kind of like manslaughter. There's involuntary manslaughter, and then there's manslaughter, which is basically that you're involved in the killing of someone, whether it be like you ran someone over with a car, it wasn't voluntary, or you hired a hitman. That's involved. That's
okay. So Fawad is right. Okay, my apologies, Fawad. So you're right, Fawad.
Yeah, because manslaughter is exactly.
Yeah, you're right, Fawad. So, and that's the case, then you give the charge on the person who called it. Meaning, if it wasn't for me calling it, Faisal would have never done it. And this is why the blame goes to me, because I'm the one who premeditated everything. I just didn't take the shot. I just didn't.
That's not true, because it's essentially that you can call it as much as you want. You can ask everyone. The person who agrees to it is the one that is agreeing to commit the crime. Completely autonomously and completely knowingly. So they're the ones that will get done, because they're the ones that pulled the trigger, but they have the choice to say no matter how much you ask. Because again, if you go back to that idea, like you can say, oh, I'm gonna kill him, like I'm gonna, no, you can shout it anymore. You know what, like go and kick his ass. You can keep saying that all you want, but if that person doesn't do it, no one dies. So it's that person that is liable, not the mastermind behind it, unless you're blackmailing or unless
this is a good debate. I like this. Go.
But then in that case, would you actually say that the executioner was also involved in the crime?
Thank you.
Of course. It depends.
Like
it depends
if someone,
on the situation.
But it's like if the authorities are involved.
Yeah, if a king or if a monarch sends someone to death, then did the monarch kill him or did the executioner kill him? It's like what I mentioned earlier about King Henry VIII with Anne Boleyn. Who do they say historically? Who do they say killed Anne Boleyn? The king did. King Henry did. Her husband did. But in actuality, who was the one who killed Anne Boleyn? It was the executioner. But why do we still give it to King Henry and not the executioner? It's because King Henry ordered it.
That's what I'm saying.
But here's the difference. Here's the problem with that. Okay, someone like the king there has the authority to also kill you if you refuse to comply. But you're just a normal human being with a limited power, if none. That you're hiring a hitman, you're paying money, so you don't really have the power to enforce it. And to make it compulsory. You're not. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't have the same power. You get what? So a king is the reason. Off with your head. Everybody's going to get beheaded, but you don't have that power. You know what I mean?
This is fun. So okay, my one response to that would be yes, that's true. But if we're talking about choice, someone you could say, well, the idea of choice is taken away. Not really, because the same way
about the motive here, right? Is that
the motive as well as the mastermind, because the actual I would say the actual even though they both do get blamed, I'm not saying all of the blame goes to one person. They both do get blamed. However, the results, the whole idea of the means to an end, the whole results, who sparked the flame, who came up with the idea, who benefited the most from having this person gone. And this is where we talk about, well, who actually is the one that was the catalyst of everything. And historically, those have been the people who received or who have been known to receive the credit. That's why historically we don't know the names of executioners, we don't know the names of hitmen for the most part, even when it comes to recently, when it comes, gang
Yeah,
warfare and stuff like that. But we
Ali.
do know the person who premeditated, the person who wanted them gone, and the person who actually did the deed. So,
No,
and the person
Ali.
who actually
The
benefited the
lawyer's
most from
back.
it.
The lawyer's back, but I don't
Ooh,
think the law works that way. I don't think the
well,
Wait,
law works
what?
that way. That
historically,
so
okay,
Ali, just the thing, right? So
go ahead.
just because just because you benefited the most, that can be an indication to your motive for committing the
Yeah,
crime, but
it can.
it's
Hmm.
not necessarily an indication of the level of what do you
It's
call it?
not necessarily an indicator that
The
you did it
punishment,
because if
or just because you benefited more doesn't mean that your punishment is necessarily going to be more, right?
yeah.
No, no,
So
I'm not. I'm saying in the actual historical context of it, I would say this, and this is, I don't want to, because this is actually kind of fun to me, but I just finish by saying this. This is my last point. I would say historically, right, when we talk about people who have died. Like, I just gave an example to my sister not too long ago about, Guy Fawkes with the, V for Vendetta movie. How I think it was King Charles who actually executed him. Uh, that's what history says. King Charles executed him. King Henry, he executed, or he called for her death. They blamed the murder on him. So it's talking about historically, in a historical sense, that's who has been at fault for the entire that's been at fault for the entire crime taking place. Yes, the person who pulled the trigger is the one who, in a literary context, that's the person who actually did it. What we're talking about, what history writes down and what history remembers, is the person who premeditated, the person who came up with the idea. And that's why when we talk about, King Henry, we talk about even Alexander. When they said Alexander killed his dad, right? Alexander the Great killed his dad Philip. What, did he actually do it? No, but he hired someone, or he commanded someone to do it, but we don't even know who that person is. All history still says Alexander got rid of his dad. So, and this is what history says. That's all I'm saying as far as the historical context is concerned.
Okay, so one final question to you, and I think this is important.
Mhm.
This strikes at the heart of the issue. Why the hell do I care about what history says?
Because the claim itself of the Quran, chapter 4:157, is a historical claim.
No, obviously I care about what the Quran says. I don't care about what Alexander does or what
No,
those
no.
guys do.
I'm
Or what
saying,
does. I
I'm,
care about what the
I'm saying,
Quran says, not them.
I'm saying, in a historical context, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is talking about what history is going to say, in a historical way. That's why at the end, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala goes away from history, because He says they have no they're just assuming, they have no sure knowledge. At the end, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, "For certainly they did not kill him." Meaning, at that verse alone, Allah is saying, "I am above history, and I'm saying this because why? I am certain this did not happen." Because history, there is no certainty in history. Allah is saying, "I am certain." But everything else regarding, what's it going to say? And for the Jews who boasted, "We've killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary." Rather, they killed him not, nor did they crucify him. However, it appeared unto them so, meaning that's a historical claim. That's a historical notion. And those who argue for it, or those who are in support of it, are in doubt. I mean, he's is literally breaking down the historical aspects of it. And as far as in the beginning, who was the one that was boasting? The Jews were. Why? Because they not only were the ones who they want the ones who had the most to benefit, but they were the ones who wanted to get rid of him in the first place. If it wasn't for the Jews, the Romans at this the Romans would not even try to have gotten rid of him. Because why? Who really wanted him gone? The Jews did. It's a historical notion in the very beginning of the verse.
But
Right, sister. So you wanted to show something in this verse?
Yeah, so just I don't know if you could pull up the last verse we had. So yeah, Ahruf, verse 124, or yeah,
By the
so
way, DJ.
123, 24.
29.
No. Surah Al-A'raf, 123 and 124.
By the way, DJ, we do have to have ourselves some historical debates because now you got my mind thinking about certain things.
121.
Get ready for this history debate right now.
Yeah, so you could go. Yeah. So just yeah. So what was the first one that I sent you to? Sorry, just like when right? No,
That
sorry.
was,
2649. I do apologize. 2649, please.
Yeah, 2649.
Yeah, just veered off like I forgot. Yeah, 2649.
2649.
Yeah.
49. Okay. Okay.
Ali did not answer my question, but I'll let you know.
What did I answer?
I asked you why should I care about history generally, not in the context of what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying.
Oh, generally. Oh, well, you should care about history generally because if you don't know your past, you're doomed to repeat it.
Okay, so it says Pharaoh threatened, "How dare you believe in him before I give you permission? He must be your master who taught you magic, but soon you will see I will certainly cut off your hands and feet on the opposite sides, then crucify you all."
Beautiful. Now we go to
the next verse.
What was I saying? Yeah, sorry, the other one, the 1241.
1241. Okay.
Yeah.
So 1241. Okay. So it says, "O my fellow prisoners, the first one of you will serve wine to his master, and the other will be crucified, and the birds will eat from his head. The matter about which you inquired has been decided."
Brilliant. So essentially, when you start to look at discussions regarding crucifixions generally, because we can go back as far as Egypt, ancient Egypt at this point. And of course, like these crucifixion, Joseph, and of course, in Moses. The word used in here, like the references, all come from the same root word. So when you're referring to Pharaoh and Joseph, their interpretation, it just means to put someone to a tree and kill them. So the Arabic isn't restricted to just, a cross or a crucifixion. It just means to put someone on a tree or wood to torture them. So again, this idea of crucifixion being just the things Roman did, no. It's something that's gone on for the longest of times.
Yeah, there was even crucifixion, evidence of crucifixion during the time of Moses, because what is crucifixion?
That's what I just said, yeah. The time of Moses, that's the verse I gave you, yeah. Says that 7:124 and 26:49. Yeah.
Oh my bad.
Yeah, but when we were talking to this Christian fellow, we were referring to the Roman style of crucifixion. That's why I asked him, I said, what was the Roman style of crucifixion? How did they crucify people? There's a specific way how they crucified people. They did hang certain people upside down as well, as but those were for specific crimes, etc. But the methodology overall was the same, nailing people to the cross, and
anything that regarded hanging or elevating someone from a height that where the body stiffens and oily matter, like oily fluid, is extracted from the body. That's what crucifixion is. So if in any single way, if you're hanged in some way or fashion, your body starts to stiffen up and your body starts to leak oily substance, that's literally, you just got crucified. So that goes to the time, like what Sister DJ, I would guess I wasn't paying attention. My apologies. What Sister DJ brought up during the time of Moses, and even predates that with the Sumerians, because there are several cuneiform tablets that actually show someone being hanged. Some scholars would say that's actually a form of crucifixion itself. So it's been long before the Roman idea as well. The Romans just they made it, what was it, pop culture, if I want. They made it in a more known way because they wrote down about it the most, I believe.
Did you ever see that Ahmadidat made a lecture called Crucifixion or Crucifixion?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And I was actually looking up right now. No, so the guy was wrong. Killing someone, like Ali also said, like we all know this. Killing someone then hanging their bodies, it's not considered crucifixion.
It's not.
No, it's not.
No.
So it's not just the Romans, just generally speaking, that's not, will not be considered crucifixion.
I mean, and even historically as well, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala beautifully says this. He says when he differentiates between crucifixion and death, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is also saying is there's a difference between the two. Meaning not everyone who's crucified actually dies. And there are evidences that show that people have survived crucifixion attempts before. Meaning if crucifixion itself, again, like I told you guys, it takes days. It's supposed to take days for you to die. Meaning it's something that's supposed to happen to you 2, 3, 4 days for you to happen. And your body can leak oily matter before that. That doesn't necessarily mean you're dead yet. So has it been done? Yes. The Carthaginian warrior Hannibal, one way he would punish his men is by crucifying them, but he let them go because he needs the men. So there is a way to do so. That's why when we talk about even the events of Jesus's time, what happens to him according to the Bible? He was beaten severely according to the Bible, and then when he was up on the cross, I think he was dead even before Saturday. He passed away even before, which was hours. So if you were beaten, and Roman scourging was very, very painful, which there are records that show that. But okay, if you're just being beaten half to death, right? And then you're hung on a cross where you're supposed to die in 3, 4 days, but then you die after a couple of hours. What did you die of? Crucifixion? No, you got beaten to death, basically. That's how you died.
Yeah, because if you died some other way, right, and then you were hung on the, on a cross or hung by a tree or whatever, that was to basically show people, that was to, humiliate you or for whatever crimes you did or make you as an example, right? But when we say he died of crucifixion, that would include, asphyxiation or dehydration, right? Shock and blood loss, etc.
See, I'm still trying to understand if crucifixion is supposed to be a message, it's supposed to be a crime, it's supposed to be a punishment for a severe crime, right? Why on earth did they, according to the text, why on earth did they let him go? Oh well, and because even reports say that people, even after they're dead, they're still
Jesus
hung up
Barabbas
on the cross.
or Jesus himself?
According to the text, it says Jesus was.
No, what do you mean they let him go?
Oh, Joseph of Arimathea. Afterwards, he let him go and put him in the tomb.
Oh, you're talking about after he was crucified. I thought.
After he was crucified. Yeah, no. After he already died. Something that's supposed to take days to do, and even after you're crucified in the first place, even after you're already dead, historically Romans left you up there for weeks, maybe even months. You're just there because it's the message. You can't deliver a message to someone in 3, 4 days. Nah, you need to take at least 2 weeks for them to get the point, because people need to see it. People need to see what happened. They need to see, and they need to know what he did. That's why he's there, to get people to not do the same thing he did. But yet, according to the text, he was let go from the cross, and some Joseph of Arimathea, which outside the Gospel of John, no other gospel even talks about him. He just exists in the Gospel of John, and he was placed in a tomb, which for a criminal, the Roman senator Pontius Pilate will allow that. That's cool. So a lot of these things are not really making sense. So I mean, it's like saying, well, does any one of you brothers know how long it takes the body to contract hypothermia?
I don't.
I don't know. Let me go in the Arctic with no clothing. Let me just.
Anyways, okay. How about this? If I take Fawad, and I've been meaning to do this, and I beat him all the way down, bloodied and bruised and stuff like that, and then I get on a plane, and then I go to the North Pole or somewhere that's Greenland. I go to somewhere that's very, very cold, and I drop him in the frozen snowstorm, which is
and then you woke up, and then you wake up,
and then I leave, but after I dropped him, and within 5 minutes, Fawad is dead. Did he freeze to death, or did I beat him to death?
That's a good question. That's for you to answer, Leandro.
What?
Okay, he's expecting us to be a coroner here. Let's analyze it. Fawad,
within 5 minutes. Come on now. I mean,
yeah. Let's just say he died because of the cold.
Let him have his dream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let him have his dream. Yeah.
What?
He died because of the cold, Ali?
No.
What do you want to
say?
No, that makes no sense. Yeah, no, that makes no sense at all.
Yeah, I'm basically saying I beat Fawad to death because if you're out in the cold,
that would never happen.
Hypothetically, come on now.
Oh, you want to dream?
So,
okay. Yeah, sure.
Of course I want to dream. Come on now. So, because I don't know how long it takes your body to freeze to death. All I know is it takes more than 5 minutes. Okay, that's all I know. So if I beat Fawad down and I take him to the Arctic, and then I drop him in the snowstorm, and within 5 minutes I see that he's dead, what did he die of? Did he die of the frozen cold, or did he die because I beat him to death? It's most likely the latter, because the amount of time it takes for someone to freeze to death does not equate to the time that the person actually died. The same thing goes with Jesus. So that's why I will still say that according to the text, he didn't really die from crucifixion. He actually died because he was beaten to death by the Romans. So even that alone, at the very least, the crucifixion doesn't really mean anything. The Romans just beat him to death.
I just can't get my head around this idea that Pilate was such a sweetheart. First of all, that
neither can I.
People to decide, who do you want me to let go, Jesus or Jesus Barabbas?
The rebel leader who just rebelled against me. You want me to let him go?
Fawad, like I've said, when you're reading the Bible, a lot of the times these stories are written as if the stories were being told to children.
Yeah.
Like you know how historically there would be these people who would go around telling stories, right? In Arabia, there used to be these stories about Hatem Tai. I'm not sure if you've read any of them, right? Then when you read those stories, they're sort of a funnier, more children type of what do you call them, rendering of events with a moral embedded into the story, so that people can listen to it. It's funny, but at the same time it's but at the same time there's this underlying moral theme under it, which you need to internalize. And the funny part about it, or the part which sort of makes it incredulous, sort of helps you remember it. This is what it sounds like when you read these biblical stories, whether it's the Old Testament or the New Testament, because some of these things are almost it's completely unnatural the way they've been written down.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, this is good. Pilate's wife had dreamed that Jesus is prophet of God, a pious man. And the interesting thing about
no, but Faisal, yet he could not control just a handful of Jews, right?
Yeah, and the other thing,
and tell him, hey, I'm not going to crucify this guy.
and this Roman general is supposed to like
be the most
listen to his wife.
Yes,
that's why he was there in the first place. He was there because he was of his reputation.
Yeah, but why would his wife be with him the whole time? I mean, if anything, Afwan, if you're traveling internationally, would you like to take your wife around with you?
Oh, me? Well, I don't have a wife. I can't speak on that.
Okay, but like we're talking about historically, people
depends
of
on
power.
where I'm traveling.
Well,
yeah, but people of power. What are you?
Yeah,
trying to
people of power. People of power historically didn't. Nah, they didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they would
find a woman who would serve them.
Yeah.
Like men have this tendency to want more of and like, anyway.
Smart.
No, please,
I'm just gonna
complete
stop.
that. No, complete that.
Historically, the men of status and power, they had a tendency to desire more and more women. So why would his wife
but
play
did
such
they
an
listen
important
to
part?
their wives, though? That's the key question.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just
honey,
holes after holes.
How was your campaign? Honey, how was your campaign? It was good. Did you meet? No, I didn't. What you didn't? Don't worry about it.
How many people did you kill today, honey? How many people did you crucify today? Not that Jesus guy. Come on, I dream. Yes,
just funny people. They deserved it, probably. I know, right?
Yeah, subhanAllah. I mean, so many holes in the narrative, right? It's just that's what they base their theology on.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they focus so much on history, and this is where they now Allah meant it when he said they believe in nothing but hearsay conjecture, because it's even in their text. Their salvation is based upon history. If Jesus Christ did not die and was resurrected, your religion is in vain. So that's a pseudo historical claim, meaning your salvation is based on a historical event happening.
Because it's a theological claim. I disagree with you. It's based on a historical claim. It's a theological claim.
No, I'm not saying it's based on history. I'm saying it's a historical, meaning something being historical does not mean it actually happened. It's a historical claim. That doesn't mean the history itself took place. That's what I mean. So it's because if it's the way you can say, wait a minute, for salvation, it needs to show that in history that this happened. But if it doesn't show in history that this happened, then wait a minute. That's why at the end I did say there was also a theological basis towards it as well. But it does add on with the historical aspect of it, or the historical claim.
Because whenever I ask them if proven otherwise, will it have any implications on their faith? And they always answer as no, it wouldn't. So that's how you can tell it's not a historical claim. Because what if tomorrow we actually discover some documents that actually say he was not crucified, and they could be traced back to the time of Pilate or whatever? Will these Christians then stop believing in crucifixion? They wouldn't.
Well, yeah, and this is what, like we talked about earlier, this is where they go back and forth when they try to, because if that's the case, that they shouldn't say the Bible is historical. They shouldn't say that, but they do. This is where they go back and forth with saying, well, it's history, it's historical, but it's faith. We believe it. So they kind of try to have their cake and eat it too, by trying to say this is a historical book, but yet not caring about the history. So it's kind of like
So,
all right.
By the way, did you guys hear the results?
Yeah, it's disturbing. I don't want to talk about it.
Who won? Wait,
the white
Who
boy.
did you want to win?
I don't know, man. I don't care either way.
I don't think I'm going to lose my night's sleep over either one of them winning or losing.
Well, okay,
but
you know Mike Tyson is
who do you
Muslim,
think
right?
would have won? Sorry.
You know Mike Tyson is
Yeah,
Muslim, right?
we do know that. We don't know that. But who were you
I know.
rooting
I found
to
out
win?
recently.
I did too.
Who
Yeah.
Okay,
were
so
you?
I would say
I wanted Mike to
probably
win.
Mike lost.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I would.
Mike lost.
I mean, you knew it was gonna happen anyway. I mean,
He's too old. Like he's past the prime. He should have stayed retired anyway. But he made a lot of money.
yeah.
I mean, he
Oh yeah,
made a ton
$20
of money.
million.
Yeah,
Apparently, I found out
in the
that
hospital for the next week or 10 days, but you know he made a shitload of money from that. So yeah,
I found
he'll
out
take
that
it.
yeah, apparently Mike made 20 mil, Jake made 40
Oh wow.
in one fight, $40 million. Wow.
Okay, so literally what happened is that this house went from being like super quiet, and now like in 5 seconds, it was like crawling with family members. And that's how like Latino houses are always. That literally in 5 seconds, things can turn from super quiet to like party and all of this stuff and food and all of this. Like they just pull it out of freaking nowhere.
That's a good thing, mashallah. All right.
It really is.
Saying featherweight.
Wait, featherweight league? I'm not a featherweight.
Okay.
You know what? What weight would I be? Let me see.
Why he just scoffed at you? He's like, "Come on, man, don't kid yourself."
What weight category do you want to put yourself in? You're 410, okay?
Do they have a height category?
Bro, you know what?
Wait a
Gets me
minute.
about that is that he's like talking to you like, "Come on, man, you don't gotta kid yourself." Like he's being straight up in a very sad tone of voice. Like that's what gets me. Like if someone's like, "Yeah, you're 410," it wouldn't be bad. It's like, "Come on, man, you're 410."
Come on, man. I mean, come on. But yeah, I'm actually, according to the category, I'm actually a light heavyweight.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a contradiction if I ever seen one.
Stay in the light heavyweight category. That suits you.
Well, I'm actually 2 pounds away from being a heavyweight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's actually my
182.
goal.
That's
actually.
Just come to my house when my great grandma's cooking. You'll gain 2+.
Yeah.
No. For me, I don't.
You can always reach 182 when it comes to your weight.
Yeah, but for me, I do it differently. So it's not about gaining just weight. I do it in a healthy way. So I don't really eat a lot of junk food or unhealthy food. So most of I like to say that I'm still relatively healthy.
But Ali, you missed the second part of my sentence.
Oh, trust me. If I know Latin food, if it's anything like African food, oh, sorry about that. What'd you say?
I said you can always make 182 when it comes to your weight.
How so?
Because you can eat for it, right? You can take food and make 182.
Oh,
but you can never make
I don't know. I had a
182. You can never make it to 182 centimeter, right?
I get it. It's like you can get to 182 weight wise, but you're stuck at 170 centimeter wise.
Yeah,
the constant and the variables.
See,
what's up?
Healthy food. I just said, come to my house when my great grandma is cooking food, and you will get the pounds that you want.
You know what? If it's for the hospitality, and besides, and on top of that, I love Latin food. I will take you up on that offer. I would not mind that offer.
Your great grandma, DeAndre?
Yeah.
MashaAllah, that's amazing.
Allah subhanahu has
so you're the 4th generation, or maybe you even have the 5th generation, right? Any older siblings who have nephews and nieces around?
No.
Okay.
Oh no, guys, it's actually kind of sad because my little brother, he's getting taller, and I don't like it. So I told him, I told him when he gets taller than me, which inshallah he will. When he gets taller than me, I'm gonna fight him.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not kidding.
Wait, Brother Faisal, what'd you say? What'd you ask?
No, I was gonna ask you, like, were you saying that you don't have older siblings or cousins, or is it that you have them but they don't have any offspring yet?
No, they don't have offspring.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I think I have an older cousin. I barely know her.
Okay.
But no, no offspring.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. It's like very
The
late
same
for me.
here. Fawad, we should wrap up. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's wrap it up.
You want to do the honors?
Just last thoughts. Inshallah, go ahead, guys. Any last thoughts?
Okay,
Well,
so go ahead, Ali.
Here we go. Well, I was gonna say real quick, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion of that. The plan we had for Sundays, do you want to talk about it now, or do we want to wait till next week?
Oh, did you guys? Because remember, I told you I'm not going to be available tomorrow and after tomorrow, by the way. So
okay, well, I'll be available on Sunday then.
Let's talk about it, Ali. It's fine.
Okay, no problem.
The idea is just to keep it open, but we have to. Actually, you know what? Let's confirm first before we go ahead with it, right? Because it is conditional. So, yeah. So that's good. What I like today, we covered a lot of grounds when it comes to the information that we were able to share with the brothers and sisters. I think we covered a lot of ground. It's funny how little credible sources they have or evidence they have for what they claim is the basis of their faith. For when it comes to Christianity, it does come down to blind faith. You have to accept things blindly. You have to not ask questions, and that's one of the challenges that Muslims, when we come out on the stage, we face, because there's this perception now that if you have a religion, if you follow a religion, you're supposed to be following the religion blindly, no basis of your or no evidence for your beliefs, right? When the Quran is the complete opposite. It challenges you before you have not just to have faith, but also to support your faith with proper evidence. And we do not deny supernatural evidence like atheists and agnostics at times do. We accept that as a valid evidence as well, because we realize that this world cannot be explained just by naturalistic means. So with that, we were able to cover a lot of grounds on the shortcomings that Christians have on their when they come to the conclusion that Christianity is true. I think that was interesting. Anything else, Ahwan, do you want to say?
No, I just loved how the guy that we were watching the video, how he was proving Christianity and how he went from like the Kalam cosmological argument, to fine tuning to all of a sudden a man dying and raising from the dead.
For what? Here's the thing: it's not just that individual. William Lane Craig, he makes the same mistake, right? When you talk about William Lane Craig, his arguments are also just as absurd. When you look at some of their best their best philosophers of modern time, right, and you ask them to detail the reason for accepting Christianity, they're going to make the same argument. So this is the best argument that they can make. He's just repeating something which is the best of Christians are doing. So it just shows how devoid of reason these people are when it comes to their argumentation.
Dude, it was like watching a promising movie with a nice plot, right?
Yeah.
And the plot is building up, and you get up.
You're talking about the Game of Thrones, I believe, right? You're saying
it's like
the Game of
you get
Thrones.
up. No, dude, it's like you get up to get yourself a drink, and you come back, and you realize someone sat on the remote control probably and skipped the whole movie. And when you play it, it's like the end. The guy freaking dies. SubhanAllah, like the loops, like I was trying to like figure out. It's like, all right.
You're missing the whole second part, right?
Oh wow, yeah. I don't know.
What do they? When they make movies, they have those 3 stages of the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're missing the second stage completely.
Yes.
You just jumped into the final stage.
Exactly. But anyways, so all right, brother DeAndre, you want to say something?
Yeah. So I
See
think
not?
that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just fixing something with voiceover has been great. So I think that we, like the brother said, we did cover a lot of ground when it comes to, about Christianity being false. And like you also said, the video was freaking hilarious. He committed a bunch of fallacies, appeal to consequence fallacy, begging the question fallacy. No, apples oranges was some Hindu in the chat. Begging the question fallacy again, begging the question fallacy for a third time. He made so many arguments, made so many mistakes, made terrible arguments for the divinity of the Bible, which do not prove the divinity at all. And all in all, are bad arguments in favor of Christianity. Now, if you want to see good arguments against Christianity and good arguments for Islam's divinity in the Quran, then you should subscribe to us.
I knew it.
And with that, brothers and sisters, we've come to the end of the advertisements, right? Of our sponsors.
I'm sorry, you're saying something, DeAndre. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Believe it or not, the fact that it wasn't me that did it, I'm the nice one.
Yeah, I didn't do it either, Ali.
Oh, hey, man, look.
Sorry. Yeah, but DeAndre, I clicked on the wrong button. I meant to kick out Ali. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey,
you were saying something?
So, yeah,
it's cool.
Subscribe to Islam.
Come on, man.
He meant the Islamic channel dots connected to Islam. So
yes, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. So, but go ahead, DeAndre.
Yeah.
You want to put the link to
the
channel?
link to your channel? Yeah, inshallah.
Yeah.
So if one of the mods,
I'll do that.
Yeah. So the last rebuttal that I made is probably one of the most ignorant clips of our friend Estupido that I've ever seen, where he basically makes an argument. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. I'll tell these brothers backstage, but I'm not going to spoil it for you. So you're going to have to go watch. But it's basically one of the most ignorant clips of him. He makes an argument against Islam, and he fails to realize what it means for his Bible and his theology. So with that being said, I hope that you also subscribe to That's Connected to Islam, as well as Islam God Answers, and
Sister Dida's channel.
Oh yeah, Sister channel as well. Go subscribe to that as well, because we'll be the only 2 people on That's Connected in a few months. With that being said, I hope that you guys take care, and I'll see you soon. I don't know what they have. I don't know what we have planned for any future streams as far as that, but as I said earlier, I'll be covering the corruption, and I also want to be covering the prophecy of 2018. I believe it's a very tenable prophecy. Like as far as like I'm doing my research on it, I think the view that it's speaking about Jesus or any of the Jewish candidates is untenable, and it doesn't work when you actually like evaluate it objectively. So I'm gonna cover that. So stay tuned for that, inshallah. And assalamu alaikum, chat.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Let's wrap it up. All right. So, brothers, they were asking if we are going to have a stream tomorrow, inshallah.
Are we ready with any of our presentations? I don't know if I can actually talk for an extended period of time. So,
as far
Ali,
as me doing a presentation, I could whip up a presentation at that time, but
okay,
you guys have to stay awake.
Yeah, no, we'll stay
no
awake for your
promises.
presentation, Akhi. No, we will stay awake. Don't worry.
There will be a challenge, but we'll try.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll stay awake.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't worry.
All right, brothers and sisters. So, inshallah, tune in, and tomorrow the brothers will be doing their presentation. I will probably not be around, but yeah. So, see you guys in the next one. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Fawad, one last thing. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
We just a reminder again to the brothers and sisters: make dua for your brothers and sisters around the world. Palestine, Lebanon, Kashmir, Uyghur Muslims, Rohingya Muslims in Sudan. Make dua for these people. Make dua for them individually if you can. If you cannot, make dua for the Ummah as well, as a whole. Make dua for the people in the West as well. Like yes, we don't have the same type of challenges, but we do have other challenges as well. Make dua for our brothers and sisters around the world. All right.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.